When an adult soul transcends into the body of the Hogwarts Ravenclaw girl, Vivian Holt, the magical campus life of the next generation is imbued with a unique tenderness. The subtle encounters with Professor Snape in the classroom, the fervor of the Quidditch World Cup, the thrill of the Triwizard Tournament, and the healing routine accompanied by her feline friend are all nestled within this warm journey. The transgressors will apologize and make amends, and after graduation, she will witness the profound continuation of her bond with Snape. Chapter 1: Holt Manor. In the summer of 1991, Vivian Holt, clad in a light gray linen long-sleeve shirt and trousers, squatted in her herb garden alongside her house elf Cece, fertilizing the newly planted herbs under the blazing sun. Vivian gritted her teeth as she pulled out the overgrown weeds. Though she wore gloves, the sticky, moist sensation of the fertilizer was indelibly etched onto her hands. Yet, there was no alternative. Vivian had to rely on this for her livelihood. A dilapidated manor, 2 house elves, and a few talking portraits. This was the prologue to Vivian's arrival in this magical world. At that time, Vivian was merely 8 years old in 1988, awakening in the vast Holt Manor, greeted only by the anguished cries of 2 house-elves. It took considerable effort for her to soothe Cece and Eulaira into silence. The last adult Holt, rendered mute by some misfortune, had taken everything of value from the manor and vanished without a trace. Not long after, the young Vivian Holt departed from the mortal realm due to a surge of magical energy, and shortly thereafter, a new soul opened its eyes in this place. The mute Holt was likely no longer among the living, Vivian thought calmly. Her body ached from the magical upheaval, and the frail Vivian could only drag her weary form alongside the 2 seemingly unreliable house elves as they scoured the manor. Eventually, they managed to catch a wild chicken in the long-abandoned herb field, allowing them to survive for the time being. Having barely filled her stomach and uncertain of what to do next, Vivian instructed Cece to tend to the herb field while she beckoned Eulaira to show her around the manor. At first glance, everything that could be sold, vases, pocket watches, golden jewelry, and even magical items, had been stripped away, leaving behind only a handful of furniture. On the walls of the hall, Vivian noticed some marks, suggesting that there once stood cabinets or other furnishings in those places. However, she was heartened to discover that the Holt family study remained intact. The ancient-looking tomes lined the shelves, nearly all blanketed in a thick layer of dust. A cursory glance revealed that most were about potion-making, with a few concerning alchemy. In addition to the books, Vivian spotted some equipment presumably used for brewing potions, along with scattered alchemical items, all coated in dust, indicating they hadn't been employed in quite some time. In summary, the manor was desolate, reduced to worn-out, unsellable furniture, grimy walls, a respectable collection of books, and a completely neglected herb field. But this was sufficient, Vivian mused. At least she wouldn't be sleeping on the streets. She had a grand house, 2 house elves, and talking portraits. Although the figures in those frames could only offer her feeble comfort and perhaps some not-so-useful advice for her studies, they were blissfully unaware that the original Vivian had departed this world due to the magical upheaval. Standing in the empty hall, a headache brewing, Vivian gazed out through the tall windows, feeling the desolation and loneliness envelop her. She couldn't help but let out a sigh of resignation, sensing that her newly commenced life might slip away in an instant. Yet, one must find a way. Vivian and Cece unearthed 2 bags of seeds from the herb storage. Cece claimed they were seeds for the 2-ear herb. This herb was one of the ingredients for the compound potion, widely used and relatively easy to cultivate. Thus, Vivian and Cece planted all the seeds, hoping they would grow and provide some money. With Cece and Eulaira by her side, life wasn't as unbearable as it could have been. Cece often assisted Vivian in tending to the herb field, minimizing the amount of labor Vivian had to undertake. Meanwhile, Eulaira took care of Vivian's daily needs, ensuring the manor was clean and occasionally accompanying her to the nearby river for fishing or foraging for wild vegetables. To prepare meals, most of Vivian's free time was devoted to her studies. The magical world was indeed fascinating, and she dedicated a significant portion of her time to learning potion making. Once the first batch of 2-ear herbs matured, Vivian sent Cece to Diagon Alley to sell them, using the proceeds to purchase ingredients for the elixir of life, bringing back what little remained. Although it amounted to a meager sum of less than a galleon, at least Vivian was no longer destitute. The process of brewing the elixir of life was straightforward, requiring only 2 inexpensive and readily available ingredients, making it suitable for practice. Vivian, however, lacked confidence. She meticulously cleaned the cauldron and other potion brewing tools she had found at home. Then, under Cece's watchful eyes, began the brewing process. Anxiously, she feared the cauldron might explode at any moment. Fortunately, her first attempt at brewing the elixir, while not of exceptional quality, was nonetheless successful. It indeed functioned as a potent sleeping potion. In the following days, she successfully brewed 12 batches of the elixir, and starting from the 3rd attempt, the quality of her brews could only be described as near perfection. Perhaps I possess some talent after all, Vivian pondered. She instructed Cece to take these potions back to Diagon Alley for sale, and convert them into currency. Thus, from the ages of 8 to 11, Vivian managed to scrape by through cultivating herbs and selling low-grade potions, gradually saving a small amount of galleons. She unearthed an old wand, the owner of which was unknown, and guided by the books and portraits in the manor, she learned some simple, commonly used spells such as the shrinking charm and the enlarging charm, as well as cleansing spells. Returning to the present, 11-year-old Vivian was diligently applying fertilizer when a dusty owl flapped its wings and hooted as it flew into Holt Manor. It perched on a tree not far from her, tilting its head to observe Vivian as she knelt in the herb field. Vivian removed her dirty gloves and walked out of the herb patch, extending her arm towards the owl. It fluttered over and landed on her arm. The weight of the owl was considerable, and Vivian had to exert herself to maintain her balance. She soon discovered a letter attached to the owl. Sensing Vivian's struggle, the owl seemed to understand. Once she retrieved the letter, it turned its head once more and, with a leap from her arm, flew back to the tree. It was the acceptance letter from Hogwarts, accompanied by a list of required books and equipment, as well as a handwritten note from a professor. The gist of the note indicated that, considering the peculiar circumstances of the Holt family, arrangements had been made for Professor Snape to escort Vivian to Diagon Alley the following day to procure her supplies. Oh my goodness, Vivian sighed inwardly. Professor Snape was responsible for receiving students? Wasn't he supposed to be exceedingly busy? One could only hope that Severus Snape would be in a good mood the next day. Vivian made a silent wish and asked Lyra to fetch paper and a quill, composing a reply expressing her gratitude and acknowledgement, which she entrusted to the owl. Chapter 2, Diagon Alley. The following day, Vivian arose at the crack of dawn, uncertain of the precise moment Professor Snape would arrive. She took it upon herself to be diligently prepared, considering his temperament. Eulalia presented a rather exquisite breakfast, though Vivian found herself eating with little enjoyment. On one hand, she felt exhilarated at the prospect of soon attending Hogwarts, yet on the other, she was beset by nerves at the thought of meeting Professor Snape. Severus Snape, a man of intricate complexity. In her past life, Vivian had held a fondness for him. While she was unsure of Snape's arrival time, it would be rather peculiar to stand idly in the courtyard awaiting him. Thus, Vivian meticulously placed her shopping list and coins into her pocket, and donned a small alchemical satchel, enchanted with the undetectable extension charm, capable of holding numerous items. She retrieved a potions book she had yet to finish, and settled in a chair near the window in the hall to continue her studies. The household lacked the textbooks for Hogwarts, yet it seemed the Holt family had once been proficient in potion making, as they possessed a systematic collection of potions literature. Vivian had only completed the first 2 introductory volumes, and had just begun to delve into the intermediate texts. By noon, Professor Snape had still not appeared. Eulalia punctually served Vivian her lunch. Cautiously closing the book she had been reading, Vivian placed it aside and gazed out at the scenery while she ate. She cherished this vantage point that offered a direct view of the courtyard. The Holt Manor was no longer the desolate place it once was. The herb garden within the courtyard flourished vibrantly, its greenery lush and beautiful. A few ancient trees stood resplendent in the summer sun, their leaves casting a dappled pattern upon the ground below. It resembled the idyllic retreat of a prominent individual. Yet, she was feeble and impoverished, far from being a person of significance. After finishing her meal, Vivian tidied the table and resumed her reading. She diligently took notes in her notebook until a soft sound caught her attention around 3 in the afternoon. It was Eulalia, who suddenly appeared to inform her that a guest from Hogwarts had arrived. Vivian closed her book, leapt from her chair, and hurried to the door, where Snape stood awaiting her. He was slender, with straight black hair that appeared somewhat greasy, and donned a flowing black robe, his gaze fixed ahead, his expression inscrutable. Vivian opened the door in one swift motion, perceiving no emotional fluctuation in Snape's demeanor, merely noting the depth and clarity of his dark eyes. Taking a deep breath, she greeted him, "Good afternoon, Professor Snape." Snape emitted a light, almost sardonic chuckle, which Vivian interpreted as a cold laugh. His voice, low and smooth, would have been quite pleasant, were it not for the overwhelming aura of intimidation surrounding him. "I wonder if Miss Holt is aware of what a busy and pitiful professor has come for?" Vivian nodded fervently. "Yes, Professor, I am immensely grateful. I am ready. Shall we depart now?" Snape raised his left hand and placed it on Vivian's shoulder, commanding, "Stay still." In an instant, the world spun violently. It felt as though she had been unceremoniously thrust into a tumultuous washing machine. Upon arriving at their destination, dizzy and disoriented, Vivian instinctively grasped the hem of Snape's robe. Fortunately, she had eaten her meal some time ago, otherwise she would certainly have been ill. Snape furrowed his brow, silently regarding Vivian's drab attire, refraining from voicing his thoughts. Damn Dumbledore. Even as he restrained himself from unleashing his venom upon Vivian, Snape inwardly lamented the old headmaster. He despised the task of guiding new students. Snape recalled how Vivian had dashed from the manor, her long brown curls hastily tied back, her eyes sparkling as they met his. He could even see his own reflection within those deep, clear eyes. Yet, her slight frame suggested a degree of malnutrition. Snape was aware that the Holt family had but one last orphan child remaining, and though he found the task of ushering new students distasteful, and despite the fact that this child clung to his robes, on the verge of being sick, he remained silent. Damn Dumbledore. At last, Vivian regained her equilibrium, hastily releasing her grip on Snape's robe and apologizing. "I'm sorry, Professor, I am fine now." Snape's voice remained cool and detached. "Miss Holt should not require my guidance to navigate the shops, I trust." "Indeed, Professor," she affirmed. "Very well," Snape replied. "I hope you do not run about like a foolish troll. Return here within 2 hours." "Yes, Professor," Vivian nodded. "Thank you. I shall return as soon as I've finished my shopping." No sooner had she spoken than Snape vanished before her eyes. Vivian first made her way to Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions to have her uniform tailored. To save time, she took her measurements, exchanged pleasantries with Madame Malkin, and set off to procure her other supplies, planning to return for her fitted garments later. After purchasing her textbooks at Flourish and Blotts, Vivian neatly bundled them together and stowed them into her satchel. Subsequently, she acquired cauldrons, potion vials, a telescope, and a brass balance scale. Concerned about the time, Vivian nearly sprinted through the streets. Fortuitously, her recent endeavors in studying and gardening had afforded her some measure of physical fitness. Otherwise, her slight frame would have struggled to endure such exertion. Finally, Vivian arrived at Ollivander's wand shop. Mr. Ollivander possessed striking silver eyes, which Vivian found quite remarkable. In the magical realm, eyes appeared in a myriad of hues. She recalled Lily's eyes, which were a captivating green. Mr. Ollivander began by retrieving a measuring tape, inquiring about her dominant hand. "I typically use my right hand, sir." The tape diligently measured her dimensions while Mr. Ollivander commenced his search for a wand. After presenting several wands, each resulting in either no response or a plume of black smoke upon being handled by Vivian, he displayed no sign of frustration, continuing his quest with unwavering patience. I believe there is one." Vivian overheard him muttering. A white willow wand paired with a unique tail feather from a thestral. From a distant shelf, Ollivander retrieved this particular wand. "A wand that will ever remain loyal to its master, only yielding to one who can master death," he murmured. "Here, child, give it a try." Vivian accepted the wand. It was a wondrous experience. A warm sensation coursed through her right hand, and the tip of the wand emitted a bright flickering light. "Extraordinary," Ollivander remarked, observing Vivian. "Good child, this wand has chosen you." Grateful, Vivian thanked Mr. Ollivander and paid the 7 galleons for the wand. Glancing at the clock hanging in the shop, she noted that although selecting her wand had taken some time, she was still on schedule. Vivian hesitated before the Owl Emporium, realizing she likely did not need an owl, as she had no one to correspond with. Moreover, it seemed Hogwarts provided owls for delivering messages. "Perhaps I shall forego the purchase," she decided, feeling the few remaining galleons in her pocket, realizing her expenditures had left her rather impoverished. Fortunately, Hogwarts provided meals and lodging. Given her own precarious circumstances, she deemed it unwise to acquire a pet. Vivian cast one last glance at the beautiful cats in the pet shop, which was bright and tidy, the felines well cared for. She returned to Madame Malkin's shop, retrieving her garments and placing them into her satchel. It felt somewhat heavy, compelling Vivian to grasp the straps with both hands to alleviate the strain upon her shoulders. She glanced over the list one final time, ensuring she had not overlooked anything, before hastily making her way to the designated meeting spot with Severus Snape. Chapter 3. The Start of Term. When Vivian returned to the entrance of Diagon Alley, Snape was already there. He stood with his arms crossed against the wall, exuding an air of indifference yet commanding presence. Vivian adjusted her breathing, gripping the strap of her small handbag tightly. Her shoulder was beginning to ache from the weight, and she struggled to maintain her composure. Snape's expression remained impassive, his tone conveying a subtle warning. "I hope your mind is not lacking. I shall not make a second trip for you." Vivian nodded obediently. "Thank you, Professor. I have gathered everything." It was the 3rd time she had expressed her gratitude. Snape furrowed his brow at the sight of her breathless state, noting the whiteness of her knuckles gripping the strap of the bag. "Is it that heavy?" Snape inquired, taking hold of the strap with his left hand, causing Vivian to feel a sudden lightness in her shoulder. In the next moment, his right hand grasped her wrist, and once again, the world spun around her. This time, the sensation of dizziness was considerably milder than during their previous trip to Diagon Alley. Within 2 or 3 breaths, they found themselves back at Holt Manor. Until Vivian steadied herself, Snape maintained his frown, still holding onto the strap of her handbag with one hand. It was only after Vivian secured the bag with both hands that he gradually released his grip. Vivian bowed in thanks to Snape, who responded with a detached humph before vanishing with a flicker of magic. Indeed, Professor Snape was a good man. Vivian mused as she gazed at the spot where he had disappeared. Throughout August, Vivian diligently reviewed her textbooks in preparation for the new term. Her interest in subjects like history of magic was somewhat tepid, as most of her focus was devoted to the study of charms and potions. Naturally, she also perused the Holt family's texts on alchemy. However, the intricacies of the alchemical system appeared to be far more complex, demanding a higher degree of magical prowess. Thus, Vivian had limited herself to theoretical study, without yet attempting any practical alchemy. Time flew by, and on the day of the start of term, Vivian entrusted the manor to the house elves. Sissy and Eulira gathered her luggage, and set off towards platform 9. Arriving early, she found an empty compartment on the train and settled by the window. It was 1991, the very year Harry Potter began his studies. Vivian considered herself adaptable to circumstances. As she gazed dreamily out the window, a gentle knock interrupted her reverie. "Hello, may I sit here? All the other compartments are full." Turning her head, she beheld a bespectacled boy with tousled brown-black hair. His striking green eyes were earnestly fixed upon her. Vivian blinked and smiled. "Of course, please do." The boy first placed his beautiful owl, Hedwig, into the compartment. The owl hooted softly from its cage, its large, round eyes observing Vivian. After securing Hedwig, he struggled to hoist his luggage, which appeared rather heavy. Despite his best efforts, young Harry was unable to lift it. Vivian blinked again, and cast a levitation charm on his suitcase. Harry sat down, his excitement palpable. "Thank you, what a marvelous spell. I'm Harry Potter," he introduced himself. "I'm Vivian Holt, just call me Vivian," she replied. Harry, looking curiously at Vivian, asked, "Are your family all wizards?" Vivian nodded. "I suppose so. But they all passed away when I was very young, so I can't be entirely sure." Realizing he may have overstepped, Harry awkwardly apologized. "I'm sorry." "No need to apologize," Vivian said with a smile. Harry still seemed a bit embarrassed. After a moment of silence, he couldn't help but speak up again. "Do you know much about the wizarding world?" "I mean, I know nothing. I might be the worst student at school." Vivian rested her chin on one hand, gazing at Harry. "Not at all. There are many who have never encountered magic before." She noticed Harry's eyes brighten at her words and continued with a smile. "Once we arrive at the school, there will be a sorting ceremony. But it's not difficult. No exams are required, so there's no need to worry." Harry appeared relieved. "That's great. I was really worried because it's my first time learning all this. When Hagrid came to find me." "Oh, Hagrid is the keeper of keys and grounds at the school. He told me I was a wizard, and I thought he had made a mistake." Vivian listened with amusement as Harry recounted his little story. Soon, Ron Weasley arrived at the compartment. They introduced themselves once more, and Vivian handed Ron a tissue, suggesting he wipe the dirt from his face. Harry had brought a plethora of peculiar snacks and invited everyone to share. Vivian thanked Harry and curiously picked out a chocolate frog. The card revealed was that of Dumbledore. That makes sense, Vivian thought, as Dumbledore's cards were likely quite common. The headmaster on the card winked and vanished in a puff of smoke. Vivian tucked the card into her pocket and savored the sweet chocolate frog, feeling somewhat nostalgic. As it marked the beginning of their story, Hermione and Neville came looking for Neville's toad, but the three children in the compartment had never seen it. So Hermione took a disheartened Neville away in search of the toad. The trio continued to chat and snack, when suddenly Draco Malfoy and his two cronies knocked on the compartment door. His gaze was fixed intently on Harry. Whispers spread throughout the train, claiming that Harry Potter was in this compartment. "So, that must be you, right?" Harry nodded. Draco introduced himself, and as soon as he finished, Ron cleared his throat, sounding as if he were stifling a laugh. Draco immediately began to mock him, but Vivian timely interjected, "Hello, I'm Vivian Holt. This is Ron Weasley." "I certainly know he's a Weasley, with that unmistakable red hair," Draco retorted, momentarily derailed by Vivian's interruption. He glanced back at Harry Potter. "I hope you exercise caution in your choice of friends, and avoid associating with unsavory characters." Ron, upon hearing this, bristled and prepared to retort, but Vivian held him back. "Thank you, but I believe I can discern for myself," Harry replied calmly. "Let's go, Goyle Crab." Draco shot one last glance at Ron and Vivian before departing with his two lackeys. Ron, still fuming, remarked, "Look at him, acting so high and mighty. My dad has told me some things about their family, a bunch of cunning Slytherins. There's no need to let that cause conflict, and arguing on the train is unwise." Vivian suggested, sensing they were nearing their destination. "Why don't you two change into your robes?" The two boys hurriedly donned their wizarding robes, and as the train began to slow down, they realized they were approaching Hogwarts. Chapter 4, Ravenclaw. Hagrid came to escort all the first-year students. They stumbled along a steep, narrow path downhill. Vivian walked cautiously, unable to suppress her inner thoughts. Walking a mountain path at night was quite worrisome. One might easily slip and tumble down. Can't we fix the road? To prosper, one must first pave the way. At the end of the narrow path lay a dark lake. They boarded boats in groups of 4. Soon, the grand and majestic castle emerged from the mist. Its windows glimmered with warm lights, radiating an aura of mystery and comfort through the foggy air. The interior of Hogwarts Castle was even more breathtaking and magnificent than Vivian had imagined. The ceiling, as dark as velvet, sparkled with tiny stars, reminiscent of a true night sky. Professor McGonagall began to call out names one by one. Vivian had believed she would remain composed, yet as the number of remaining students dwindled, she found herself acutely aware of her own heartbeat. How unexpectedly anxious she felt. At last, Vivian Holt, Professor McGonagall announced. Amidst the rhythm of her heartbeat, Vivian approached the Sorting Hat. A gentle voice, reminiscent of a child fond of books, resonated in her mind. It was the Sorting Hat, declaring that the last child of the Holt family possessed courage and ideas. How splendid! Ravenclaw would suit you perfectly. Vivian mentally affirmed the Hat's words. Yes, yes. Ravenclaw. The students of Ravenclaw erupted in applause to welcome her. Vivian stood and bowed appreciatively to Professor McGonagall, then hurriedly made her way to the Ravenclaw table. Naturally, the trio of protagonists found themselves sorted into Gryffindor, and Vivian glanced over toward them, where Harry and Ron were also looking her way. They exchanged greetings from afar. Following some remarks from Dumbledore, the dining table suddenly overflowed with food, and Vivian indulged as if at a buffet, sampling a bit of everything. She struck up a conversation with a girl beside her named Mary Moores. With her radiant golden hair and beautiful blue eyes, Mary was delightful company. After singing the school song, the new students followed their respective heads of house back to the common room. Entrance to the Ravenclaw common room required answering a riddle posed by the door knocker, and many of the questions lacked standard answers. Any response deemed acceptable by the knocker would suffice. The common room was a spacious circular chamber adorned with arched windows draped in blue and bronze silk curtains. The carpet was a splendid deep blue, and the ceiling was painted with stars, casting a dreamy atmosphere. The head boy delivered a warm welcome. The Ravenclaw common room offered a panoramic view of Hogwarts, and Vivian adored it. Once the welcoming address concluded, the head boy guided everyone to their respective dormitories. Vivian cherished Ravenclaw, where the welcome speech declared that the Eagles could don any attire they fancied and believe in whatever they desired. Unconventional individuals were not frowned upon. It was indeed a place of freedom, erudition, and inclusivity. Vivian found her dormitory through a door beside a statue. The room housed 2 beds, one of which was conspicuously empty, with nothing but a bare bed frame, devoid of curtains. Essentially, it was a single room, which she found incredibly cool. After organizing her belongings, she lay down on the soft bed, wishing for a smooth and joyful day ahead. The first-year curriculum was relatively light, likely because the teachers recognized that young students needed time to acclimate to the vastness of Hogwarts. Professor Sprout would take them to the greenhouses behind the castle to study herbology, where the initial lessons would focus on the characteristics of peculiar plants and fungi. Professor Sprout mentioned that later in the term, they would learn how to cultivate these unusual plants. Potions class was shared with Hufflepuff. Professor Snape appeared just as imposing as Vivian remembered from their first encounter. Although she arrived early, Snape was already at the podium by the time she entered. Observing the empty front rows and a few students seated in the back, Vivian pondered briefly before choosing a seat nearer the front, clutching her textbook and supplies. The classroom was eerily silent. One could hear a pin drop. Situated underground, the potions classroom was considerably colder than the main castle. Vivian rubbed her hands together beneath the desk, quietly flipping open her textbook as she awaited the lesson to commence. Until the students arrived, she remained unaccompanied in her vicinity. With dismay, she noticed she was the only brave soul seated at the front, with even the third row unoccupied. It was rather disheartening. Snape's voice was barely above a whisper, yet everyone heard him clearly due to the profound silence, where even the turning of pages was executed with utmost caution. To elevate prestige, brew glory, and even stave off death, such was the allure of potions. Unsurprisingly, Vivian was called upon to answer a question. Fortunately, she had thoroughly reviewed the textbook during the holiday. Even without prior preparation, she felt competent enough to handle the first-year potions class, having relied on brewing low-level potions for her livelihood in previous years. The first lesson involved concocting a simple potion to treat scabies, which proved to be quite straightforward. With an odd number of students combining Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff, Vivian, sitting too close to the front, ended up working solo. Her deft handling of the herbs caught Snape's attention, and after observing her for a moment, he began to patrol the back of the classroom. He mercilessly reprimanded each student who made an error, but thankfully, no one exploded their cauldron. Despite the occasional echoes of Snape's scolding, by the end of the lesson, each group had a potion ready for submission. Vivian noticed Snape scrutinizing her potion closely before he reluctantly awarded it an O. As soon as class ended, the students hastily vacated the room. Vivian believed she was not slow in gathering her belongings, yet when she looked up after packing her textbook and supplies, she found herself alone with Snape in the classroom. Truly, everyone had fled rather swiftly. "Miss Holt, are you here to assist your poor professor in cleaning up the classroom?" Vivian heard Snape's disdainful tone. Instinctively, she refrained from retorting, "Oh yes, Professor Snape." After all, there were no classes following potions, and the worst outcome was merely a delayed dinner. Vivian set down her textbook and supplies, then began to help tidy the classroom with her wand. Snape was taken aback that she genuinely commenced cleaning. His stern demeanor softened slightly as he observed her proficient spell work. Vivian had longed to discover the form of her Patronus. Ever since arriving at Hogwarts, she had tried to cast the Patronus charm each night before sleep. However, her attempts had only summoned a wispy silvery mist thus far. This was understandable, for the Patronus charm was notoriously difficult. Vivian did not feel disheartened. The sooner she mastered the Patronus charm, the better, and she resolved to practice whenever she had the chance. Chapter 5. A Fortunate Detention. The first transfiguration class involved transforming matches into needles. Vivian's proficiency in transfiguration was commendable. She successfully transformed the matchstick into a delicate silver needle, earning praise from Professor McGonagall, and adding 2 points to Ravenclaw's tally. History of magic was dreadfully tedious. Vivian exerted considerable effort to stave off sleep. She diligently noted the names and dates recounted by Professor Binns, attempting to conquer the subject through rote memorization. Incredibly, astronomy class was scheduled for 11 o'clock at night. This class was shared between Ravenclaw and Gryffindor, and Harry and Ron approached Vivian, book in hand, asking if they could sit beside her. Of course, she welcomed them. They observed the night sky through telescopes, learning about the names and trajectories of various stars, a genuinely fascinating endeavor. Vivian attentively took notes, and during the discussion time, she discreetly chatted with Harry and Ron about their recent lives. As expected, discussions inevitably veered toward topics unrelated to academics. The defense against the dark arts class was the most intolerable of all. Chilo's stuttering recitation of his studies was one matter, but the overwhelming stench of garlic that permeated the room nearly caused Vivian to swoon. In her desperation, she scoured her well-thumbed spellbook in vain, unable to locate a charm to seal her sense of smell, and thus turned her hopes towards potion-making. Consequently, on the evening following the first defense against the dark arts class, after finishing her meal, Vivian hastened to the usual location for potion classes, and sought out an empty classroom. Now, regardless of her destination, Vivian carried with her a small bag, enchanted with a weightless charm. Within this bag resided the essentials, frequently referenced tomes, her personal cauldron, a complete set of potion-making tools, and various commonly used potion ingredients. Due to the previous burdensome weight of the bag leaving a lasting impression on her, Vivian had taken to periodically casting a prolonged levitation charm on it. She intended to brew a potion capable of temporarily sealing her sense of smell. So engrossed was she in her potion-making that she nearly leapt from her seat when Snape's voice broke the silence behind her. "Miss Holt, might I inquire whether you are keen to inform me why, at such a late hour, you are brewing potions beyond your first-year capabilities without the supervision of a professor? Are you intent on hastening your admission to the hospital wing for a mental cleansing?" Vivian turned stiffly, meeting Snape's penetrating gaze as he leaned slightly closer, his dark eyes boring into hers. "Miss Holt, who do you intend to administer this potion to?" So intimidated was she that Vivian scarcely dared to meet his gaze. "For myself, Professor Snape." The garlic odor from defense against the dark arts class was overwhelming. Alas, she thought, it was over. Gripping the vial of potion tightly, she silently prayed that Snape would not be excessively furious. She heard a derisive snicker escape him. "You believe yourself sufficiently skilled. Thus you proceed without caution? Any misstep could lead you to bid farewell to this marvelous world. For your recklessness, Ravenclaw loses 2 points. A sigh of relief escaped Vivian's lips. It could have been worse. The points she had gained in previous classes outweighed the deduction, so she should be fine. "Do not let me catch you at it again," Snape warned coldly, as he swept his dark robes and prepared to exit the classroom. Vivian instinctively took a couple of steps forward. Professor Snape. I actually make a living brewing potions. Before she could finish her sentence, Snape abruptly turned on his heel, bending down to meet her gaze once more. Vivian was caught off guard, her heart racing as she locked eyes with him, a shiver racing down her spine. She recalled her days spent fertilizing in the potion fields and foraging for wildfowl and vegetables with the house elves, often brewing potions day and night. Exhausted enough to collapse anywhere for sleep. Realizing she had been ensnared in a moment of vulnerability, she averted her eyes and took a measured breath. That is quite unprincipled. Professor Snape, she exclaimed, retreating 2 steps in a panic, only to collide with a desk behind her, gasping in pain. Miss Holt, for your insolence. You shall serve 5 days of detention starting tomorrow, Snape pronounced icily. At 7 o'clock, I trust you would prefer not to discover the consequences of tardiness. Very well. Professor Snape, Vivian murmured, her heart heavy. She was likely the first-year student in the entire school to be sentenced to detention. As Friday evening approached, Vivian was filled with trepidation. She feared any mishap might cause her to arrive late, prompting her to stand at Snape's office door half an hour early. She dared not arrive late, yet also hesitated to knock before 7, resorting to lingering in the hallway like a mushroom. Just as she had settled in, the office door swung open abruptly. Scowling, Snape regarded her. Miss Holt, I assume your faculties are not so impaired as to prevent you from knocking on a door? My apologies, Professor, Vivian sincerely replied. I arrived a bit early, fearing I might disturb you. Snape was at a loss for words. For this particular Holt never dared to challenge him in the slightest. It left him without the opportunity to deduct points. Slice these caterpillars, he instructed, his face stern. Since you claim to make a living brewing potions, I trust you will not ruin these materials. Very well, Professor, Vivian replied flatly. She ran her hands up and down her arms, attempting to dispel the unsettling sensation from gazing at so many caterpillars. Donning her gloves, she sat on a small stool and began to slice the caterpillars. By the time she finished processing the entire barrel of materials, it was well past 8 o'clock. Stretching her back and loosening her wrists and shoulders, she saw Snape still grading assignments, his quill scratching fiercely as he marked a paper with a harsh T. He glanced up at Vivian, observing her neatly arranged materials. If Miss Holt does not intend to use her cauldron to commit self-harm today, you may leave. Vivian's eyes brightened. Snape gestured toward a small workbench in the office. With a sense of delight, she retrieved the ingredients for her potion to seal her sense of smell from her bag, along with her small cauldron. She planned to make some improvements to the potion, hoping to adjust its duration and flavor. By 10:30, Vivian had tidied her potion-making supplies. She felt satisfied with her efforts, as the modified potion's duration should now be precise for an entire class, even if its aroma remained less than pleasant. At that moment, Snape was still immersed in grading the students' assignments, his mood far from cheerful, as Vivian noted the perpetual frown etched upon his brow. That will surely lead to deep wrinkles. She mused to herself. Miss Holt, are you waiting for me to escort you back to your dormitory? No, Vivian shook her head vehemently. I'm leaving right away, Professor. Just as she reached the door, she heard Snape's voice again. You need not return this weekend. We will resume on Monday. There was a brief pause. Do not let me catch you brewing unsuitable potions for first years this weekend, he added, his tone softening yet carrying an edge of severity, whether in the dormitory or the classroom. Understood, Professor, Vivian replied, turning to express her gratitude. Thank you. With that, she quietly departed. Chapter 6, Halloween. It seemed Snape had discovered some life hacks. As Vivian's detention was nearing its conclusion, he casually found an excuse to extend it for another week. Vivian had no objections. It merely entailed assisting with some materials, and she recognized that Snape was indeed quite busy. Seeking help with menial tasks was only natural. Most importantly, Snape was the sole potions master she knew personally. While brewing potions in Snape's office, she occasionally benefited from his guidance. Though his instruction was often laced with venomous remarks, Vivian had grown somewhat immune to his harsh words. Ultimately, she understood Snape's character. His words could be cutting, yet she never took them to heart. In essence, as long as she remained indifferent, his words would not wound her. Her only focus was to brew potions competently and hand them over to the elusive Cece, who would then sell the potions and procure materials. Having a potions master overseeing her work was not a disadvantage. At least when her cauldron threatened to explode, Snape would swiftly intervene, roaring to restore order. Snape, the all-in-one cauldron explosion cleanup machine. How very cool, Vivian thought, as she endured his reprimands. Nearly a month has elapsed, and Vivian continues to report to Professor Snape's office for detention every evening, with the exception of weekends. Vivian harbors a suspicion that Snape may have disclosed her reliance on potion brewing to Dumbledore and the head of Ravenclaw House. Otherwise, such a prolonged detention would seem unwarranted. It appears that the detention itself is merely a pretext. When Snape seeks to reprimand her, he does not even deduct points, and his rationale grows increasingly frivolous. Vivian even surmises that soon she might find herself in detention for merely stepping into the potions classroom with her left foot first. Eventually, Snape ceased his petty grievances, and an unspoken understanding seemed to develop between them. She even began to bring her homework to Snape's office, diligently preparing the various materials he required before concocting her own potions. If time permitted, she would study there. The first time she did so, Snape wore a grimace that suggested he was suffering from a toothache. However, Vivian remained silent, and Snape, too, said nothing further. He merely hissed at her when she lost track of time. "Miss Holt, your unfortunate professor lacks the time to escort you back to the tower during curfew. Now immediately. Leave. Soon." A notice was posted in the Ravenclaw common room announcing the commencement of flying lessons. Ravenclaw would be attending these lessons alongside Hufflepuff. Vivian was not particularly fond of this class, as she found riding a broomstick rather uncomfortable. Perhaps sensing her disdain, her broom did not respond to her command during the first flying lesson, remaining obstinately on the ground for the entire duration. She preferred the Weasley family as flying car or, ideally, to soar through the air like Voldemort and Snape. However, such aspirations were mere flights of fancy. In yet another astronomy class, Vivian learned that Harry had become the seeker for Gryffindor. Young Potter wore a distinct expression of delight and pride, especially when speaking of his father's prowess in Quidditch. Vivian observed that Malfoy and Harry seemed to remain at odds. Even from a distance in the dining hall, she could discern the mutual disdain etched on their faces. Were they perhaps arranging a duel? Ultimately, Malfoy failed to show, and Harry and his companions encountered a massive three-headed dog on the fourth floor. During lunch, Harry and Ron sought out Vivian, stealthily sharing details about a small package that had been transferred from Gringotts to Hogwarts, speculating that the three-headed dog was now guarding it. Ever since Harry joined the Gryffindor Quidditch team, Vivian noticed a marked deterioration in Professor Snape's demeanor. She surmised that Dumbledore might have tasked Snape with keeping an eye on Harry, further exacerbating the already demanding responsibilities of his role as potions master. Snape had become increasingly irritable, often unleashing his frustrations on Vivian while she assisted with materials or brewed potions. Vivian understood this behavior. She listened without retort, recognizing that everyone needs an outlet for their emotions. She felt secure in her resilience against Snape's harsh words, so even as he continued to pick on her, she remained unperturbed. Vivian consistently responded to his barbs with an apologetic demeanor, hoping to soothe the agitated bat. Naturally, this had little effect. At times, Snape appeared even more incensed. Snape was perpetually discontented. On Halloween, the dining hall was adorned with vibrant decorations befitting the occasion. Vivian belatedly recalled that a troll was rumored to be on the loose. Hastily, she stuffed her mouth with food while glancing towards the Gryffindor table, only to find Hermione absent. Merida, puzzled, asked Vivian, "Are you particularly famished today? Eating in such a rush is not good for your health." Vivian swallowed her mouthful of potatoes with effort, replying, "Yes, I am a bit hungry, but it's much better now." Moments later, Professor Quirrell burst into the hall, still clad in his turban, his face a mask of terror. Such commendable acting. He approached Dumbledore, exclaiming in fright, "The troll has escaped. It's in the underground chambers." No sooner had he uttered these words than he collapsed to the floor, as if struck down by fear. Chaos erupted in the dining hall, prompting Dumbledore to urge everyone to evacuate in an orderly fashion. Vivian lingered at the rear of the Ravenclaw line, stealthily making her way towards Harry and Ron. "Where's Hermione?" she inquired. Harry's expression appeared anxious. "We're looking for her too." Ron took a deep breath and raised his hand, asking, "Do you smell something?" Vivian covered her mouth and nose, detecting a foul odor reminiscent of dirty socks. "The troll must be nearby. We should be cautious." The three of them crept along the corridor like thieves, and just as Vivian finished speaking, they heard the sound of heavy footsteps dragging along the ground. The troll had entered a room. Vivian frowned. "Isn't that the girls' bathroom?" Harry and Ron exchanged alarmed glances. Indeed, they soon heard Hermione's cries. Vivian drew her wand and dashed to the restroom door. Hermione Granger was curled against the wall, the troll looming ominously close, having already smashed the sinks to pieces. "Incarcerus!" Vivian shouted, conjuring ropes of golden light that ensnared the troll's legs. The spell was insufficiently powerful. She called out to the nearly unconscious Hermione, "Come this way." Harry seized a faucet and hurled it against the wall, causing the troll to clumsily turn its head. waving its club and breaking free from Vivian's bindings, advancing towards Harry. Seizing the moment, Ron dragged the almost unsteady Hermione towards the door, whispering for her to hold on. Incarcerus. Vivian cast another binding spell, but regrettably, it only restrained the troll's feet. This seemed to enrage the creature, which lifted its massive club high, as if preparing to crush the four children into oblivion. Simultaneously, Harry and Ron invoked the spells they had learned. Wingardium Leviosa. Harry's spell struck the troll, halting its movements as if it had jammed. Ron's spell struck the club, sending it flying into the air, where it came crashing down upon the troll's head with a resounding thud. The troll swayed momentarily before crashing to the ground, shaking the entire room and causing plaster to rain down from the walls. Hermione finally regained her footing, but they could not afford to relax just yet. The troll was not incapacitated. It shook its head and was poised to rise once more. Vivian grasped Hermione's arm tightly, urging run. Ron and Harry quickly followed suit, with Vivian holding on to Hermione and Harry grasping Ron as they all bolted down the corridor. Vivian released Hermione's arm, falling behind the trio. Calmly glancing back at the pursuing troll, gathering her strength and magic, she unleashed another spell, Stupefy. This time, the effect was remarkable. Caught up in the tension, she had momentarily forgotten to employ this powerful incantation. As she maintained her backward gaze, ensuring the troll had collapsed, she intended to turn back and continue running. However, she suddenly heard Ron exclaim, "Oh no!" At that moment, as she pivoted, Vivian collided forcefully with someone. "My nose!" she cried, feeling as though it had been struck with a tremendous force, tears welling in her eyes. A veil of mist clouded her vision, and she heard a gasp, born of suffocating pain. Following that was Snape's roar, almost in her face, "Violet Holt! Oh my swan!" At that moment, Violet felt her head thrum with a cacophony of sound. She staggered back a few steps, clutching her nose, and saw Harry, Ron, and Hermione barely managing to halt their advance, their expressions tragically heroic. "Do not be like this. I am still alive," Violet couldn't help but think, rolling her eyes inwardly. What kind of trickery is this? Professor McGonagall's voice had never sounded so furious. "Consider yourselves fortunate not to have perished at the hands of that troll. Why on earth did you not return to your dormitory in a proper manner?" Violet's nose still tingled, and she stifled small gasps, attempting to quell the unceasing tears. Stealing a glance at Snape, she noticed he was clutching his abdomen, evidently having suffered a grievous impact. "My apologies, Professor Snape. You should be grateful I am not too short. At least it was my belly that collided with you, rather than a more vulnerable area." Snape regained his breath, casting a vicious glare at Harry and Violet, before storming off to assess the troll's condition. Hermione inhaled deeply, beginning to weave a rather clumsy excuse to Professor McGonagall. "Please do not blame them. They were searching for me," she stated. Once a conversation was initiated, the rest flowed more smoothly. "I came to confront the troll, believing I could handle it. I had read about trolls in books and thought myself well informed." Hermione continued her fabrications, while Harry and Ron struggled to feign familiarity with her narrative. Violet wiped her tears haphazardly, straining to maintain her focus on Hermione's words. "Had they not found me, I surely would have perished. I used the binding curse, while Harry and Ron employed the levitation charm. They had no time to seek help. At that moment, the troll was intent on devouring me." Professor McGonagall, observing the disheveled quartet, deducted 5 points from Hermione. However, she awarded 5 points to Ron, Harry, and Violet. Subsequently, McGonagall instructed the young students to hasten their departure. As Violet turned to glance back at Snape's leg, she noted his all-black attire, but upon closer inspection, she could discern bloodstains marring the fabric. After a moment's contemplation, she decided to head to Snape's office. She remembered that the potions in the school's hospital were also his responsibility, meaning he would likely have to brew his own healing potions. How unfortunate. Violet felt a wave of sympathy for the professors at Hogwarts. Not only were they burdened with a full schedule, but their students were hardly a source of ease, compounded by a myriad of additional responsibilities. The password to Snape's office had not changed that week, and Violet adeptly made her way to her usual workstation, igniting a flame to brew potions for pain relief and healing. After dealing with the troll, Snape stormed towards his office, seething with anger. Damn Quirrell. Dumbledore is well aware of Quirrell's dubious nature. Why does he not take decisive action against him, allowing this inept individual to teach the defense against the dark arts class? Snape was exceedingly displeased. He surmised Quirrell's ulterior motives and hurried to the 4th floor to intervene. Damn three-headed dog. How can one pair of eyes keep watch over 3 heads? And that insufferable Quirrell is causing chaos. He cursed Potter and Holt, lamenting their reckless venture to confront the troll. Both of them are a constant source of worry. Snape recalled Violet's tear-streaked visage from that evening, gritting his teeth in frustration. Accursed Holt. She said nothing. Did she not realize how much pain she caused me? Moreover, the poor potions master would have to endure his leg injury while brewing potions for himself. Snape felt his mood plummet to the depths. Limping towards the door, he sensed someone was present in his office before even stepping inside. With a scowl, he inhaled deeply to steady himself and entered, preparing to unleash his wrath upon Violet. However, upon crossing the threshold, he beheld neatly arranged vials of healing potions and pain relievers upon the workstation. In addition, Holt's cauldron was still simmering with what appeared to be a blood-replenishing potion, ready for bottling. Snape remained expressionless, waiting for her to complete the task. Before speaking in a low, menacing tone, "I have no time to attend to you tonight. Take your belongings and leave." Violet fell silent for a moment, then replied, "Professor Snape, these are all for you." She glanced down at the bloodstains on his trousers and softly added, "Is there anything else I can assist you with, Professor?" Snape's eyes momentarily lost their focus as he pointed towards the door, his tone becoming calm and devoid of inflection. "Leave. Return to your dormitory, and do not let me catch you wandering at night." Reluctantly, Violet gathered her cauldron, obediently stating, "Very well, Professor. I shall assist you with the materials tomorrow." With that, she exited Snape's office. Snape stared at the meticulously arranged healing potions on his desk, and after a prolonged silence, a self-deprecating smile escaped him. As November approached, the weather grew increasingly frigid. Hermione's relationship with Harry and Ron blossomed, their camaraderie solidified by their shared encounter with the troll. On weekday evenings, Violet continued her routine of reporting to Snape's office. For reasons unknown, since the night of the troll incident, Snape's demeanor remained volatile, yet he no longer directed his ire towards Violet. Of course, he never offered kind words. If she made errors while brewing potions or handling materials, he would still unleash his wrath. However, he refrained from venting his frustrations on her. This realization caused Violet to briefly worry for Harry, for it was evident that Snape's anger had merely shifted its focus from one individual to another. Chapter 8. The Quidditch Match. Violet learned from Hermione how to conjure bright blue flames into a jam jar, using it for warmth. The clean jam jar, transparent and clear, flickered with blue flames, resembling a star brought close. During weekends, Violet would join Hermione, Harry, and Ron in study sessions or gather in the courtyard to chat around a jam jar. Recently, Harry appeared increasingly anxious, as he was set to participate in a Quidditch match the following Saturday. Consequently, Violet, Hermione, and Ron took it upon themselves to comfort him. They huddled around a jam jar for warmth in the courtyard. "You need not worry excessively, Harry. This sport can be perilous. But I can brew a healing potion for you in advance," Violet assured him. Harry's expression grew even more tragic. He choked out, "Thank you, Violet." Violet felt as though her words had failed to console him. "Have you all noticed Professor Snape lately? He is limping." Harry shifted the topic. Ron chimed in, looking pained. Noting that Snape had been in a foul mood throughout their recent potions classes, his anger unrelenting. Harry frowned. "I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. Did he not go to the 4th floor on Halloween? Was he trying to acquire something guarded by that big dog?" "No, he wouldn't do that." Hermione's eyes widened, appearing exceedingly adorable. "I know Professor Snape has his issues, but he would never steal something that Dumbledore keeps under such strict protection." Violet nodded in agreement with Hermione. "Professor Snape is merely a bit temperamental." Ron's eyes widened in horror. "Just a bit temperamental?" Hermione shushed him, urging him to keep his voice down. Violet continued, "I am in Professor Snape's office every weekday evening. He seems very busy, constantly grading assignments. Moreover, do you not find Professor Quirrell rather peculiar?" Vivian attempted to steer the conversation, aiming to implicate Quirrell at the very least. Could it truly be that the troll was not unleashed by Quirrell? "I have an inkling he is merely diverting attention. Perhaps he is also searching for something on the 4th floor." Harry pondered, yet Professor Quirrell appeared timid and apprehensive. He was faint-hearted the last time, having been rendered unconscious by the troll's fright. Vivian rubbed her slightly cold hands together, reminding them, "We must not forget. If Quirrell truly possesses no abilities, how could Professor Dumbledore possibly appoint him to teach defense against the dark arts?" "I harbor a dislike for Quirrell," Vivian added subjectively. "The stench of garlic he wears is overwhelming. I must consume a bottle of odor-sealing potion before each of his classes." Harry, Ron, and Hermione exchanged looks of astonishment. "Is that even a thing?" Ron inquired. Vivian blinked, retrieving a recently improved potion from her alchemical satchel. "One bottle lasts for a single class. The new flavor is apple. I refrained from mentioning the previous unpleasant taste. Would you like some?" She noticed the trio nodding eagerly in unison. Vivian distributed 2 bottles to each of them. This was improved under Professor Snape's guidance. Honestly, for that, I consider him a good person. With that, the topic came to a pause, as Harry remained more preoccupied with his upcoming Quidditch match. Vivian, will you be attending our match next Saturday? Harry asked. Vivian nodded affirmatively. Of course. I shall be there to cheer you on. On the day of the Quidditch match, nearly the entire school gathered in the stands of the Quidditch pitch. Vivian donned a blue scarf, standing with Ron and Hermione on the topmost row. They unfurled a massive banner emblazoned with Potter for the win. A particularly skilled artist from Gryffindor had even painted a gigantic lion on the banner. Together, Vivian and Hermione cast a spell on the banner, causing the artwork and text to shimmer in a myriad of colors. Vivian thought it resembled a radiant LED screen. Quite impressive. Then she spotted Snape among the professor's box. Unexpectedly, he seemed to be gazing toward Gryffindor, wearing an expression of discontent. Vivian waved cheerfully, attempting to greet Professor Snape, unsure if he noticed her. However, she observed his demeanor darken further. She surmised it was likely due to the glaring Gryffindor banner adorned with the resplendent lion. The match commenced smoothly at first, but soon, Harry's broomstick began to behave erratically. Vivian quickly fixed her gaze upon Quirrell. It's Quirrell. Look at his expression. It is entirely different from usual. Hearing Vivian's words, Hermione also trained her binoculars on Quirrell, commenting, he has been fixated on Harry, muttering incantations. Hermione lowered her binoculars. Watch closely. Be careful, Vivian cautioned Hermione. Nodding, Hermione maneuvered through the crowd, hiding behind the professor's box, and ignited Quirrell's robe. Quirrell leapt up in terror, frantically attempting to extinguish the flames upon his garments. Ron and Vivian continued to observe through their binoculars, with Ron noting that Snape, too, was fixated on Harry, muttering incessantly. Yet, at that moment, Harry's broom had ceased its wild antics and gradually regained composure. Hermione quietly returned to Vivian and Ron's side. Shortly thereafter, Harry swiftly captured the golden snitch, securing victory for Gryffindor. After the match, Vivian, Harry, Ron, and Hermione congregated in a corner of the courtyard. They gathered around a flickering jar of jam, commencing their discussion of the day's events. It was Quirrell. Vivian was the first to assert. I noticed him casting a curse. I set his robe ablaze, and indeed, Harry's broom returned to normal. Hermione affirmed. You wouldn't believe what I witnessed. Snape was also casting a spell, but he was protecting Harry. He had been intently focused on Harry's broom, reciting incantations, yet once Quirrell ceased, Harry's broom gradually returned to normal. Ron wore an expression of disbelief. Vivian continued in response to Ron. So Professor Snape must have been casting a counter-curse. But why would Quirrell engage in such antics? Harry, Hermione, and Ron were at a loss, only able to conjecture that Quirrell intended to steal whatever was being guarded by the large dog. Vivian knew the answer, yet felt it inappropriate to disclose it directly. Perhaps it was better for the children to explore a bit further. Harry contemplated for a moment before suggesting, why not ask Hagrid? I shall not join you. I have been rather busy lately, and my potion research has hit a snag, so I must peruse some books. Vivian replied. All right, we will come back to inform you of what we discover, Hermione stated. Vivian nodded and parted ways with them. Vivian was not lying. She had indeed been quite occupied. Recently, her weekends had been consumed with transcribing an ancient text from Holt Manor's library, a tome concerning potion materials research. Vivian intended to present it as a Christmas gift for Professor Snape, hoping that the potion master might find some cheer in it. Chapter 9 Christmas. As Christmas approached, the weather grew increasingly frigid. The potions classroom and Professor Snape's office lay beneath the ground, where a mere breath would form a cloud of white mist. Vivian observed Snape, as ever clad in his thin robes, and marveled at the resilience of the adults in this magical realm. How could they endure such cold? Vivian wore a sweater beneath her uniform, and carried her Ravenclaw blue scarf wherever she went, which made her feel a tad warmer. Snape's leg injury had fully healed. The bat was once again able to stride with a commanding presence. Vivian noted a slight improvement in his mood as he swirled his robe's hem. The great hall gradually adorned itself with garlands of holly and mistletoe, and the Christmas trees were set up. In her own dormitory, Vivian had decorated a smaller Christmas tree, adorning it with tiny baubles and white snowflake ornaments. On the eve of the holiday break, Harry, Hermione, and Ron invited Vivian to the library. They had been searching for information regarding Nicholas Flamel. Sensing the moment was ripe, she retrieved the chocolate frog card she had drawn at the beginning, which featured an introduction to Dumbledore. The group looked enlightened. However, Hermione was set to return home, entrusting the task of research to Ron, Harry, and Vivian. Yet, once the holiday commenced, they reveled in their freedom, their thoughts far from Nicholas Flamel. Vivian had prepared gifts for those she was familiar with. For Professor Snape, she had transcribed a book related to potion materials research, wrapping it in Slytherin green and leaving ample space on each page for him to jot notes or annotations. For Harry, she gifted a quill, enchanted to periodically groom its feathers, ensuring it remained perpetually pristine. Hermione received a similarly transcribed book, albeit a simpler beginner's potion guide, hoping it would prove beneficial to her, wrapped in red with golden edges. Ron was given a box of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans and a crate of chocolate frogs, hoping that the collector in him might complete his collection of chocolate frog cards. To Mary Moores, with whom she often dined, Vivian gifted a set of new skincare products, as Mary had expressed her fondness for them. Vivian also gifted Dumbledore 10 pairs of thick woolen socks, while she provided a pocket-sized cake to the headmaster, Flitwick, and delectable cookies to Professor McGonagall. Professor Vivian had also prepared a few heartfelt gifts to express her gratitude for the care and guidance she received. She entrusted the gifts to the Hogwarts owls, letting out a sigh of relief. It was a rare occasion when she neither delved into her books nor pondered over brewing potions. Lying in her dormitory, she gazed at the enchanting blue canopy of her bed, and unexpectedly drifted into slumber. Upon awakening, she realized it was time for dinner. Many had returned home, leaving the dining hall notably less crowded. After finishing her meal, Vivian returned to her dormitory and summoned her house elf, Cece. She handed Cece a batch of recently brewed potions to sell in Diagon Alley, and they discussed the state of her family's herb garden. The next morning, Vivian discovered a plethora of gifts piled beneath the Christmas tree in her dormitory. Suddenly exhilarated, she dressed and sat cross-legged beneath the tree to unwrap her presents. Hermione had gifted her a beautiful notebook adorned with a light blue cover. Harry presented her with a wizard chess set, along with a note from him and Ron wishing her well, stating that Ron could teach her how to play. Marilla Moores had sent Vivian a new cauldron, expressing sympathy for her frequent visits to Professor Snape's office. Mrs. Weasley had knitted her a lovely sweater in a lighter shade of blue. Vivian immediately donned the sweater and discovered a package of homemade fudge nestled within the wrapping from Mrs. Weasley. Lastly, she came across a small parcel wrapped in deep green paper. Curiously, she picked it up and examined it from all angles, pondering who might have chosen such Slytherin colors for the gift. Inside was a beautifully crafted conical glass vial filled with a golden liquid that shimmered with a flowing light, revealing silver flecks reminiscent of shattered stars. The radiant gold hue tinged Vivian's hand with warmth. It was a vial of Felix Felicis. Alongside this exquisite potion was a small note that appeared to be torn from somewhere, bearing only the letters. "Wow, this is absolutely incredible," Vivian exclaimed. She recalled that the preparation of Felix Felicis was an intricate process that took around 6 months. Could Professor Snape have found the time to brew this? After a moment of thought, she speculated that it might have been a stock he had from before. She took another glance at the beautiful vial, placing it back into its small box along with the note. Vivian then retrieved a silver ribbon from the unwrapped gifts, tying it into a lovely bow atop the box, which she then tucked into her small handbag. Wearing the sweater knitted by Mrs. Weasley, she cheerfully made her way to the dining hall. Glancing towards the professor's table, she noticed most of the professors were present, though Quirrell was absent. It was perhaps for the best, as his garlic scent would be quite suffocating during the festive season. Vivian effortlessly located Harry, Ron, the Weasley twins, and Percy, all clad in matching sweaters. George and Fred complimented Vivian on her sweater, and the children wearing the same design began to unwrap magical party poppers. Vivian casually chose one to pull, and with a loud bang accompanied by a burst of blue smoke, she unveiled a large cat-shaped pillow. She playfully pinched the ears of the cat pillow, continuing to pull more party poppers one by one. Harry and Ron joined in, creating a vibrant display of colorful smoke around them, while Vivian whimsically placed a lace-trimmed beret on Harry's head. Harry, enjoying the moment, chuckled as he donned the beret. He then adorned Vivian's head with a wreath made of woven twigs. Percy nearly cracked a tooth on a silver piece hidden in his pudding, while Ron juggled 3 popping balloons, tossing them into the air like a jester. The Weasley twins unleashed a flurry of colorful confetti, which they gathered in their hands and tossed into the air together. Vivian drew her wand to cast a levitation charm on the confetti, causing it to sway gently in the air before descending slowly to the ground. Amidst the colorful shower of confetti, those who had not returned home, Harry, Vivian, and the Weasley family, shouted a resounding Merry Christmas. This was the most lively day Vivian had experienced since arriving in this world. The swirling confetti, the soaring balloons, and the explosive sounds of the party poppers amidst the colorful smoke filled her with a wish for peace and joy to envelop Hogwarts forever. Chapter 10. The Mirror of Eriste. Adorned with a wreath, Vivian suddenly turned to glance at the professor's table. among the joyful and laughter-filled professors. She spotted Snape seated with an indifferent expression, his gaze vacant as he observed the overly boisterous students. Vivian retrieved a large jar of fruit candies wrapped in colorful paper from her bag. She tugged Harry along, carrying the jar, as they approached the professor's table. Together, with Harry wearing the lace-trimmed beret, they offered each professor a handful of candies, wishing them a Merry Christmas. Soon enough, they stood before Snape, and Vivian noticed his black eyes were no longer absent of emotion, although he appeared rather displeased. Vivian felt a surge of joy as she and the slightly nervous Harry presented their offerings of fruit candies. "Professor Snape, Merry Christmas," she said. "Severus, don't be so stern," Dumbledore chuckled. Snape reluctantly acknowledged them with a grunt, casting a disdainful glance at the 2 handfuls of candies offered by Potter and Holt. Yet, in the end he pocketed all the candies. In the afternoon, Vivian, Harry, and the Weasley brothers ventured outside to engage in a snowball fight, reveling in the exuberance of the moment. Their clothes became thoroughly soaked with snow. Vivian, clutching a jar of jam for warmth, bid farewell to Harry and the others before returning to the Ravenclaw common room. From there, she could see all of Hogwarts, where Percy was chasing after the Weasley twins, darting about. The entire Hogwarts was blanketed in pristine white snow, illuminating the surroundings with a bright sheen. The next day, Vivian heard Harry excitedly mention a mirror that reflected images of his family. He shared this news with Ron and Vivian, expressing a desire for them to join him that night to see the mirror. "But aren't we on break now?" Vivian inquired. "Since we have no classes during the day, why don't we go right after breakfast?" Harry had hurriedly exited the restricted section of the library the previous day, and took Vivian and Ron on a lengthy exploration throughout the castle to find the room. It was an empty space, furnished with nothing but a tall mirror. The mirror boasted an ornate golden frame, with a string of seemingly meaningless characters inscribed at the top. However, when viewed from the other side, "I show not your face but your heart's desire." Harry appeared genuinely thrilled as he pointed at the mirror, exclaiming, "Look! My parents are here." "I only see you," Ron replied. "Come over here, stand in front of me," Harry urged, pulling Ron to the mirror's forefront and stepping aside. Ron's eyes widened. "I see myself. But it's different from now. It seems to be a future version of me. And I've even become the student council president." "What?" Harry inquired. "I am still holding the Academy Cup and the Quidditch Cup," Ron exclaimed with excitement. "Do you think this mirror foretells the future?" "How could it?" Harry replied glumly, his eyes cast down. He gestured for Vivian to step forward and take a look at the mirror as well. Vivian approached, while Harry and Ron quietly stepped aside, both eager to discover what she might see. As Vivian gazed into the mirror, she was met with a multitude of figures. Suddenly she understood. It depicted a grand reunion. Everyone was present: Dumbledore, Sirius, Snape, Lupin, Tonks, the Weasley twins, celebrating a festive occasion in the Great Hall of Hogwarts. To her surprise, she even spotted Grindelwald raising a toast with Dumbledore in the reflection. "Thank you, I never expected my shipper's heart to be so strong," Vivian remarked. "What did you see in there?" Harry asked eagerly. "Many people, Harry," Vivian replied softly, her gaze lingering on the lively scene in the mirror, filled with individuals she wished had not passed away. "Does this mirror allow us to see the deceased?" Ron inquired. "I doubt it," Vivian said, pointing to the inscription at the top of the mirror. "If we reverse that phrase, we might discover that this mirror reflects our innermost desires. You long to see your family, which is why you can behold them therein. I hope those individuals have not perished, hence I see them thriving together, celebrating the holiday." Vivian looked at Harry and added, "But this mirror does not reveal the truth. Indulging in these illusions could merely squander our time." Harry forced a smile. "I thought it might allow you to see how much I resemble my father." "Of course, after all, he is your father," Vivian replied. "Shall we not linger before this mirror any longer?" Ron suggested. "I seem to be a bit peckish." Harry's gaze remained fixed on the mirror. He was reluctant to leave. At least not just yet. Vivian rummaged through her small handbag, producing 2 packets of pastries to hand to Ron. She then sat on the floor, extracting a book to read. "Really? Why read in a place like this?" Ron asked as he opened a pastry. "How about a game of wizard chess?" Vivian proposed. "I remember you saying you could teach me, although my wizard chess skills are rather dismal." Ron settled down across from Vivian, watching as she returned the book to her bag, and pulled out a chess set. "Sometimes, I truly wonder how your bag holds everything. Does it connect to a warehouse?" "It's like Doraemon's 4th-dimensional pocket," Vivian casually remarked while arranging the chess pieces. Ron only caught the word pocket from the lengthy name. Of course, he nodded earnestly, feigning comprehension. "I know it's a pocket." After Vivian lost 3 consecutive games, Harry finally diverted his gaze from the mirror. His mood had soured, and he said to Vivian and Ron, "Let us go. I think I shouldn't look at this mirror any longer." Vivian was somewhat taken aback. She had anticipated that Harry would return at least a couple more times before Dumbledore moved the mirror away. "Mate, your mum and dad must have loved you dearly," Ron said, "but if we keep coming back to the mirror, we're bound to get caught by Filch. Death may indeed be another great adventure," Vivian added. "They must be watching over you from somewhere, Harry." "You're right," Harry said, casting one last glance at the mirror. "I believe they will be watching me." After that moment, Harry never mentioned the mirror of Ariste again. Vivian discreetly asked Ron to confirm that Harry had indeed not sought out the mirror any further. "But Harry told me he has been having a lot of nightmares lately. Thankfully, we managed to persuade him to leave. Otherwise, that mirror might have driven him mad," Ron remarked. Vivian understood that Harry's nightmares stemmed from his childhood experiences. She had no remedy for it, so she encouraged Ron to engage Harry in different conversations to divert his attention. Chapter 11. The Potion Vortex. On the eve of the new term, Hermione returned to school. However, she discovered that her friends had not sought out any books on Nicholas Flamel. It seemed that the task of research would once again fall to Hermione. They confirmed that the forbidden area on the 4th floor, guarded by a 3-headed dog, housed the Philosopher's Stone, and Quirrell was plotting to steal it. Yet, they were still uncertain about Quirrell's motives for wanting the stone, or why he had targeted Harry. Moreover, Harry could not dwell on these matters for long, as the Quidditch match between Gryffindor and Hufflepuff was imminent, and he found himself preoccupied once more. Gryffindor's Quidditch captain, Wood, was particularly invested in this match. Especially after learning that Professor Snape would be officiating, his expectations for the players grew even more stringent. With a grimace, Harry broke the news about Snape's role as referee to his friends. "Hermione, perhaps we should just forego the match." "Ron, just say you're ill." "Hermione, or pretend to have a broken leg." "Ron, actually break your leg." "Vivian, stop joking. Professor Snape is merely a bit irritable. He wouldn't harm Harry." "Indeed." Ron exaggeratedly choked out. "He wouldn't physically harm Harry. He would only launch a severe psychological assault." Seeing his friend's somber expressions, Harry felt less despondent. He murmured, "I can't quit the team. There are no substitute seekers." Vivian suggested, "Why not focus on potions for a while? You know, Professor Snape tends to be more lenient with those who have a knack for potions. If your skills in potions were as proficient as your mother's, perhaps Snape would cut you some slack out of respect for Lily." Thus, Harry found himself busier than ever. Hermione scheduled potions tutoring for every spare moment he had. Since Ron was always paired with Harry in potions class, he too became engrossed in the tutoring, unwilling to let his friend suffer through Snape's mental onslaught alone. Soon, the trio from Gryffindor spent their nights dreaming of brewing potions. "How touching," Vivian remarked. The potions tutoring began to yield results. According to Hermione's reports, Professor Snape's attitude towards Harry remained as harsh as ever. However, with Hermione and Vivian's rigorous training, Harry and Ron managed to successfully brew potions under Snape's watchful gaze. To aid in this endeavor, Vivian generously provided her recently created alchemical project, a small horn that recorded Snape's most frequently used phrases of reprimand during potions class. Each time Harry and Ron practiced brewing potions, they would play the recording beside them on repeat, which effectively conditioned them to cope with Snape's scrutiny. The Quidditch match arrived as scheduled. To minimize any unforeseen incidents, Harry focused intently. He needed to conclude the match swiftly to secure Gryffindor's victory. Harry located the golden snitch in record time, resulting in a match duration that shattered Hogwarts' previous records, lasting less than 5 minutes. The players had not even been on the field for 5 minutes. Vivian clapped for Harry, contemplating. Recently, she had been poring over potion books, including those pertaining to potion recipes and ingredients. She was eager to prioritize a significant matter, the handling of Peter Pettigrew. Vivian briefly outlined the process. First, she needed to expose Pettigrew reasonably to Dumbledore, all while ensuring the rat's life remained intact, for Sirius Black's innocence hinged on Pettigrew's testimony. It was indeed a most vexing predicament. Vivian conceived a plan to utilize a potion. The animagus of Peter Pettigrew, the diminutive wizard, took the form of a mouse, and he had remained in this guise close to Ron. Vivian intended to brew a potion that would render his animagus form ineffective, compelling Peter to reveal his true self before Dumbledore. She meticulously scoured nearly every tome on ancient potion recipes in Holt Manor. In fact, she even ceased her own potion-selling ventures, dedicating her days to assisting Snape in processing ingredients in his office, all the while poring over books and taking notes. Snape was perplexed. Given that Vivian had no recent need to brew potions, why did she persist in visiting his office? He believed that her nightly assistance with potion materials was a form of gratitude for ensuring her safety while brewing. Naturally, Snape acknowledged that this arrangement was quite convenient for him. He was spared the time-consuming and tedious task of handling simple materials, and could rest easy knowing that there would be no excessive waste. For Vivian's methods were efficient and nearly flawless. Moreover, she worked quietly, unlike some students confined for misbehavior, who incessantly peppered him with questions and caused chaos. Snape could not fathom her motivations, yet he resisted the urge to inquire further, as he was the one reaping the benefits. Vivian, on the other hand, was not overly concerned. The first-year curriculum was relatively relaxed, and she harbored a genuine fondness for Snape, coupled with the belief that he had far too much on his plate. Assisting with potion materials merely required some of her time, yet for Vivian, it also served as valuable practice without the need to purchase her own ingredients. Was this not a fortuitous arrangement? Vivian's research into the new potion was fraught with challenges. She discovered a study on an anti-animagus potion within the ancient texts of Holt Manor, but the volume was exceedingly fragile. When she first unearthed it, she feared that each page could disintegrate at any moment. Consequently, she was compelled to cast a series of protective spells, including waterproofing and fortifying charms, to preserve the book from her handling. The text provided insights into the potion's brewing methodology and the expected color and texture of the final product. Yet the recipe itself was incomplete. Thus, Vivian faced the initial dilemma of encountering ingredients she had never even heard of. Either these components had vanished over the eons, or contemporary potion manuals had altered the names of certain substances. Another issue was the incompleteness of the recipe. Vivian could only follow the logic of the existing potion formulation, attempting to identify other ingredients that might enhance the recipe. She would then brew the potion according to her hypotheses, comparing the results with the colors and textures described in the book. This was indeed a monumental undertaking, she mused. As Vivian diligently studied the nearly disintegrating tome, which required magical assistance to maintain its integrity, the potion master Snape silently seethed at the sight of the ancient book, muttering "little troll" to himself repeatedly. Did she not grasp the value of such a volume? How could she so carelessly peruse an archaic tome of potionology? The book was on the brink of falling apart. Fortunately, it appeared that the little troll eventually recognized the book's precarious condition, and Snape observed her later transcribing the frequently referenced sections into a new notebook. However, the unfortunate news was that she had begun to peruse another old text. Snape, who longed to borrow it but was uncertain how to broach the subject, pondered whether she would transcribe it for him by next Christmas. Chapter 12, Alchemical Ornaments. In the ensuing weeks, Vivian was exceedingly busy. She and Hermione were tirelessly arranging potion tutoring sessions for Harry and Ron, especially with the impending final exams, as Hermione had noted. Vivian found herself increasingly troubled by her history of magic studies, and she began to memorize her notes each morning. Yet the multitude of dates and names often confounded her. Until one fateful morning, Vivian suddenly noticed that Gryffindor's point hourglass had inexplicably lost 150 points. Harry was despondent, having stealthily approached Vivian, his usual spirited demeanor replaced by dejection. The deduction had plunged Gryffindor behind Slytherin. A disheartening turn of events for all except the Slytherin students, who were eager to witness their rival's defeat in the House Cup. Vivian gestured for him to step into the courtyard. Once again, they reconvened in a secluded corner, this time without Hermione and Ron. Harry, with his head hung low, recounted the unfortunate incident that led to the loss of points. "So you have another detention coming up?" Vivian inquired. "Yes," Harry replied, his tone sorrowful. "Everyone is blaming me." Vivian placed a comforting hand on his shoulder, encouraging him to lift his spirits. "It's merely a loss of points. Remember how many points you accrued for Gryffindor during the last match?" "But I didn't earn that many points," Harry protested, sounding somewhat defeated. "I made a grave mistake." "Don't be so hard on yourself, Harry," Vivian reassured him. "Everyone makes mistakes. Besides, you actually protected everyone. If that Norwegian Ridgeback had not been sent away, things could have turned far worse." Harry seemed somewhat consoled, muttering, "I won't run off again." "Then let's focus on studying," Vivian suggested. "Don't dwell on it. Soon enough, everyone will forget about this incident." "Really?" Harry asked, a flicker of hope in his voice. "Of course. Everyone is quite busy." Vivian couldn't resist ruffling Harry's slightly disheveled hair. "Can you even recall a day when Malfoy tumbled on the ground?" She noticed Harry's surprised expression. "See, you genuinely don't remember. Even though you always seem to clash with him. Each person has their own concerns. Before long, everyone will forget about your point deduction, especially with finals approaching. No one will have the leisure to discuss it. If you feel guilty, then amend your behavior and seek to make amends. For instance, participate more actively in class and avoid distractions or neglecting assignments. Dwelling on past mistakes serves no purpose. Regret is the most wasteful use of time. Harry. One must look forward, yes? I understand, Harry replied softly. I'll do my best. Despite Vivian's knowledge that the magic of Lily's love would protect Harry, and that neither Dumbledore nor Snape would allow him to face Voldemort alone, she still felt a pang of concern for him. Consequently, she temporarily set aside her half-completed research on the anti-animagus potion to embark on crafting an alchemical ornament capable of withstanding certain curses. To inscribe the alchemical array, it was preferable to use metal or gemstones. To experiment, Vivian had Cece assist her in procuring 5 golden snitch pendants made of silver from Diagon Alley. After ruining 3 in a row, Vivian finally succeeded in flawlessly inscribing the alchemical array and magical circuitry onto a small pendant. She set down the pendant, capable of withstanding 3 curses, and closed her eyes, pressing her hand to her forehead to alleviate the strain from prolonged concentration. Snape withdrew his gaze from Vivian, who had occupied his attention for quite some time, and forcefully marked an X on a nonsensical paper. His countenance was cold, appearing as though he had just ingested a slug, replete with disdain. He knew full well that this little troll would not be assisting him for free. She had only remained compliant for 3 weeks, during which she had been perusing a book that could fall apart at any moment. Just when Snape thought he could cease envying the tome in Vivian's possession, she had begun to create chaos in his office. That insufferable golden snitch pendant had been exploding in his office for 3 consecutive days. 3 days. Annoying, arrogant, and foolish. How infuriating that she wasn't sorted into Gryffindor. On the very first day the golden snitch exploded, Snape promptly wielded his wand to restore order. After confirming that Vivian had dodged the chaos unscathed, he approached her, his voice a menacing roar. Vivian Holt. I'm sorry, Professor. Vivian adeptly apologized, her words flowing swiftly. I was so conceited that I mistakenly chose the engraving position. I assure you it won't happen again. She gazed earnestly at Snape. Next time? It will definitely succeed? Snape replied ominously. Do I need to remind you, Miss Holt? This is my office. And you, a clumsy little troll, nearly blew up the entire desk along with yourself. I'm so sorry. Vivian looked earnestly at Snape. Thank you. Professor Snape. This was truly a mistake, a genuine error. Snape inhaled deeply, his command clear. Take your belongings and leave. Today. No more explosions in my office. All right. Vivian complied, gathering her things into her small bag. I'll return tomorrow. Good night, Professor Snape. Snape, with an expression of indifference, replied no. I sincerely hope you do not return tomorrow. Yet, to his dismay, Vivian not only returned but managed to explode his office twice more. Snape pondered. Why don't I simply keep this little troll locked out of my office? Distracted by the students' assignments, Snape felt a wave of discontent wash over him. He suspected that the golden snitch engraved by Holt was intended for Potter. Snape was aware that Vivian and Hermione had been tutoring Harry in potions, even employing a small alchemical horn to play back his voice repeatedly. Occasionally, as he passed their study room, he observed young Potter and Weasley trembling in panic, which brought him a fleeting sense of satisfaction. He hadn't even deducted points from Holt for her disrespect. However, the result of their tutoring was that Snape found it impossible to penalize Potter during potions class. This left him quite unhappy. Snape soon stumbled upon an atrocious essay, one that was even less coherent than the previous one. The dreadful piece consisted of merely 3 lines, 2 of which were smudged beyond recognition. A giant T. He resolved to chastise the student responsible for such a travesty during class, lamenting their utter lack of basic expression skills. They couldn't even be bothered to copy a sentence from the textbook. Snape observed Vivian carefully placing the engraved alchemical trinket, the golden snitch, into her small bag. Then, she retrieved the potion ingredients book she had been perusing earlier. Unable to contain himself, Snape abruptly stood and approached Vivian, his expression inscrutable. As she looked up, she found Snape's gaze fixed upon the book in her hands. For reasons unbeknownst to her, she found Snape somewhat endearing. Vivian had noticed this during her research 3 weeks prior. Snape genuinely seemed eager to take the book from her for his own examination. Consequently, during her free time over the weekend, she had transcribed the book filled with numerous recipes. Wrapped in Slytherin green, each page retained a portion of blank space. Vivian produced her neatly transcribed tome from her bag, winking playfully at Snape as she offered it to him with both hands. Snape accepted the book, and she could have sworn she saw a flicker of a smile that he quickly suppressed. Yes, rather easy to please, Vivian mused. Chapter 13. The Dark Crawler Voldemort. The following day, Vivian presented the golden snitch pendant to Harry, informing him that it could ward off 1 or 2 malevolent curses, though due to her limited skill, its effectiveness would be compromised. Harry joyfully accepted the pendant, promising to carry it with him at all times. Yet, Vivian reiterated her warning. I'm giving you this just in case. If you find yourself in danger, your first priority is to escape, understood? Seek out Professor Dumbledore or Professor Snape. Harry nodded. Of course, I understand, Vivian. Thank you so much. The golden snitch soon proved its worth. Vivian, having recently delved back into the study of the anti-animagus potion, learned that the first inscription on Harry's golden snitch had malfunctioned. According to Harry's account, that night, he, Hermione, Neville, and Malfoy ventured into the Forbidden Forest to serve their detention. Upon catching sight of the dark hooded figure that had slain the unicorn, the golden snitch gifted to Harry began to heat up. Harry recounted that it remained warm until the hooded figure fled, at which point he noticed a black, burnt mark on the snitch. He watched as the hooded figure swiftly vanished into the night of the Forbidden Forest. Quirrell aimed to assist Voldemort in stealing the Philosopher's Stone. Harry confirmed that the centaur Firenze had driven Voldemort away, though another centaur warned that such actions would disrupt the fated stars. I don't quite grasp their dilemma, but in any case, Vivian's golden snitch protected me, Harry stated. You mean the moment you saw that figure, the golden snitch began to heat up? Did it have any other reactions? Vivian inquired. Harry, deep in thought, replied, I felt a pain in my scar. This isn't the first time. On my very first day at school, my scar hurt when I was. He suddenly widened his eyes at that moment. I was watching Quirrell and Professor Snape converse. Yesterday in the Forbidden Forest, when I felt a headache, it was then that the golden snitch was heating up. And it only ceased when Voldemort departed. But the headache was quite mild, so I didn't realize it at the time. Voldemort wants to kill me. He killed the unicorn, and had Quirrell assist him in stealing the Philosopher's Stone. Harry rapidly organized his thoughts, addressing Vivian, Hermione, and Ron. So, Quirrell has been working for the mysterious one all along? We must inform Professor Dumbledore. He intends to resurrect the mysterious one. If it weren't for me, he would have succeeded yesterday. Ron exclaimed, eyes wide. We all know that the mysterious one fears Professor Dumbledore above all else. Harry, as long as Professor Dumbledore remains at the school, we are safe. Quirrell only dares to engage in petty schemes now. Harry, you must refrain from wandering about. Hermione stated seriously. Vivian glanced at the golden snitch pendant, which had already malfunctioned once, and offered, it can still endure 2 more uses. You take it for now. I'll create a new one in the next couple of days and replace this. Harry clutched the pendant tightly, sincerely thanking Vivian. Thank you, Vivian. Vivian winked. You should be thanking Professor Snape. I did blow up his office 3 days in a row while making this. Ron's eyes widened. Goodness. Snape actually allowed you to blow up his office for 3 whole days? Didn't he throw you out? Hermione smacked Ron's shoulder with her book. You will address him as Professor Snape. Vivian nodded. Thus, I believe he is a good person. Of course, I know Professor Snape is a good person, Ron agreed. But I feel like the Snape we know is not the same person. He mused. Professor Snape always appears furious whenever he sees us. Harry echoed his uncertainty. But I know he is a good person. Perhaps, Harry pondered for an adjective, he simply struggles to express himself. Vivian nodded. In any case, Harry should refrain from wandering for the time being. From the moment the trio of trolls began conversing, Snape had been standing behind them, casting the disillusionment charm to listen in. He had initially contemplated making a sudden appearance to frighten these restless little trolls into a panic. However, when it came to the safety of Voldemort and Potter, Snape remained quiet until the very end. Quirrell's fidgeting became increasingly pronounced. Snape had privately warned Quirrell, and he even suspected that on 2 occasions, young Potter had donned that odious invisibility cloak and stumbled upon his confrontation with Quirrell. He never anticipated that young Potter would zero in on Quirrell. In other words, Snape had always felt he would bear the brunt of the blame, especially after Potter had witnessed his confrontation with Quirrell. Every time he unleashed his bad temper upon young Potter, that face, almost an exact replica of James Potter's, would contort into a twisted expression of wanting to retort, yet holding back. Snape did not deny that he was misdirecting his anger. Nevertheless, he genuinely wished for young Potter's safety. No one wished for it more than he did. Severus Snape had once yearned for the trust of others. He was ambitious, fond of potions and dark magic, and he was also brooding, acerbic, seemingly incapable of speaking kindly, vile, selfish, having committed grave errors that had cost him the only light of his student years. Yet, Snape had indeed longed for someone to trust him. Perhaps he was not as irredeemable as they believed? Of course, long ago, he had ceased to entertain such thoughts. Snape had erected a high wall within himself, no longer harboring any expectations of others. He told himself that no one would ever trust him, not even Dumbledore, who had defended him. He interpreted everyone's actions with the utmost malice, thus ensuring he would not be disappointed when the true malice of others struck. For he had long understood that no one would ever love him, yet they claimed he was a good man. Snape scoffed inwardly at such absurdities. He did not believe in such nonsense. Watching the 4 small trolls make their way towards the library, he inexplicably recalled his own youth, always reclusive with his head down, wandering the campus alone. Even though many pointed fingers at young Potter for deducting points from Gryffindor, there were still those who trusted and accompanied him. Snape dismissed his errant thoughts and strode with a stern face towards Dumbledore's office. Vivian, having finished organizing potion ingredients for Snape, once again produced a golden snitch pendant from her bag in his office. She stole a glance at Professor Snape, noting that he had halted his work and was now seated, regarding her with an expression that conveyed urgency. Though Vivian sensed Snape's impatience, he held his wand, seemingly prepared to assist her with any potential explosions from her failed experiments. Vivian averted her gaze, inhaled deeply, and redirected her focus to the alchemical symbol she was about to engrave. This time it went smoothly. After securing the golden snitch pendant, Vivian tilted her head towards Professor Snape, forming a silent gesture of thanks. Snape ignored her. With a cold demeanor, he stowed his wand and returned to his own tasks. Chapter 14. The Philosopher's Stone. Vivian presented the new golden snitch pendant to Harry, replacing the old one that had suffered a failed inscription. She had re-engraved the alchemical inscription, and temporarily placed the repaired golden snitch into her small handbag. After fixing it, Vivian had also studied it, and with her limited alchemical knowledge, she believed this golden snitch could withstand at least one more repair. The exams concluded smoothly. Vivian sensed that Harry had been on edge lately. He appeared somewhat dazed. After completing the tests, everyone could leisurely enjoy an entire week until the results were released. The weather on the day of the exams was splendid, and Vivian followed the crowd into the courtyard. The warm sun shone evenly upon everyone in the yard. She stowed her books into her small bag, and found a vacant spot on the lawn to lie down. The sky was excessively blue, with fluffy clouds resembling cotton candy scattered across the beautiful expanse. Vivian lay on that patch of grass for quite some time, allowing herself to think of nothing and do nothing. She let time slip through her fingers as the shadows on the ground slowly shifted their positions, until the sun began to set, casting the entire sky in fiery shades of orange and red. Finally, Vivian rose from the grass and, suddenly inspired, turned her gaze towards the tall tower. There stood a figure clad in black robes, nearly merging with the shadow of the tower. Vivian recognized it was Snape. She gazed up at him for a while. In truth, she found such a scene somewhat unsettling. It reminded her of the end of the Harry Potter storyline, where Snape also stood alone atop the high tower. He was utterly alone, with Dumbledore having perished in that very tower. The overwhelming sense of gloom, solitude, panic, and helplessness was almost suffocating. In the long, dark night, he could scarcely glimpse any light. Only occasionally, from the anger in young Potter's eyes, did he recall the rare moments he had spent with Lily as friends, only to be forced to bury those memories deep within, clinging to them to endure each second without faltering. Vivian withdrew her gaze from that figure. She realized she genuinely liked Snape. She hoped for him to have a good ending. Snape had likely been preoccupied with grading papers these past few days. Nonetheless, Vivian knocked on his office door that evening. Upon entering, she bypassed her usual work table and approached Snape's desk. Vivian retrieved a beautiful moonstone pendant from her bag. The moonstone was roughly the size of an adult thumb's nail, semi-transparent and milky white, with a delicate blue sheen. It was the finest and most attractive piece from a batch of moonstones Vivian had recently acquired through Sis. She had initially purchased the moonstones as potion ingredients, but due to the exquisite beauty of this particular one, she decided to keep it for herself. Vivian wrapped the moonstone in silver threads to avoid drilling a hole in it, crafting it into a pendant with a thin silver chain. After the exams, she had inscribed an alchemical symbol on the moonstone capable of resisting 3 dark curses. "This is for you, Professor Snape." Vivian opened her palm to show him the beautiful pendant. Snape regarded the pendant, raising an eyebrow. He crossed his arms and chuckled softly. "Miss Holt, you ought to give this to a young troll you fancy, rather than presenting it to an aging potions professor, who is well aware he'll receive a scolding." Vivian paid no heed to his remarks. She gently placed the pendant on Snape's desk and reiterated, "Professor Snape, this is for you." Without waiting for Snape to respond, she slipped her hands into her pockets and departed the dungeon. Snape furrowed his brow as he stared at the beautiful pendant. The moonstone was known for its ability to soothe agitation and anxiety, promoting a good night's sleep. Was she not mocking his temper? Snape thought irritably. Gazing at the alchemical inscription, he ultimately decided to keep the lovely pendant. Surely, this was merely a small act of kindness from Vivian. Snape recalled the 5 golden snitches she had previously engraved, barely convincing himself that this might be her compensation for the 3 times she had inadvertently exploded his office. The evening following the pendant's gift, Vivian once again ventured to Snape's office to study. However, this time, before she could even settle into her seat, Snape coldly tapped his fingertips on her small desk. "Return to your dormitory, Holt," he instructed. She noticed that Snape's expression was rather grim. Yet it was evident that his ire was not directed at her. His tone was surprisingly calm. "I need to make a trip to Diagon Alley. It appears I shan't return to the school tonight. I trust Miss Holt remembers the school rules and refrains from foolish nocturnal escapades. Do you understand?" For a moment, Vivian was taken aback, momentarily under the illusion that Snape was informing her of his plans. However, she quickly realized that tonight was likely the time Quirrell would attempt to steal the Philosopher's Stone. Harry was about to take his first step in confronting Voldemort. And of course, Dumbledore and Snape would not truly abandon the school entirely. Nodding, Vivian swiftly gathered her belongings. "Very well, Professor, I shall comply." She exited Snape's office and made her way toward the tower. Yet, she had not gone far when she spotted Harry, Ron, and Hermione hurrying along. "Professor Dumbledore has left," Harry whispered. "Quirrell is probably preparing to steal the Philosopher's Stone. We were just about to look for Professor Snape," Hermione added. Vivian shook her head. "Professor Snape has also left. He mentioned he likely wouldn't return tonight." Ron's eyes widened. "What do we do now? We sought Professor McGonagall earlier, but she scolded us and sent us away. Now with Professor Snape gone." Harry spoke calmly. "I must go to the 4th floor. I cannot allow Quirrell to steal the stone. If he succeeds, Voldemort will return, and all will be lost." "I will accompany you, Harry," Vivian asserted. "You are right. We cannot let Quirrell obtain the stone." Ron and Hermione exchanged glances, then in unison declared, "Then we shall go together." "No," Harry countered first. "We cannot all go to the 4th floor. If we were to fail, it would truly be the end. We must seek either Professor Dumbledore or Professor Snape." He addressed the 3 of them. "As long as one of them returns, we must inform them of the situation regarding the Philosopher's Stone." Vivian nodded, recognizing the soundness of Harry's reasoning. If they were all captured by Quirrell and Voldemort, the predicament would become even more dire. They needed to leave someone to relay the message. "Then I shall wait for Professor Snape, and Ron will wait for Professor Dumbledore," Hermione suggested after a moment of contemplation. "As long as one of them returns, we shall find a way to convince them that Quirrell is attempting to steal the stone." She turned to Vivian. "Your spellcasting skills surpass ours. You and Harry will be responsible for restraining Quirrell." "Very well," Vivian nodded. She retrieved from her pocket the previously damaged golden snitch, now restored. "Fear not, I have repaired this. We shall take it with us." Chapter 15, Beneath the Philosopher's Stone. Indeed, he could not entertain any illusions regarding the troll. As he cast the disillusionment charm and followed Holt and Harry, Snape mused. He had just warned Holt against nighttime wanderings. Yet here she was, charging forth with young Potter. Were it not for Dumbledore's intention to test Potter, he would have likely made a grand entrance to startle them, subsequently deducting points from both houses, ideally reducing Gryffindor's standing to that of little more than a shadow. Snape recalled the words Dumbledore had spoken to him not long ago. "Severus. You two must leave the school," Dumbledore had said. "I see no necessity for that," Snape replied impassively. "They would hardly suspect me of attempting to steal the Philosopher's Stone. I have no need to go to such lengths." "No, Severus. Good lad, should they notice my absence, they will undoubtedly seek you out. And I fear you may need to discreetly follow them to ensure their protection." Snape fell silent for a moment, suppressing his retort, and calmly inquired, "And you?" "Rest assured, Severus. I shall return at a critical moment." Dumbledore winked at Snape. But almost instantaneously, Snape averted his gaze. "Return at a critical moment? Really?" It seemed that this statement had touched upon some memories, rendering Snape's expression somewhat vacant. He blandly acknowledged, "I understand," and turned to exit the headmaster's office. Vivian and Harry, cloaked in invisibility, set off towards the forbidden area on the 4th floor. The 3-headed dog guarding the trapdoor was currently fast asleep. Vivian took the invisibility cloak from Harry and tucked it into her small bag before both jumped down through the trapdoor. Following closely behind, Snape muttered, "Foolish. Arrogant. Jumping down without a glance. Utterly disregarding the anxiety of their potions, Professor." Vivian was uncertain how to evade the devil's snare without appearing to struggle, so she opted for a simpler solution. A ghostly blue flame erupted from the tip of her wand, casting flickering shadows in the dim space. Vivian and Harry swiftly extricated themselves from the grasp of the devil's snare. The corridor sloped downward, appearing cold and damp, with droplets of water occasionally trickling down the walls. This resembles a scene from a horror film, Vivian remarked. At the end of the corridor, a brightly lit room awaited. Vivian beheld a multitude of dazzling, jewel-like keys flitting about the chamber. Were it not for their urgent quest to find Quirrell, she would have relished the opportunity to admire the spectacle. Vivian patted Harry's shoulder. Look at those little birds. Harry gazed up at the glimmering, darting creatures. Are those the keys? He surveyed the room's corners, where several flying broomsticks lay stacked. We need to catch one of the keys. Vivian nodded. It's up to you, Harry. My flying lessons were a disaster. She approached the door they needed to open, lifting her head to watch Harry dart around the room. Her dynamic vision was truly poor. She felt dizzy after only a brief moment of watching the shimmering keys, their brilliance straining her eyes. Vivian closed her eyes. But soon, after losing her sight momentarily, she sensed another presence in the room. Aside from herself and the flying Harry, this individual stood beside her, their presence almost imperceptible. With her eyes shut, Vivian could feel the faint magical pulse emanating from that location. The familiar flow of magic. Snape. Though she suspected that Dumbledore and Snape would not truly allow Harry to face Quirrell alone, had Snape been following Harry all along? Vivian opened her eyes, resisting the urge to glance to the side. As the youngest seeker in a century, Harry possessed a unique skill for locating flying targets. He quickly spotted the key that had already been captured once, its wing now broken. Well done, Harry, Vivian praised. Are you ready? Harry grasped the doorknob and inquired. Vivian tightened her grip on her wand. Of course. This room resembled an enormous game of wizard's chess. Each piece towered over Harry and Vivian, their features smooth and devoid of any discernible features, appearing particularly eerie under the light. This feels just like a horror movie, Vivian thought. What do we do now? Harry asked. How is your chess? Harry hesitated. Not great. What a coincidence. My chess skills are also rather poor. I lost 3 times in a row to Ron last time, Vivian replied. Then what do we do? Do we have to play chess to get to the other side of the room? Harry appeared somewhat anxious. We can use a simpler method. Vivian raised her wand. Harry, step back a bit. Harry obediently retreated to the entrance, and Vivian took a deep breath, channeling her magic to revert the enchanted chess pieces back to their normal size. Before long, all the chess pieces had returned to their proper dimensions, scattered across the enormous chessboard. Vivian retracted her wand and turned to Harry, saying, Let's go. We can set off now. Impressive. Is this also transfiguration? Harry exclaimed, his tone a mix of admiration and excitement. Vivian nodded. Though my transfiguration skills are not quite refined yet, I can only manage one at a time. Behind them, Snape muttered. Does she really intend to cast transfiguration on all the chess pieces at once? Is she not concerned about exhausting her magical reserves? This little ogre has no sense of measure. As Vivian and Harry entered the next room, they were met with an intolerable stench. The troll that Quirrell had arranged was now lying on the ground, its head swollen and in a pitiable state, unconscious or worse. Vivian and Harry nearly sprinted through the room. Upon entering the subsequent chamber, they paused to gulp down fresh air. Why does Quirrell have such an affinity for these unbearable odors? I truly cannot endure it any longer, Harry complained. Vivian nodded in agreement, wishing fervently that when they confronted him, he would not unleash another foul-smelling attack. I should have brought one of the dung bombs that George and Fred developed. I'd have loved to hurl it right at his face, Harry sighed. Vivian chuckled at the thought, recalling how they had once bombarded Quirrell with snowballs, only to find themselves in detention. Indeed, Harry affirmed, glancing at the flames surrounding them. This must be Professor Snape's doing. This collection of potions resembles Professor Snape's handiwork, Vivian remarked as she approached a table adorned with 7 uniquely shaped bottles. Harry picked up a roll of parchment beside the bottles, delving into the riddle inscribed upon it. Vivian followed suit, examining the logical puzzle before turning her attention to the potions on the table. Harry, running his fingers through his already tousled hair, wandered restlessly around the table. He pointed at the smallest bottle, uncertainly asking, Is it this one? Vivian promptly lifted the diminutive vial, feeling confident it was indeed the correct choice. It has been opened, and it appears to contain less than a mouthful, she confirmed. Harry gasped, realizing that this was how they were to identify it. Chapter 16. Quirrell and Voldemort. Vivian held the small vial, and approached the swirling black flames. She focused her gaze on the flickering black fire, raising the vial to the light to observe the liquid's color and texture. I understand now. Harry, give me 5 minutes. She placed the vial back on the table, and retrieved a cauldron and potion ingredients from her satchel. She had encountered this potion in the Holt family's intermediate potion-making textbook. The ingredients were relatively common, and the brewing time was short. It merely required precise timing for the magical output and ingredient placement. After approximately 5 or 6 minutes, Vivian divided the concocted potion into 2 small glass vials. After all, no one wished to consume whatever Quirrell had imbibed. Harry and Vivian clinked their potion vials together. Cheers! Meanwhile, Snape, seething with anger, gritted his teeth, wishing he could materialize and toss these 2 troublemakers out. They were even celebrating. Did they not realize how perilous their situation was? Before the tall mirror of erased Quirrell stood. He turned to face Harry and Vivian as they entered the room, a malicious grin spreading across his face. I was just pondering whether I would encounter you here, Potter. Why not mention me? Vivian interjected. I believe my presence is quite significant. Quirrell, surprisingly, no longer appeared twitchy or stammering. Unexpected, isn't it? Having Snape flitting about like a giant bat has been immensely helpful. With him around, who would suspect poor, stuttering Professor Quirrell? Harry tightened his grip on his wand and calmly retorted, no one is doubting Professor Snape. What? Quirrell seemed taken aback. Harry patiently clarified, I mean, we have no suspicion of Professor Snape. From the very beginning, we believed it was you. Now it's confirmed that we haven't wronged an innocent. Vivian felt compelled to applaud Harry. Yes, precisely. Tell Snape we will always believe in him. She added. You've been the one lurking about, haven't you, Quirrell? Vivian too gripped her wand, bracing for any sudden attack from Quirrell. Meanwhile, Harry and the concealed Snape exchanged glances. Snape must have warned you numerous times. I cannot fathom why you would pledge loyalty to a pitiful wretch. Vivian's words incensed Quirrell. Yet she and Harry remained focused on his actions. At the moment Quirrell raised his hand to attack, Vivian and Harry simultaneously cast their disarming spells. Instantly, 3 crimson lines appeared on Quirrell's wand-bearing hand, and the wand itself flew from his grip, crashing against the wall and shattering into pieces. Even Professor Snape has intervened, Vivian remarked, admiring the effectiveness of Snape's silent spell as she observed the deep gash on Quirrell's hand and his broken wand. Let me confront him. Let me speak to him face to face, a shrill, ominous voice emanated from behind Quirrell. He turned his back to Harry and Vivian, unwrapping his scarf. The visage on the back of Quirrell's head was a ghastly white, tinged with gray, with eyes that glowed a malevolent red. There was no nose. Only 2 elongated slits resembling snake nostrils. Harry Potter, look at what I have become. Voldemort hissed, filled with malice. If you wish to preserve your life, you must obediently align with me. Retrieve the Philosopher's Stone for me, or you shall meet the same fate as Harry Potter's parents, who begged for mercy before their demise. Shut up. Harry interrupted, his voice steady as he pointed his wand at Voldemort. Do not insult my parents. Voldemort sneered, how touching. Vivian took a half-step back, whispering to Harry, I will restrain him. You charge at him and give him a few solid slaps. Before Voldemort could continue his diabolical monologue, Vivian and Harry sprang into action. Vivian cast 3 binding spells towards Quirrell. Although Harry found Vivian's approach somewhat reckless, his trust in her led him to sheath his wand and deliver 2 heavy blows to the back of Quirrell's head with his hands. The effect was remarkable. Both Quirrell and Voldemort screamed in anguish. Realizing that this was indeed effective, Harry persisted, relentlessly striking Quirrell's exposed skin. Soon, Quirrell's struggles ceased. Witnessing Voldemort about to escape from Quirrell's body, Vivian swiftly cast a spell, conjuring a rope that latched onto Harry's waist. She yanked him back, and the 2 rolled to the ground, narrowly avoiding Voldemort's escape towards the door. The golden snitch pendant around Harry's neck burned against his skin, forcing him to yank it away, revealing charred black marks, with all 3 runes rendered useless. Voldemort had fled, and Vivian cast a spell to bind Quirrell, who lay unconscious or worse with rope. Feeling a semblance of safety, Harry glanced at his hands, his face reflecting a desire to wipe them clean. Vivian, taking pity, waved her wand and summoned a cleansing water spell. A powerful wizard could conjure a torrent of water akin to crashing waves with this incantation. Vivian's spell was rather inadequate, akin to a faucet barely turned on, just enough to allow Harry to wash his hands. Thank you ever so much, Vivian, Harry exclaimed, shaking the water from his hands with an exaggerated expression and tone. Footsteps echoed from behind, prompting Vivian and Harry to grip their wands tightly and spin around to face the entrance. Upon realizing the visitors were Dumbledore and Snape, they exchanged a glance and sheepishly retracted their wands. Good evening, Professor Dumbledore, Professor Snape, Vivian said awkwardly. Good evening? Snape's voice was low and measured, reminiscent of a serpent hissing, sending shivers down Vivian and Harry's spines. Miss Holt, what did I say upon my departure from the office? His expression was dark and foreboding. Vivian could empathize with Snape. She surmised he must have been pursuing Voldemort only to return empty-handed, now faced with the ever-smiling Dumbledore. His displeasure was palpable, especially upon discovering that Voldemort was not dead, but rather had been lurking in Hogwarts all along. Thus, Vivian sensed that Snape was not only apprehensive, but also irate at Dumbledore for allowing Harry to take such risks, fully aware of Voldemort's presence. Apologis, Professor Snape. Vivian endeavored to sound sincere, but before she could continue, Harry interjected. I'm sorry, Professor Snape. It was my concern over Quirrell stealing the Philosopher's Stone that prompted Vivian and me to come here. He gazed earnestly into Snape's eyes with his striking green ones. Vivian observed Snape's gaze almost immediately diverting from Harry's. Oh, good children, you have safeguarded the Philosopher's Stone, Dumbledore said with a smile. Vivian cast a furtive glance at Snape, who remained visibly displeased. Moments later, she heard a faint chuckle from Snape. Miss Holt, do refrain from peeking at me like a fool. I can see you quite clearly. I'm sorry, Professor Snape, Vivian quickly apologized. Her tone so genuine and her response so prompt that it stifled whatever retort Snape had intended. In that fleeting moment, Snape suddenly felt as if he were the most unreasonable person in the room. Chapter 17. Partners. It was evident that Professor Dumbledore wished to speak with Harry. He instructed Snape to escort Vivian back to the tower while he took Harry to the Gryffindor common room. As they made their way back, Vivian trailed behind Snape, who strode purposefully, his cloak billowing rhythmically with his strides. He was undeniably handsome, yet Vivian found no time to admire him. She had to quicken her pace to keep up. Upon reaching the entrance of the common room, Vivian halted, panting heavily. After catching her breath, she turned to thank Snape. Thank you, Professor Snape. She had not anticipated a response, yet she distinctly heard him murmur a soft acknowledgement. Vivian couldn't help but glance up at him, only to find Snape slightly raising an eyebrow, his gaze directed at the Ravenclaw common room's door knocker, as if questioning why she had not hastened to answer it. Promptly she complied with the door knocker's query. The entrance swung open, and as Vivian stepped inside, she turned to find Snape still standing at the threshold. I suspect he fears I might venture out for a midnight escapade again, she mused. Good night, Professor Snape, she said before retreating to her dormitory, her head barely grazing the pillow before sleep overtook her. The following morning, Vivian gathered with Harry, Hermione, and Ron at their usual spot in the courtyard. The previous day, Hermione and Ron had been escorted back to the Gryffindor common room by Professor McGonagall. She had informed them that Headmaster Dumbledore was already aware of the Philosopher's Stone situation, and had gone to find Harry and Vivian. After hearing this from McGonagall, Hermione and Ron had reluctantly returned to their dormitory, though neither had rested well. Harry raked his fingers through his tousled hair, and recounted his encounter with Quirrell to Hermione and Ron. In the end, they all concluded that perhaps Professor Dumbledore had intentionally set Harry on a path to confront Voldemort. Harry seemed quite accepting of this notion, blinking thoughtfully, perhaps believing it to be a preemptive measure. Oh, by the way, Vivian, thank you for the golden snitch pendant you gave me. It protected me once again yesterday. Harry exclaimed, pulling the pendant from beneath his shirt. It bore scorch marks, the poor golden snitch now devoid of its metallic sheen. Vivian offered him her own intact pendant in exchange. It's no trouble, I'll see if I can repair it. If I can, I'll return it to you once it's fixed, she said, inspecting the damaged pendant. Shall we pay Hagrid a visit? Harry inquired. You all go ahead. I shall refrain, Vivian replied. I'm currently engrossed in researching a new potion, and I've reached a crucial stage. Harry, Hermione, and Ron nodded in understanding, fully aware that Vivian had been immersed in potion studies for quite some time. Very well then, I wish you success with your potion, Ron said. Hermione chimed in. If there's any significant news, we'll come find you. Vivian clutched her notebook and books as she made her way to the library. She sought an empty table and resumed her research on the counter-anemogous potion, having nearly unraveled the incomplete potion as formula. Fortunately, the names of the potion ingredients she had not encountered before had now been updated, and she was able to cross-reference them with the potion materials book she possessed at Holt Manor. Thus, her task had transformed into completing this potion as formula. To achieve this, she needed to comprehend the principles behind anemogous transformation, then deduce what types and functions of potion ingredients were still required based on the incomplete formula, finally attempting to brew it using conventional methods. Vivian stowed her notes and books, and began her search for literature concerning anemogous in the library. As she twisted her head, perusing the spines of the books on the shelves, she inadvertently collided with someone. Thankfully, she had been moving slowly, and the impact was not severe. Upon looking up, she found Snape standing before her, arms crossed. Oh my goodness. This marks the second time I've run into him, she thought. Miss Holt, might you enlighten your elderly professor on what you seek in the Advanced Transfiguration section? Professor Snape, you're barely in your 30s. You're still quite young. Vivian replied earnestly. She saw a fleeting hesitation in Snape's demeanor before he swiftly bypassed the topic. Answer my question, Miss Holt, Snape commanded. Vivian hesitated momentarily, but ultimately resolved to be honest with Snape. She had always professed her trust in him to Harry, Ron, and Hermione. It was time to uphold her words. Professor Snape, I am studying a potion, Vivian paused, and I wish to expedite my research. She carefully observed Snape's expression. Thus, I am seeking relevant books. Snape furrowed his brow. Is this the reason you have been carelessly rifling through those treasured potion texts? Vivian stammered, attempting to defend herself. I did cast waterproof and reinforcement charms on them. To her surprise, Snape did not reprimand her or question her audacity. Instead, he inquired in a neutral tone. What potion is it? Vivian retrieved her notebook from her small handbag, a testament to her diligent efforts over the past few weeks. Snape accepted her notes and perused them briefly. You wish to expedite the development of this potion? Snape inquired softly. Indeed, Professor Snape, Vivian replied obediently. The timeline? What, Professor? Snape repeated with a hint of good humor. The deadline by which you intend to complete your research. As soon as possible, of course, Professor Snape. As Vivian noticed his piercing black eyes fixed upon her, a brief silence ensued before he added, I trust Miss Holt would not mind her potion professor participating in this endeavor. Vivian's eyes sparkled with delight. Certainly, Professor Snape. This is truly a delightful surprise. Not only did Snape not discourage her, but he also expressed his willingness to collaborate. Wonderful. Vivian exclaimed with immense joy, smiling up at Snape. You are the best professor in the world. Even if you say such things. I cannot conjure a potion instantaneously, Snape replied with a stern expression. Yet. Vivian could discern the slight upward curve of his lips. I shall review your notes, Miss Holt. After the end of your feast, we will discuss the next steps. Then I assume, Miss Holt, that you will refrain from any perilous experiments in the meantime, lest your potion professor be accused of endangering a student? Of course, Professor Snape, Vivian assured. Her eyes wide. I promise I will not act recklessly in the coming days. Very well, Snape nodded. He carefully stored the notes and departed from the library. Chapter 18. The End of Term. With Snape having taken her notes, Vivian suddenly felt devoid of purpose. In her dormitory, she meticulously re-engraved the golden snitch pendant intended for Harry, entrusting it to an adorable owl to deliver it to him. Subsequently, Vivian began to wander around the castle. Hogwarts was indeed vast and ever-changing, with its intriguing spiral staircases. Vivian meandered from east to west, ascending to the highest tower. From this vantage point, she could gaze down upon the entirety of Hogwarts. However, standing alone at such heights, one could easily succumb to a sense of solitude. With a cool demeanor, Vivian stuffed her hands into her pockets, appreciating the lively scene below for a while before returning to the Ravenclaw common room. Bored and restless, she settled into a sofa in the common room, and began to knit a scarf. The yarn was soft, a nearly black shade of deep green. She intended to complete this scarf before the next winter's arrival to gift it to Snape. Perhaps the adults at Hogwarts were quite resilient against the cold. Yet the dungeons were undeniably frigid. During the end-of-year feast, the Great Hall was adorned in the colors of Slytherin, green and silver. Vivian took a seat at the Ravenclaw long table beside Marimole's. Although the hall was currently draped in Slytherin green, Vivian sensed that it would soon shift to Gryffindor red. Dumbledore would undoubtedly award points to Harry. Indeed, after a series of point allocations, Gryffindor claimed the House Cup, dethroning Slytherin after 6 consecutive years. Vivian observed Professor Snape forcing a smile as he shook hands with Professor McGonagall. He must be thinking, Gryffindor lose points. Following the feast came the revelation of exam results. Hermione unsurprisingly topped the year. As Vivian reviewed her own report card, she noted her commendable performance, feeling quite satisfied with herself. She had passed flying class, received a good mark in history of magic, and excelled in her other subjects. When Snape approached her, she was happily admiring her potion's grade. Professor? Vivian inquired, tucking her report card into her handbag while looking up to greet him. To my office, Snape instructed. Very well, Vivian replied, following Snape to his office. Once seated, Snape retrieved Vivian's previous notes to show her. As she perused them, she noticed numerous annotations and remarks he had made alongside her work. Turning to the back, she discovered several ideas he had penned for completing the potion's formula. Professor, you haven't been staying up late to work on this, have you? Vivian asked. concerned as she observed the dark circles beneath his eyes. I believe a first-year student lacks the authority to dictate a professor's schedule, Snape countered. Vivian nodded obediently. I apologize. Professor Snape. I merely worry that you should take care to rest. Whenever Vivian offered her apologies, Snape felt a sense of helplessness. He could undoubtedly differentiate between malice and kindness. However, while he could endure insults, misunderstandings, and attacks, he found himself at a loss when it came to responding to goodwill. He had grown up amidst accusations, neglect, and grievances, learning only how to withstand humiliation, retaliate against aggression, and counter malevolence with greater hostility. He had never learned how to sincerely apologize, a failure that had cost him his only friend. How could he interact with others using something he had never learned or experienced? Snap chose silence. Noticing his lack of response, Vivian shifted the topic. Professor, when shall we begin experimenting with the potion? She saw Snape fixate on her, warningly stating, you are not to attempt anything reckless during the holidays. Vivian nodded dutifully, following up with, will you be available over the break? May I visit you? Or if you prefer, you could come to Holt Manor. Vivian added, you know, my relatives have all passed away, so the manor is quite empty. If you are inclined to visit, perhaps you would like to see the library at Holt Manor? She noticed Snape hesitating. Seizing the moment, she continued, there is also a large herb garden at the manor, which I have entrusted to the house elf for maintenance. If you wouldn't mind, you may freely gather materials from the garden. I do not have much money. I hope this could serve as compensation for you. I will come. Snape replied, but it must wait until I conclude my current obligations. Until then, you are forbidden from recklessly experimenting with your own life. Understand? Understood. Professor. Vivian nodded happily. I will wait for you. Then I shall return to the tower. Vivian bid farewell to Snape. See you during the holidays, Professor Snape. After packing her belongings, Vivian boarded the Hogwarts Express with her friends. The scenery outside the window whizzed by, transitioning from barren land to countryside, then to town, until the train finally arrived at King's Cross Station, Platform 9. Vivian said her goodbyes to Harry, Hermione, and Ron. On the platform, she spotted her house elf, Eulira, waiting to greet her. Vivian picked up her luggage, and Eulira led her back to Holt Manor via apparition. In the yard, Cece was tending to the herb garden. Upon seeing Eulira return with Vivian, Cece stood up with wide eyes, greeting her. I have something to discuss, Vivian said, placing her luggage down and clearing her throat. Both Cece and Eulira gazed at her with serious, bulbous eyes. There will be guests arriving shortly. Guests. Cece exclaimed. The young mistress is hosting guests at the manor. The young mistress has guests. Eulira chimed in. Eulira must ensure the manor is spotless to leave a good impression on the guests. Young mistress. What kind of guests are they? How can Cece assist you? Cece asked eagerly. It's my potions professor from Hogwarts. The one who took me to Diagon Alley before school. Whom you have both met, Vivian clarified. The young mistress is inviting the adult wizard who has visited the manor before? Eulira confirmed and Vivian nodded. Due to the impending need to study a particularly hazardous potion, Professor Snape, a master of potion making, would be residing at Holt Manor for a period of time. Both Eulira and Cece had previously witnessed the cauldrons that Vivian occasionally caused to explode. The two house elves had taken on the responsibility of supervising Vivian during her potion-making endeavors, thus understanding the gravity of the situation. As a result, Eulira and Cece exchanged knowing glances, reaching a consensus. They must ensure that their esteemed guest felt utterly at home. They were determined to convey the warmth of Holt Manor to this visitor. However, despite Professor Snape being a Hogwarts professor, he remained a stranger to the two house elves. Therefore, Eulira and Cece resolved to secretly take turns safeguarding Vivian. For after all, their young mistress was merely a fledgling witch. Seeing the enthusiasm radiating from Cece and Eulira filled Vivian with inexplicable joy. She hoped that Professor Snape would also find happiness upon his arrival. Chapter 19. The successful potion brewing. The weather during the summer holidays tends to be a tad warmer. On the very first day of vacation, Vivian ventured to the supermarket. She purchased a plethora of snacks and even procured 2 new sets of bed linens for the household. The room prepared for Professor Snape was adjacent to Vivian's. Holt Manor was vast, naturally boasting numerous rooms, yet many pieces of furniture had been sold off previously, necessitating the repair and repurposing of what remained usable. Eulira and Vivian collaborated to tidy up the room, and after their efforts, the decor resembled a softer, brighter version of the Ravenclaw dormitory. Vivian had contemplated whether to furnish Snape's room in a Slytherin style, but she felt that the combination of deep green and silver might render the space rather dark. Instead, she desired to arrange the room in a manner that appeared soft and luminous. Once these tasks were completed, Vivian resumed her previous solitary lifestyle, managing the potion garden with Cece, brewing potions, reading and studying. She frolicked in the garden with the house elves for physical exercise, and engaged in gossip with the portraits around the manor, to maintain her social skills. In late July, on a sunlit afternoon, Vivian, clad in loose work pants and a white short-sleeve shirt, adorned with a sun hat, welcomed Snape. At that moment, she was in the potion garden, fertilizing the potion ingredients alongside Cece. As was customary, Eulila relayed the arrival of a visitor to Vivian, who then granted her approval. Allowing the manor's gates to open, Vivian removed her gloves and hurried to the entrance. Professor Snape observed as Vivian approached, running energetically, her hair casually tied back, and her long brown curls swaying behind her as she dashed forward, as if the light itself danced upon her locks, a vibrant, sunny, intelligent child. "Good afternoon, Professor Snape," she greeted, her voice bright. "Good afternoon, Miss Holt," he replied, his tone even and polite. Once Snape had settled his modest belongings, Vivian guided him to her designated potion brewing space. The room was directly across the hall from their bedrooms on the second floor. It featured a wall lined with shelves stocked with commonly used potion ingredients. There were 2 work tables within. One was currently occupied by Vivian, adorned with a cauldron and various apparatus, while the other, prepared for Snape, lay pristine and untouched. Vivian then led Snape to the study on the second floor of Holt Manor. "And here is the study. I organized it a few years ago. Some books have been transcribed and are located on the shelves over here." Snape's gaze swept over the neatly aligned notebooks with plain covers, each inscribed solely with its title, and he nodded in acknowledgement. "These are the ones I have yet to peruse," Vivian indicated, pointing to the ancient, worn tomes. "I placed spells on them during the last organization. Feel free to take any you wish to read. Once you are finished, you may return them to Eulila, and she will remember their places." Thus, they embarked on a brief partnership in potion making at Holt Manor, experimenting with several concepts. Naturally, Vivian bore the financial responsibility for the potion ingredients. Fortunately, she had only temporarily halted her potion business at the end of the term. Furthermore, with Snape's supervision, Vivian felt less apprehensive about brewing potions, successfully concocting several complex and costly potions. In essence, Vivian had some funds at her disposal, sufficient to sustain their potion research throughout the summer. Should expenses exceed the budget, she resolved to purchase second-hand books in the next academic year. Vivian was determined, yet suddenly recalled that the upcoming defense against the dark arts class would be taught by Lockhart, who required students to purchase an entire set of his exorbitantly priced works. This was indeed a disheartening predicament. Vivian bit her cheek in frustration, silently cursing Lockhart. "Miss Holt, that expression of yours. As if you intend to fill your stomach with the potion materials currently being processed?" Snape's voice broke through her reverie. She snapped back to reality, realizing she had nearly reduced the batch of potion ingredients in her hands to powder. With a gentle sigh, Vivian carefully stored the materials in a jar. "I apologize, Professor Snape. I lost my train of thought," she said, her tone tinged with a hint of melancholy. "If you are fatigued, you ought to rest. Miss Holt, I must say, you have yet to reach an age where you can frivolously disrupt your routine." Vivian blinked in surprise. "Professor, you are hardly of that age either." Snape completed packaging the latest batch of semi-finished products and raised an eyebrow at her. "Two individuals of equal stubbornness are hardly in a position to cast blame upon one another. Let us have lunch, Professor," Vivian suggested. The excellent house elf Eulila inquired about Snape's dietary preferences on his very first day at Holt Manor. Although Snape himself expressed indifference towards food, Eulila discerned his preferences through several days of observation and experimentation. In this manner, they alternated between brewing potions and processing ingredients. Each evening, Vivian meticulously documented their progress in her notes. Since Snape's involvement in the potion research, Vivian had transcribed a new set of notes, which she intended to share with him. Finally, on the first day of late August, they successfully brewed a potion that matched the color and texture specified in the book for the anti-namagus potion. With Snape's significant contribution to completing the formula, Vivian effusively praised Professor Snape for his role in their success. She vividly recalled the expression that adorned his face at that moment. Snape's typically impassive, dark eyes shimmered with confidence and joy as the potion's success was realized. In that fleeting moment, Vivian glimpsed the pride of the master potion maker within those eyes, as if she had caught a glimpse of the true essence of young Snape. In the highly elitist Slytherin, a tattered, overlooked boy with ambition must have aspired to elevate himself from the chaotic mire, through sheer talent and capability. However, Tom Riddle was not a figure worthy of admiration. Vivian retrieved her notes from her satchel, completing her record on the final page. She also produced a small box containing galleons, which represented her remaining funds after setting aside money for second-hand textbooks and a modest emergency reserve. She stacked the notes and the box and presented them to Snape. "Professor, this is for you." Vivian, somewhat bashful, added, "I can only offer this amount of money at present. If it proves insufficient, may I compensate you later?" Snape merely took the notebook. "Miss Holt, your professor has not yet reached the point where he must exploit his students to make ends meet." Vivian felt certain that Snape was smiling. "Keep the money for something nice for yourself. I have taken the notebook. I presume you have prepared a duplicate?" Vivian obediently nodded. "Excellent," he said. "Your potions professor must take his leave now. Miss Holt, I trust you will refrain from any perilous endeavors during the remaining holiday." "I shall be cautious, Professor Snape." Chapter 20. A Mistrain. After seeing Professor Snape off from Holt Manor, Vivian began to attend to her preparations for the upcoming school year. Since Snape had not accepted her payment, her financial situation was quite favorable. Nevertheless, she resolved to procure all of Lockhart's books second-hand. Vivian had Eulira apparate her to Diagon Alley. As school approached, Diagon Alley was bustling with activity. Vivian first visited Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions, where she had her measurements taken again, and ordered several new uniforms. Next, she set about purchasing textbooks. In the second-hand section, she gathered the works of Lockhart listed on her supply list, then acquired pristine copies of the other required texts. At Flourish and Blots, she purchased a collection of blank notebooks to study and transcribe from her outdated tomes at home. Finally, Vivian acquired a selection of potion ingredients. After stowing everything in her small handbag, she treated herself to a delightful strawberry ice cream. On the day of departure, Vivian arrived early at King's Cross Station with her little handbag. She found a spot near the entrance to Platform 9 with a good view, waiting for Harry and Ron. Just 5 minutes before the train was scheduled to depart, she spotted the Weasley family hastily approaching with Harry. Vivian greeted the hurried Harry and Ron, but when only she, Harry, and Ron remained on the platform, it indeed became impassable. "Why can't we get through?" Harry whispered. Ron grimaced, "I don't know either. What do we do? We're going to miss the train." "We could write to the professor," Vivian suggested, patting Ron and Harry's shoulders to reassure them. "Shall we ask Hedwig for help?" "You know, I don't have an owl," Vivian said, looking at Harry. Harry nodded. "Will that work? Are we going to be expelled?" "Not at all," Vivian replied with conviction. At times, what may seem trivial to adults can loom large in the eyes of a child. For Harry at that moment, the prospect of not attending Hogwarts was monumental. Vivian rummaged through her handbag for paper and a pen. After a brief pause, she decided to seek Professor Snape's assistance. She succinctly outlined the situation regarding herself, Harry, and Ron, noting that they would remain near the entrance of King's Cross Station. Hedwig accepted the important task of delivering the letter, taking flight with the message secured. Vivian settled down with Harry and Ron in an inconspicuous spot. "I suppose we might be waiting for a while. Shall we chat?" she suggested. "Do you think Professor Snape will really come to fetch us?" Ron asked. "I think so," Harry replied hesitantly, then his tone dipped. "But I guess if he does, he'll be furious." Harry shared the chaotic tales of his holiday. Dobby intercepted all the letters sent to him, and he had ruined a significant business deal for the Dursleys, leading to Harry being completely confined by them. Then Ron and the Weasley twins had flown a car to bring him to the Burrow, where he spent a very joyful month. Of course, it would have been even better if he hadn't mistakenly ended up in Knockturn Alley during a visit to Diagon Alley. Vivian's account seemed rather mundane in comparison. She mentioned spending most of her holiday brewing potions, initially on her own, then alongside Professor Snape. "You brewed potions with that, Professor Snape, for a month?" Ron exclaimed, eyes wide with disbelief. "Yes, the potion I mentioned I was studying before the holiday. It was quite complex. Professor Snape likely feared I might blow myself up, so he joined me in the endeavor." Vivian shared snacks from her handbag with Harry and Ron as she spoke. As dusk approached, the Great Hall had likely begun sorting the new students. They all felt quite hungry. "Surely we won't be spending the night at the station?" Harry remarked while munching on the small bread Vivian had shared. Perhaps due to Vivian's calm demeanor, Harry began to ease from his anxiety about expulsion, even starting to regard the situation as minor. He had the impression that Vivian seemed to know everything. For instance, during their confrontation with Voldemort at the end of the last school year, Vivian had given him that same feeling, confidently suggesting he should simply punch Quirrell. Later, Harry learned from Professor Dumbledore that Quirrell could not touch him, likely due to the protective love his mother had bestowed upon him. But how had Vivian known? Harry pondered, unable to make sense of it, yet feeling that everyone must harbor secrets they prefer not to share. Thus, he did not divulge to Dumbledore why they had fought so fiercely, only stating that charging at Quirrell felt satisfying in a vengeful way. Harry recalled his first time boarding the Hogwarts Express, where Vivian had helped him with his luggage using her wand. He distinctly remembered the kindness reflected in her eyes at that moment. They were trusted friends. Thus at this moment, Harry had no doubt about Vivian's words. They surely would not be expelled. His only concern was that when Professor Snape arrived, he might severely deduct points from Gryffindor for the unnecessary trouble they had caused him. Surely we won't be here all night, Ron interjected between bites. That depends on how quickly Hedwig flies, and whether Professor Snape is willing to come for us promptly, he added dryly. As a professor, I imagine I must make this trip whether I wish to or not. Mr. Weasley, you might want to consider how to explain this situation to me, came a deep, mellifluous voice from behind. If only his tone were less frigid. Vivian, Harry, and Ron instinctively ceased chewing. Like rusty wind-up toys, they turned their heads to see Snape standing there, arms crossed, the hem of his black cloak fluttering in the breeze. For the sake of your poor potions professor who hasn't eaten all day, I hope you can provide me with a reasonable explanation. Snape remarked. Professor, you haven't eaten all day. Vivian quickly swallowed the food in her mouth and rummaged through her handbag for a neatly packaged loaf of bread, extending it toward Snape. Would you like to have a bite, Professor? Vivian inquired cautiously. Snape paused, his expression inscrutable as he accepted the bread and placed it in his pocket, his gaze sweeping over Harry. An explanation? Thus, Harry recounted the predicament that he, Ron, and Vivian faced regarding their inability to access the platform. Vivian slightly closed her eyes. The sensory perception heightened by her visual deprivation allowed her to distinctly sense a house elf nearby the platform. She opened her eyes, stepped forward, and grasped Snape's fingertips, pointing in the direction she had sensed. Professor, there is someone over there. Snape reacted almost immediately. He took a step forward, positioning himself between Vivian, Harry, and Ron, drawing his wand and pointing it toward the direction ahead. Come out! It was evident that Snape had also sensed the magical fluctuations emanating from that vicinity. He let out a slight, chilling laugh, his tone so rigid that it instilled fear at first listen. Come out, immediately. A faint sound echoed through the air. And the house elf Dobby materialized. Chapter 21 Dobby. Snape recognized the house elf in an instant, his wand still firmly in hand. Lucius has ordered you to seal the platform? His incredulous tone suggested he could scarcely fathom that Lucius Malfoy would stoop to such actions. No, Mr. Snape, Dobby tugged at his own ears. Harry Potter cannot return to Hogwarts. There will be terrifying events at Hogwarts this year. Dobby must protect Harry Potter. Vivian peered out from behind Snape, feigning ignorance. Who is orchestrating these terrifying events? Before she could finish her query, Snape's hand pressed down on her head, pushing her back behind him. Professor, your hand is so cold. Vivian remarked. Dobby cannot say. The elf began to bang his head against the wall. Vivian again craned her neck from behind Snape. Is that the Lucius you just mentioned? Dobby hesitated for a moment, then resumed his forceful head-butting against the wall. Enough, Dobby. Regardless of the reasoning, you must stop at once and return to where you belong. Dobby retorted. Dobby cannot allow Harry Potter to attend school. Dobby must protect Harry Potter. Harry too leaned out from behind Snape. But Hogwarts is the safest place. If I don't go to Hogwarts I'll be doomed, won't I? With his wand still raised, Snape found himself at a loss, unable to restrain both disobedient younglings with just one hand, and could only gaze in exasperation at the heads poking out from either side of him, feeling a headache brewing, compounded by the fact that he had not yet eaten all day before rushing to the station. Snape could feel his temples throbbing. Young Potter was indeed a walking source of trouble. Taking a deep breath, he struggled to contain his irritation and maintain his composure, refusing to lash out like a reckless Gryffindor. Return to where you should be, Dobby. Harry Potter's safety is assured by others. I will relay your concerns to Dumbledore. Dobby appeared as though he wished to protest further, but it was clear Snape's patience was wearing thin. Now, leave. Dobby departed reluctantly. Snape dared not transport all three of them via apparition at once. To prevent Dobby from causing further mischief for young Potter, he needed to escort Potter away first. With a flick of his wand, he shrank Harry and Ron's luggage, compacting it into a bundle that he stowed in Harry's pocket. Then, he grasped both Harry and Ron by their clothing. Stay put, Miss Holt, he instructed Vivian, who nodded in compliance. In the next moment, Snape apparat with Harry and Ron to Spinner's End. Though he had wished to take them directly to Hogwarts, apparition was not permitted there. He could only bring them to his home, before using the fireplace to travel onward. Disoriented from the sensation of apparition, Harry and Ron found themselves before Snape's fireplace. Stand still, do you understand? Snape hissed. Both Harry and Ron, frightened, nodded vigorously like chicks pecking at grain. Snape promptly apparat back to the station to fetch Vivian. As his dark figure appeared, she rushed forward, grasping his cold fingertips. To her surprise, Snape did not shake off her hand. He allowed her to hold on as he apparat once more. Upon arrival, Vivian discovered that Snape had indeed brought them to Spinner's End. She along with Harry and Ron. Cued from the fireplace to Snape's office at Hogwarts. Snape cast a sinister glance at Harry. I trust the illustrious savior and his companions will not seek to draw attention to their unconventional method of arriving at school? Harry nodded obediently. Thank you, Professor Snape. We won't speak of it. Snape grumbled. How infuriating. Why does he not contest? I have no grounds to deduct points. With a stern expression, Snape tapped his wand on the desk, summoning a large platter of sandwiches, 3 silver cups, and a jug of chilled pumpkin juice. You shall dine here and return to your dormitory once finished. Though Snape was keen to avoid having 2 fidgety Gryffindors in his office, sending them to the Great Hall would undoubtedly invite scrutiny. Turning his gaze to Vivian, the only one present who seemed somewhat reliable, he warned. Do not touch anything else in the office, understood? Vivian nodded. Yes, Professor Snape. I shall speak with Dumbledore regarding Dobby's situation. Potter, I assure you, while at Hogwarts, you need not concern yourself with your safety, provided you do not act recklessly. Okay, Professor, thank you, Harry replied. Remember to eat, Professor Snape, Vivian added. Ron chimed in with a summary. Right, remember to eat, thank you. Snape, with a stern expression, departed. Once Snape had left, Ron was the first to reach for a sandwich. That Lucius, isn't he just Malfoy's father? I mean, Snape seems pretty familiar with that annoying Slytherin. Well, they are both from Slytherin, so it's only natural they would know each other, Vivian remarked. I just hope that Dobby doesn't cause any more trouble, Harry said. What do you think that Dobby meant by a grand conspiracy? Ron inquired. Harry looked at Vivian, with Professors Dumbledore and Snape around. I doubt any conspiracy matters much, right? Vivian replied. For now, we shouldn't worry. We currently lack any leads. Perhaps we should wait until we uncover some clues. Both Ron and Harry nodded in agreement. Fair point. I'm more concerned about the sorting ceremony. Ginny's starting this year, and I'm wondering which house she'll end up in. I suspect she'll be in Gryffindor, Vivian guessed. I think so too. Don't worry, Ron. We'll find out soon enough once we eat and return to the dormitory. This year, Vivian had not received any new roommates. It was another year of enjoying her single dormitory. Joyfully, she took out her belongings from her small bag, tidied them up, and then lay down on her bed to sleep. The second-year curriculum was indeed more condensed than the first. Ravenclaw's second-year herbology class was shared with Slytherin. Professor Sprout had them begin repotting mandrakes. While the cries of the mandrake seedlings were not fatal, they could render one unconscious for several hours. Everyone was keen to avoid fainting on the very first day of class, so each student securely donned their earmuffs. Vivian discreetly glanced over at the Slytherin side, spotting young Malfoy reluctantly wearing a pink earmuff. Professor Sprout's earmuffs were also pink, and it appeared many of the earmuffs distributed were of that color. Clearly, young Malfoy and his followers had failed to secure any other hue. Vivian adeptly handled her mandrake, successfully earning 5 points for Ravenclaw. Professor Sprout inquired if she could assist, as the greenhouse was rather chaotic at that moment. Vivian, of course, agreed and began to move about the classroom, helping where needed. The result was that, much like Professor Sprout, she ended up covered in mud from the flailing mandrakes throughout the greenhouse. Chapter 22, The Diary. As herbology class concluded, everyone was left weary and covered in dirt. Vivian was bent over, brushing the dirt off her attire, when Professor Sprout approached her side. Oh my dear, I must express my gratitude to you once more today, she said. It is merely my duty, Professor Sprout, Vivian replied. If it pleases you. May I take my leave now? Of course, of course. Do hurry along. You wouldn't want to be late, Professor Sprout smiled. As Vivian exited the greenhouse, she quickened her pace towards the History of Magic classroom. She had not yet managed to completely rid herself of the soil, and given the distance to her next class, she resolved to walk briskly. Unfortunately, her path crossed with Severus Snape. Professor, shouldn't you be in class now? Vivian inquired. Snape raised an eyebrow at her mud-streaked appearance. Miss Holt, have you been rolling in the mud? Vivian retorted dryly. I was merely engaged in a duel with a mandrake, Professor Snape. Snape appeared somewhat amused by her state. As your potions professor, I had no idea you harbored such a peculiar interest. He waved his wand at her clothes, casting a cleaning charm before departing. Vivian felt an odd sensation, as if he had come specifically to mock her. Surmising that Snape was headed towards the headmaster's office, she speculated that perhaps Professor Dumbledore had summoned him for some matter. The second-year Ravenclaw class was unusually crowded that Monday afternoon. Once the afternoon lessons concluded, Vivian gathered her textbooks and made her way to the dining hall. Hermione, Ron, and Harry appeared to be waiting for her, and upon her entrance, they immediately beckoned her to join them. "You wouldn't believe what we went through today," Ron began. "The new defense against the dark arts professor is an absolute nightmare." "Oh, you mean the one who incessantly boasts about his past exploits, Gilderoy Lockhart?" Vivian interjected. "He unleashed a horde of Cornish pixies in the classroom, and left us three to capture them while he simply walked out," Harry added. Hermione's voice was muffled. "He merely intended to provide us with some practical experience. But not a single spell he cast today had any effect," Ron insisted, nodding in agreement with Harry. Doesn't he even seem to know what he is doing? I would rather be confined in Professor Snape's office than endure another moment of Lockhart's drivel," he declared, taking a hefty bite of his sandwich. Hermione appeared rather displeased, prompting Vivian to pat her on the shoulder. "Do not worry. She will soon discover that Lockhart is nothing more than a charlatan, rather than a source of practical experience." As was her custom, Vivian visited Snape's office in the evening to assist him with potion materials. She found herself contemplating two matters. The first was the issue surrounding the Chamber of Secrets. Based on Harry's account of encountering the Malfoy family during the holidays and Dobby's remarks, it seemed likely that Lucius had indeed placed the diary in Ginny's possession. The most prudent course of action would be to seize the opportunity to retrieve that diary. After much deliberation, Vivian resolved to entrust this task to her house elf, Eulira. Upon returning to her dormitory that night, she planned to contact Eulira and request her aid in pilfering the diary. The second issue involved Peter Pettigrew. Vivian contemplated whether to straightforwardly borrow Ron's pet rat, Scabbers, and present him to the headmaster, or to employ a more roundabout approach by feigning an accident that would result in potions spilling onto Scabbers. Regardless of which method she ultimately chose, Snape would undoubtedly harbor suspicions regarding her actions. Vivian began to formulate her rationale for the situation. This also implied another necessity. She needed to practice her mind-closing spells. Both Dumbledore and Snape were adept at legilimency. Thus she pondered how to learn the technique of mind-closing without seeking Snape's assistance, which would surely lead to the discovery of her secrets. Perhaps she could refer to some books for guidance, as it was likely that Snape learned his mind-closing techniques from literature, given that no one had likely taught him. After finishing the last batch of materials and sealing them, Vivian removed her gloves and tidied up, placing them on the shelves in the office. "Professor, do you require assistance with any other materials this evening?" she inquired. Snape turned his head. "Are you occupied with something tonight?" Vivian nodded. After a brief silence, Snape leaned against the back of his chair, crossing his arms, and inquired in a neutral tone, "Do you require help from your potions, Professor?" Vivian was taken aback by his question, her eyes widening in surprise before she couldn't help but laugh. "No, Professor Snape. It is merely a trivial matter. May I return to my dormitory now? Until tomorrow." "Professor." Snape merely nodded, unable to articulate any farewell akin to "see you tomorrow." Upon returning to her dormitory, Vivian promptly summoned her house elf, Eulira. She carefully explained to Eulira that her intent was not to steal, but to retrieve a dark magical object, as leaving it with Ginny could lead to complications. However, Eulira seemed unconcerned with Vivian's motivations for acquiring the diary. Her eyes widened with excitement. "A dark magical object? Does my young mistress require a pocket that can shield against dark magic?" Eulira recalled that the manor possessed such an item. "In the manor's storeroom? I can't believe it hasn't been sold," Vivian exclaimed. "Master Holt must have deemed it worthless and discarded it in the corner. Do you need it? If so, I can fetch it for you," Eulira replied eagerly. Vivian nodded. "Yes, I do. That would be splendid. Thank you, Eulira." The house elf tugged at her ears, exclaiming, "Oh, my young mistress is thanking Eulira again. Eulira is so delighted." With a soft pop, Eulira vanished from Vivian's dormitory. A few breaths later, Eulira reappeared, presenting the pocket that could shield against dark magic, before disappearing once more. Vivian hummed a tune while examining the pocket. Based on her limited knowledge of alchemy, she noted that the alchemical inscriptions etched onto the pocket were rather intricate. She recognized most of them, yet a couple were unfamiliar. However, overall, it was evident that the pocket could effectively shield against the magical fluctuations and influences of dark magical objects. Just as Vivian comprehended the properties of the pocket, Eulira returned with the diary. Exercising the necessary caution warranted when handling a Horcrux, Vivian refrained from directly touching the diary or attempting to open it. After a brief inspection, she confirmed its potent aura of dark magic, and instructed Eulira to place it inside the pocket. Upon sealing the pocket to ensure that no dark magic emanated from it, she tucked it into her small handbag. Until she possessed a means to destroy the Horcrux, she would not dare to open that pocket. Chapter 23, Draco Malfoy. The following day, Vivian experienced the horrors of the defense against the dark arts class firsthand. Perhaps due to the previous failure with the Cornish pixies, Lockhart abandoned that approach. He began reading from his own works and summoning students to the front to roleplay. It was nothing short of torture. However, Lockhart was not entirely devoid of merit. At the end of the class, Vivian approached him with a note in hand. She rambled on with some trivialities, insincerely praising Lockhart's abilities, ultimately securing his signature to access the restricted section of the library. On Friday evening, while Vivian was occupied in the cellar with potion ingredients, she unexpectedly encountered the captain of the Slytherin Quidditch team, accompanied by Draco Malfoy, as they sought a note from Snape to reserve the Quidditch pitch for practice. Unable to resist, Vivian cast a glance in their direction. She had nearly forgotten that Draco was causing trouble on the pitch that very weekend. Determined, she resolved to teach Draco a lesson the following day. Though their positions differed, she certainly did not wish for Draco and the Gryffindor trio to become fast friends. Rather, she aimed to ensure that this spoiled child refrained from hurling insults at future comrades and provoking them unnecessarily. After all, Voldemort was their ultimate shared adversary. While Vivian processed the ingredients, she contemplated her plans for the next day, entirely unaware that Snape had taken note of her pensive demeanor. The next morning, Vivian made her way to the Quidditch pitch. Upon reaching the grassy field, she spotted Ron and Hermione and approached to greet them. "Good morning, Ron and Hermione. Where's Harry?" she inquired. "He's off to practice," Hermione replied. Ron nodded in agreement, adding, "We plan to read here while we wait for him. Care to join us?" Vivian readily consented. They had barely settled down with their books for 10 minutes when a commotion erupted from the Quidditch pitch. Vivian, Hermione, and Ron stood up and headed toward the source of the disturbance to investigate. "What's going on?" Ron asked Harry, noticing the absence of play. "What's he doing here?" Ron directed his gaze toward Malfoy. The young Malfoy, with an air of pride, boasted that his father had purchased new brooms for the entire Slytherin Quidditch team, deriding Gryffindor's brooms as outdated and suggesting they should be sold to a museum. Hermione sharply retorted, "At least Gryffindor doesn't have anyone who bought their way in. We earned our place through merit." Malfoy sneered, "No one asked you. You filthy little mudblood." Those words instantly ignited the situation. Almost immediately, the Slytherin captain rushed to Malfoy's side to prevent George and Fred from lunging at him, while Ron drew his wand, cursing angrily and preparing to cast a spell. However, Vivian was swifter. Without uttering a word, she cast a disarming spell at Draco. It was the only non-lethal spell she could think of in that moment. The spell struck him, sending Draco flying backward. Thanks to her control over the spell's force, he was propelled only 3 or 4 meters before landing awkwardly on the ground. Vivian held her wand aloft, her expression cold and watchful as she regarded all of Slytherin. Naturally, no one retaliated, as none had anticipated Vivian would act so decisively, blatantly violating school rules by sending Malfoy flying. Even the Gryffindors were taken aback. "Malfoy, if your tongue can only utter such disrespectful words, then you are nothing but a disgrace to the Malfoy name," she declared. "How dare you?" Draco seethed as he scrambled to his feet. "How dare I?" Vivian interrupted his attempt at a rebuttal. "Look at yourself. Arrogant, provocative, and foul-mouthed. Is this how your illustrious father raised you? Is this the upbringing of a pureblood noble from the Malfoy family?" Her words evidently struck a nerve with Draco, who, in a fit of rage, picked up his wand to cast a curse at Vivian. However, an unexpected figure intervened. "Snape. Lower your wands," Snape commanded, striding forward as he warned both Draco and Vivian. She initiated the confrontation. Draco shouted, "She attacked me first." Snape reached Draco's side, scrutinizing the composed and indifferent Vivian, as well as the furious Gryffindors behind her. "Miss Holt, lower your wand. I believe you owe an explanation as to why you violated school rules and engaged in a fight with a fellow student." Snape's voice was low and heavy, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Vivian. Unfazed, she met his stare, lowering her wand as she calmly responded, "It was Malfoy who first spoke disrespectfully," referring to Hermione as a mudblood. Vivian noticed Snape's expression freeze. "It was Malfoy who insulted others first, Professor," she reiterated, looking into Snape's eyes. Her statement felt almost like an accusation in his ears. Was it not Malfoy who first called Hermione a mudblood? Should I not have retaliated? It was as if he could hear Vivian questioning him, not just in that moment, but perhaps echoes of Lily from years past, or even the version of himself who had regretted his own words the instant they left his lips. "Did you use that term?" Snape's voice betrayed no emotional fluctuation. Headmaster? Draco stammered, taken aback. Did you use that term, Mr. Malfoy? Snape reiterated. She started it. Young Malfoy protested. Yes, we did engage first, Harry interjected calmly. We pointed out that you relied on your father's wealth to join the Slytherin Quidditch team, while no one in Gryffindor paid their way in. But prior to that, you mocked Gryffindor's brooms, suggesting they belonged in a museum. Then you lashed out and insulted Hermione, Ron added indignantly. 10 points from Slytherin for your disrespect toward a fellow student, Mr. Malfoy, Snape decreed. For the next week, you will serve detention with Filch every evening. Now apologize. Headmaster? Draco's face was one of disbelief. Snape turned to Draco. Do you have an objection? Startled, Draco stammered, No, I understand. Taking a deep breath, he reluctantly directed a soft sorry toward Hermione. Next, Snape's gaze shifted back to Vivian. Miss Holt, for your blatant violation of school rules, you will serve a week of detention in the cellar. It seemed she had received no points deducted. After all, she frequented the cellar daily to assist Professor Snape with ingredients. This amounted to little more than a mere slap on the wrist. Vivian exhaled in relief and nodded obediently. Very well, Professor Snape. Once the altercation was resolved, Snape strode away. The circumstances of the day clearly rendered it unsuitable for the Gryffindors to continue their practice, especially since the Slytherins had the professor's signature, while the Gryffindors did not. Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Vivian bid farewell to the other Quidditch players, and made their way to their usual corner of the courtyard. Hermione regarded Vivian with a hint of concern. I'm sorry you have to serve detention. Vivian shook her head, embracing Hermione. I was going to the cellar every evening anyway to help Professor Snape with ingredients. He didn't even deduct points. It wasn't much of a punishment at all. Vivian patted Hermione's shoulder. It was Malfoy's fault for being rude. But I'm not even sure what that means. I can tell it's very rude, Hermione admitted. Ron took it upon himself to explain the term to her, and a similarly puzzled Harry. Don't be upset, Hermione, Harry urged. You're so brilliant. Malfoy's words are nonsense. If he speaks like that again, we'll take him on. Ron nodded in agreement. Right, whoever says something will get it. Vivian chimed in. Exactly, whoever speaks will face the consequences. Hermione couldn't help but laugh at their banter. Thank you all, she said, wiping her tears. Thank you. Chapter 24. Almost late, Snape returned to his office, taking a seat and staring blankly ahead. Today, I shall venture to the Quidditch pitch. This decision stems from last night when the captain of the Slytherin Quidditch team approached Severus Snape for his signature, and he noticed that Lillian furrowed her brow in his direction, although she swiftly averted her gaze, redirecting her focus to the potion ingredients. Snape instinctively sensed that her expression was indicative of some troubling matter requiring attention. It then dawned on him that young Potter was also a member of the Quidditch team, and Lillian had always shared a close rapport with him. Upon this realization, a vague sense of unease settled within Snape. Perhaps young Potter intended to showcase his broomstick skills during Saturday's practice, akin to those of his father, while Lillian would cheer him on alongside her two other Gryffindor companions from the stands. Or perhaps they had arranged to frolic on their brooms at the Quidditch pitch that Saturday. Lillian had previously mentioned her flying lessons had been a disaster, and she might be seeking guidance from young Potter, just as she had been assisting him with his studies in potions and defense against the dark arts. Was she truly concerned for him? After Lillian exited the office, Snape retrieved a fruit drop from his pocket, a gift bestowed upon him by Lillian and young Potter during the previous Christmas. He recalled that day when the other professors received merely a handful of sweets, while Lillian and Harry each presented him with a generous portion. No one had ever gifted him sweets before, nor had he ever received any favoritism. Occasionally, when his spirits were low, he would indulge in a sweet, discovering that he did not despise confectionery as much as he had believed. Thus the following morning, still preoccupied with worries for Lillian and the mischief-making young Potter, he made his way to the Quidditch pitch. Upon his arrival, a dispute was already underway. Snape did not witness Lillian engaging physically, yet he overheard her chastising Draco. The Malfoy family had a tendency to indulge Draco, and Snape noted that Lillian appeared adept at striking a nerve during confrontations. Just listen to her accusations, one targeting Draco's pride in his Malfoy surname, the other concerning his fondness for his father. At that moment, he pondered that Lillian was openly flouting school rules by brawling with Slytherin, and he would have to impose significant penalties upon Gryffindor and Ravenclaw, until Lillian, her expression devoid of emotion, recounted the origins of the quarrel. In that instant, Snape comprehended why she had resorted to violence against Draco. He regretted countless times the words he had carelessly uttered many years ago, mudblood. He had once earnestly apologized to Lily, yet she had never forgiven him. It took him a long time to grasp the utter futility of those words. They were not merely a slip of the tongue, but rather a reflection of how he viewed wizards of Muggle heritage, like Lily at that time. Now Snape observed William, Harry and Ron steadfastly standing in front of Hermione. Young Potter's green eyes, identical to Lily's, bore no fear as they glared at him, as if to question, "Do you not realize this is wrong? Are you still the same as before? Are you irrevocably on the wrong path?" After delivering his verdict regarding Draco and William's punishment, Snape nearly fled the scene. It was only now, as he regained his composure, that William and young Potter's calm, composed expressions lingered in his mind. Upon hearing his decree, William nodded impassively, uttering a simple "All right, Professor." Snape exhaled softly, a self-deprecating laugh escaping his lips. From the perspective of school rule violations, he had to impose a punishment upon William. Yet, rationally speaking, he was biased in believing that William and Potter had committed no wrongdoing. He had always been a partial individual. Very well. No one would stubbornly and irrationally trust him any longer, and he need not continually suffer in silence from young Potter's barbs. It was of no great consequence, Snape thought. After comforting Hermione, Harry mentioned their intention to visit Hagrid. Consequently, William bid them farewell, and clutching Lockhart's signature, proceeded to the restricted section of the library. She traversed the restricted area, eventually locating a tome pertaining to the art of mind-blocking. After a cursory glance, she selected an introductory book on the subject and approached Madame Pants for registration. Subsequently, William settled into her usual spot near the window in the library, commencing her study of the book's content. As she compelled herself to decipher the abstract and tedious material, she diligently transcribed the crucial portions into her notebook, making notes as she went. When one immerses themselves wholeheartedly in a task, the passage of time can be astonishingly swift. By the time William became aware that it was growing late, it was already past 6:30. Suddenly, she recalled that despite it being the weekend, Snape had just sentenced her to a week of detention that very morning. He had not mentioned any exemption for weekends. William hastily gathered her belongings and sprinted toward the dining hall. At that moment, she could not help but lament the sheer size of Hogwarts. She dashed to Harry, Ron, and Hermione's table, only 15 minutes shy of 7. "William, you haven't eaten yet, have you?" Harry inquired, unable to suppress his concern. "I lost track of time while reading," she succinctly explained as she grabbed a sandwich from the table. Hermione filled an empty cup with pumpkin juice and handed it to William, cautioning, "Slow down, don't choke." "Oh, I can't afford to slow down. Professor Snape will have my head." Ron chattered on while he and Harry helped William gather other food items. Ron was responsible for carrying the plate, while Harry quickly loaded it with food. William had no time to refute Ron's comments, as she was truly pressed for time. In a flurry, she attempted to satisfy her hunger, conversing with the trio as she retreated, exclaiming, "Oh my goodness, thank you so much. I must hurry." Fortunately, the journey was uneventful. The moving staircase did not deposit her in an unusual location, and she encountered no troublesome ghosts along the way. Just 2 minutes before 7, William arrived at the entrance to Snape's office. She stood at the door, panting, determined to concoct an alchemical alarm clock. Ideally, it would also function as a sticky note holder, allowing her to jot down important matters. As the time approached, the alchemical clock would manifest her notes in a scrolling display before her, preventing her from nearly being late again, or worse, completely tardy. While standing at the door, regulating her breath, the office door swung open with a whoosh. Severus Snape, clad in black, looked down at her. "William. Oh my goodness." Snape's expression appears quite dreadful. Internally, she chastised Draco. He had truly struck a nerve with Snape this time. How infuriating that Snape, who so detested Quidditch, had unexpectedly ventured to the pitch that morning. William tried to convince herself that at least she wouldn't have to face Filch's detention, and she had made it just in time. This should not be considered late. She hoped Snape's mood would not worsen due to her tardiness. Professor Snape, I am here for detention," William managed to say, catching her breath with some difficulty. "Miss Holt, could you enlighten your humble potions professor as to what has caused you to arrive in such a breathless state?" William sincerely apologized. "I am sorry, Professor Snape. I lost track of time while reading in the library." She observed Snape's brow furrow in sudden concern. "You did not eat?" I did," William replied earnestly. Meeting Snape's gaze, "I rushed over immediately after finishing my meal." "I'm sorry, Professor Snape. I won't forget the time next time." Vivian was uncertain about which of her words had left Snape momentarily speechless. In any case, his dark eyes fixed on her, and the silence lingered for nearly half a minute. It wasn't until Vivian began to feel a bit anxious that Snape finally turned aside, allowing her to enter his office. He gestured to the materials on the shelf and instructed, "Handle these as you see fit, just ensure you keep up with the schedule." Vivian nodded, somewhat dazed. Keeping up with the schedule meant there were no strict demands, right? She had already prepared the materials needed for Monday the night before. However, she couldn't simply do nothing today, so she took out the materials required for Tuesday and began to work on them. Just as she hesitated over whether to tackle the materials for Wednesday as well, Snape's fingertips lightly rapped on the desk. "Professor?" Vivian turned to look at Snape. She sensed a peculiar expression on his face, one that seemed akin to toothache, as if he were at a loss for words regarding her. How strange. The last time she had seen Snape where such an expression was during their previous encounter. "Miss Holt, you may leave now," Snape stated. "Oh, all right, Professor. See you tomorrow," Vivian replied, nodding as she gathered her belongings and exited. As soon as she stepped outside, she spotted the trio from Gryffindor huddled in a corner. "Vivian, you finally made it out. You weren't late, were you?" Hermione rushed toward her. "Not at all. I made it with 2 minutes to spare." "What are you all doing here?" Vivian inquired. "We were worried about you," Harry replied. Ron added, "Hermione was so anxious she couldn't concentrate on her reading. So we decided to wait for you. Professor Snape didn't give you a hard time, did he?" "I was merely handling potion materials," Vivian replied with a hint of exasperation. "Where to now?" Harry asked. "Library," Ron suggested. "A library?" Hermione echoed. "To the library then," Vivian exclaimed. Their footsteps and chatter gradually receded. Inside his office, Snape's gaze fell upon the potion materials that had been processed and neatly sealed in jars. To his surprise, he found that his entire day's irritation and anxiety dissipated. This was solely because he realized that neither Vivian, nor young Potter, nor Granger and Weasley seemed inclined to direct their ire at him due to Malfoy's words. Lily would never forgive him, yet he wished for Vivian, young Potter, and Granger not to harbor resentment towards him. "Pathetic," Snape muttered to himself. He averted his gaze, redirecting his focus to the assignments he was grading. Despite his efforts to convince himself not to hold biases against them simply because they were Gryffindors, he found himself confronted with Mr. Weasley's paper. Unacceptable. For the following week, Vivian did not forget her curfew. Each day, after completing her tasks and confirming that Snape had no further business for her, she would discreetly slip away. This was partly because she sensed that since the recent incident on the Quidditch pitch, Snape would likely prefer not to see her alongside Harry, Ron, and Hermione for quite some time. From Snape's perspective, encountering a face identical to that of the late Potter would surely be irksome. Furthermore, Vivian had directly sent his favorite student, Draco, flying, which had cost Slytherin points. Just thinking about it made Vivian surmise that Snape would likely feel discomfort at the mere sight of her. Additionally, she had been studying the technique of mental occlusion. The signed permission she received from Lockhart to access the restricted section might be discovered at any moment, raising concerns about her ability to borrow books in the future. Thus, Vivian devoted her free time to the library. As the weekend arrived, Vivian's confinement with Snape came to an end. This meant she could spend the whole of the weekend in the library again. Since she had put away her diary, the Chamber of Secrets remained unopened, and naturally, the basilisk would not be released for the time being, as Harry had not heard the creature's movements. The matter of the basilisk still required attention, for its venom was an excellent tool for destroying Horcruxes, and Vivian was somewhat interested in the potion materials derived from the creature. However, for now, she needed to focus on mastering mental occlusion. Vivian relished a rare moment of relaxation in the dining hall, enjoying a late breakfast before heading to the library. It had been a week since she had not brewed potions in his office, nor had she studied or conducted any alchemical experiments there that might disrupt Snape's workspace. Each day, she had simply processed her materials and left. Snape knew he shouldn't care about this. Children would inevitably find more entertaining pursuits than studying or brewing potions. They wouldn't relish staying in the gloomy old bat's office. Yet Snape found that he did care. Dumbledore often remarked that Vivian seemed to enjoy his teachings as a potions master. They had even collaborated as partners in potion research. He almost genuinely believed he was worthy of their trust. Determined to investigate discreetly, Snape rationalized his behavior with a more legitimate reason, one that could persuade himself. He needed to ascertain whether Vivian and the others were involved in any dangerous activities with young Potter. Thus, on Saturday morning, Snape cast the disillusionment charm, skillfully avoiding the bustling crowds, and strode purposefully toward the library. He lightened his footsteps as he entered, quickly locating Vivian in a corner by the window. Before her lay an open old book, and beside it, her own notebook. Sunlight streamed through the window, filtering through the sheer curtains, casting a gentle and warm glow. Vivian, bathed in that light, appeared equally radiant. Young Potter, holding a book, seemed to have just arrived at the library. Snape followed closely behind him and approached Vivian's table. Harry naturally pulled out the chair beside her. "Good morning, Vivian," he greeted. "Good morning, Harry. Why are you here alone? Where are Hermione and Ron?" Vivian inquired. "Ron went to find George and Fred. And Hermione went to ask Professor Flitwick some questions," Harry explained, leaning over the table to glance at the old book sprawled before Vivian. "I've been curious for a few days. Are you learning some new spell?" "Oh, this." Vivian closed the book and showed Harry its cover. "I'm studying mental occlusion." Snape stood still, as if struck by a revelation. Why was Vivian learning mental occlusion? Had she realized that he had once unknowingly invaded her mind with legilimency? Was this the reason she no longer wished to remain in his office? Snape instinctively clenched his fists, torn between reprimanding her for daring to learn an unknown spell, and inquiring where she had obtained the signature for the restricted section, all the while wanting to understand her motivations for learning this particular skill. Silently, Snape resolved to continue listening. Chapter 26, Mental Occlusion. Mental occlusion? Harry pronounced the title slowly, his expression one of confusion. What is that? It is a form of magic used to resist mental intrusion, commonly employed to counter legilimency, Vivian explained. Harry's curiosity piqued. And what is legilimency? It is the ability to extract emotions and memories from another's mind, Vivian replied. Wizards skilled in legilimency can perceive the memories of those they target, and even discern their thoughts. Typically, they can determine whether someone is lying without needing any other means. Harry remarked, "While I shouldn't jump to conclusions, your description reminds me of Professor Snape. Every time he looks at me, I feel as though he knows what I'm thinking." Rather than continuing down that path, he shifted the topic to something else, his tone becoming serious. "So, why did you suddenly decide to learn this? Has someone been extracting your thoughts at school?" Vivian closed the book and placed it cover down. "It is a necessary means to cope with the future, Harry." Her tone hesitated momentarily, yet she continued, "I believe you should learn this too." Harry's eyes widened. "I should?" Vivian nodded. "And I suspect you may need it more urgently than I do. I am aware of 3 individuals proficient in thought extraction. Would you care to guess who they are?" Harry gazed into Vivian's eyes, contemplating for just a moment before confidently responding, "Voldemort." Vivian blinked, seemingly surprised by his swift deduction. Harry had gleaned confirmation from her expression about her assertion of it being a necessary means for the future. "If that is the case, then I certainly ought to learn. But I am curious, who are the other 2? Vivian rested her chin on her hand, smiling at him. "I think you can guess." Harry quickly concluded. "It must be Professor Snape. Otherwise, you would have countered me when I mentioned him. I am more curious about how you know he is skilled in thought extraction." Vivian replied, "Do you remember the first week of our first year at Hogwarts, when I ended up in Professor Snape's office for detention?" Harry exclaimed in astonishment. "He used thought extraction on you? That should be against school policy for professors." "He did not do it intentionally," Vivian asserted, having read about the mind-blocking spell. She was confident that Snape had not meant to extract her thoughts at that time. "I was brewing potions in an empty classroom when Professor Snape suddenly appeared and questioned why I was concocting a potion beyond first-year standards, as it is perilous for those who are not adept at potion making. I was startled. You see, those skilled in thought extraction can, even without uttering incantations, peer into memories or emotions if they possess a strong desire to know and the other party's mental defenses are weak or non-existent. This is why they can often discern if someone is lying without any aids. Thus, when faced with them, one might feel as though they can see into one's soul. It is not an illusion." "Then I know who the other person is," Harry stated with certainty, "Professor Dumbledore." Vivian silently applauded. "Congratulations, you are correct. How does one learn this? I mean, you've been reading for some time now. Perhaps you could provide me with some guidance?" Harry scratched his messy hair. "Which book should I begin with?" Vivian retrieved her original notes from her small satchel. The books on mind-blocking and thought extraction are in the restricted section, and cannot be checked out without a signature. But you may peruse my transcriptions of the important content and notes. Harry took the notebook, astonished. "But how did you borrow the books?" Vivian replied, "I had Gilderoy Lockhart sign his name for me." She shrugged. "As long as you flatter him, he will recount his illustrious achievements while signing his name without even glancing at you." Vivian raised her left index finger to her lips, signaling Harry to keep this a secret. "Don't tell anyone else. If other professors find out, we won't be able to borrow books anymore." Harry nodded, still in a daze, but soon asked, "Is there no professor skilled in mind-blocking at the school? I mean, isn't there anyone we can consult?" "Oh, there is," Vivian replied with a serene smile. "Can you guess who?" Harry hesitated. "Don't tell me it's Professor Snape." "Correct, Harry, you are quite clever." Vivian continued. "In fact, Professor Dumbledore should also be proficient in mind blocking. Vivian speculated further. However, the headmaster is quite busy and likely has no time to teach us. I thought you would approach Professor Snape, Harry said. Vivian sighed. Harry, you must understand that a girl with a strong sense of pride would be reluctant to let her favorite professor see her in such a wretched state during her childhood. I apologize. Harry exclaimed, wide-eyed and sincerely apologetic. I understand. I mean, if it were me, I wouldn't want Professor Snape to see me being tossed around like a rag doll, and often going without food during my childhood either. Vivian patted Harry's shoulder, expressing a mature sentiment. So let us strive to learn on our own for now. Harry nodded, opening Vivian's notes to begin his studies. After a while, Vivian heard Harry timidly speak up. I have a question. Vivian set down her pen. What is it? Harry asked. If thought extraction requires direct eye contact to be effective, can't we simply avoid looking into each other's eyes? Vivian replied, good idea, Harry. However, it is quite challenging. In everyday situations, avoiding eye contact may suffice to evade thought extraction. But what if we are in a confrontation? You need to ascertain whether the other party is about to wield their wand, their expressions, and how they intend to attack. And what if they provoke you? In a fit of anger, can you guarantee that you won't look into their eyes? Voldemort is exceedingly skilled in thought extraction, meaning he requires neither a wand nor incantations. He merely needs a moment of eye contact. You are right, Harry conceded. I was oversimplifying it. Both fell silent once more. For the duration, they immersed themselves in the study of mind-blocking spells. Snape stood by for a while, observing young Potter as he diligently studied the notebook. After a portion of it, Potter seemed to attempt to clear his mind as the notes suggested. Snape witnessed those green eyes gradually dulling into blankness, only to quickly regain their spark. Potter tugged at his hair, muttering to himself, this is so abstract. Chapter 27, Approaching Halloween. Snape resolved his previous uncertainties. Yet, new questions arose. How did Vivian know all this? Why did Potter resolve to learn the mind-blocking spell upon hearing Voldemort was skilled in thought extraction? Why were they so certain they would confront Voldemort in the future? Did Dumbledore imply this? What was his true intention? Last semester, he had set Potter against Quirrell, and now he was preparing two second-year children for a confrontation with Voldemort? Dumbledore knew he wanted to train the savior. But how could he make two children, whose childhoods had been tumultuous, tremble in fear for their lives at such a tender age? They had even bamboozled a professor into obtaining signatures for borrowing books from the restricted section. Snape barely restrained the urge to seize the two young rascals by their collars and interrogate them. After confirming that Vivian and Harry were not engaging in any dangerous acts of thought extraction against each other, he stormed off to the headmaster's office. Albus Dumbledore, who was attending to paperwork while enjoying a sweet, looked up. The fact was, Dumbledore was just as bewildered about the situation. After a brief inquiry, Snape noticed the puzzled expression on Dumbledore's face. Thus, Dumbledore viewed all the conversations Snape had overheard in the library today through the pensive. I will keep an eye on it, Dumbledore assured. I fear it may trouble you further, Severus. You must keep a watchful eye on the two children to prevent them from misbehaving in the restricted section. Snape frowned. I have classes to teach, Albus. I cannot monitor them constantly. I will alert the portraits to watch as well. And I will also keep an eye on Madame Pance's records, Dumbledore replied. If necessary, perhaps you would be willing to offer the two children some guidance? Snape remained expressionless. Didn't you hear them? They are reluctant to approach me. But both children are quite fond of you, Severus, Dumbledore chuckled. I dare say their trust in you surpasses even mine. I do not share that sentiment, Albus. Moreover, I am rather astonished that you care about this now. It is evident that your golden boy holds no affection for a potion professor, who is perpetually morose. Snape retorted dryly. Hard day, Severus? Dumbledore winked. Care for a lemon sherbet? Snape managed a slight curl of his lips. No thank you. Perhaps you might indulge yourself instead. However, I must remind you to be cautious with your teeth, Albus. I am currently occupied overseeing two little trolls, and have no time to brew you a potion for tooth decay. With that, Snape strode out of the headmaster's office with a huff. Oh, Severus is becoming increasingly less charming, Dumbledore remarked, glancing at Fawkes. The beautiful phoenix paid him no mind. Vivian was unaware that her practice of occlumency with Harry had been discovered. She continued to assist Snape in his office on weekday evenings, processing materials as usual. The remainder of her free time was spent in the library studying occlumency. As October arrived, the weather turned chilly. A sudden wave of cold swept through the school, leading to a significant increase in Madame Pomfrey's potion requisition forms, mostly for invigorating remedies for the common cold. Vivian directly obtained half the quantity of invigorating potions from Snape's supply, And that evening, they brewed together in his office. As Vivian placed the last batch of potions into a box and carried it to Snape's desk, he surveyed the contents to ensure their quality before looking up to inquire, "How is your occlumency progressing?" She responded with a look of surprise, quickly realizing that Snape must have been eavesdropping with the disillusionment charm. Vivian hesitated. "It should be all right. Would you like to test it?" Snape raised an eyebrow. "Are you certain?" Vivian blinked. "If it doesn't go well, Professor. Could you perhaps be a tad lenient?" No sooner had she spoken than Snape's wand was raised. The sensation of a mental intrusion was sharp. However, Vivian was not lying. Her recent studies in occlumency had indeed been fruitful. While she could not yet deceive those attempting to invade her mind as Snape could, she had managed to construct a rudimentary mental barrier. The brief 10 seconds felt as interminable as an entire defense against the dark arts class. "Quite satisfactory, Miss Holt," Snape informed her. Vivian exhaled in relief, feeling a surge of happiness. Quite satisfactory could surely be construed as praise from Snape. "I presume you have finished reading the library books on occlumency and legilimency?" "Yes, Professor Snape." He extended his palm, revealing Gilderoy Lockhart's signature. Vivian let out a dry "oh," rummaging through her satchel in frustration to retrieve the note that granted her access to borrow from the restricted section. Placing it in Snape's hand, she appeared despondent. She had known this note would be confiscated if discovered. "Are you truly that disheartened?" he asked, having waited until she finished reading before seizing the signature. "I assume that next time Miss Holt and Mr. Potter require materials from the restricted section, they will seek out their humble potions professor for a signature?" Vivian's eyes lit up. "Really? If it does not endanger your lives," Snape replied with a stern expression. "Yay. You're the best, Professor." Snape lowered his gaze, diverting his attention from Vivian's beaming smile. "So, Professor Snape, shall we meet again tomorrow?" Vivian inquired as she gathered her belongings, tilting her head to bid farewell. Snape nodded. Vivian then made her way back to the tower with her satchel. A few days later, Vivian overheard Harry mention that this year's Halloween marked the 500th anniversary of nearly headless Nick's death, and it seemed he intended to invite Harry and the others to participate. Harry, do you know what to expect at a ghostly anniversary gathering?" Vivian asked. Perhaps her expression was too difficult to decipher, as Harry stared at her with his lovely green eyes, hesitantly questioning, "What is there?" "Numerous ghosts, exceedingly rotten food, and unbearable odors. To be honest, I believe ghostly gatherings are not particularly suited for the living." At that moment, Vivian noticed Harry's expression shifting to one of similar perplexity. "Thank you for the warning, Vivian," he replied. "I'll be sure to convey my regards to nearly headless Nick, wishing him a happy 500th anniversary. But we shall not attend the gathering." As Halloween approached, the school's great hall began to be adorned. Hagrid's gigantic pumpkins were carved into lanterns, each large enough to seat 3 people inside. This Halloween promised to be quite delightful, Vivian mused. Chapter 28. Happy Halloween. On Halloween Day, the Great Hall appeared particularly atmospheric. Bats fluttered high above, and an array of pumpkin lanterns decorated the space. From the moment she entered until she reached the long table, Vivian had already spotted 3 little devils, 4 ghosts draped in white sheets, and 5 vampire ladies. Vivian sat with Harry and the others for their meal. Hermione was wearing a little devil headband, which Vivian found adorable, prompting her to lavish praise upon the ever-knowledgeable Miss Granger. Vivian retrieved 3 of her usual hairbands from her satchel and transformed them into hair clips using transfiguration. She gave Harry one adorned with antlers and ears, while Ron received a pair of fluffy dog ears. Vivian herself donned a cute pair of tiger ears. "Let us all wear hair clips together." Hermione laughed at Ron's dog ears, while Harry couldn't resist touching the antlers and ears atop his head. Sporting their delightful hair accessories, they indulged in every dish laid before them, contentedly rubbing their full bellies. "I've made a decision," Vivian declared. "I shall go ask Professor Snape for candy." Harry, reclining against the soft chair, replied slowly, "Well, that's a rather splendid idea. Are you certain Professor Snape will actually have any sweets prepared?" Hermione suggested. "Why don't we bring Professor Snape some candy instead? After all, it's Halloween." Ron added, "You all seem quite certain Professor Snape won't just throw us out." Vivian shrugged. "It's merely a matter of being thrown out," Harry replied. "Just a matter of receiving a scolding." Hermione chimed in. "Just a matter of losing points." Ron exclaimed, "Have you all gone mad?" Ultimately, the 4 of them reached a consensus. Each clutching a handful of sweets, they made their way toward Snape's office. Vivian had prepared fruit candies, while Harry had chosen chocolate, specifically in the shape of cauldrons. Hermione carried a handful of toffees, and Ron opted for a selection of cream fudge. Upon reaching the office door, Vivian stood at the entrance and randomly guessed several passwords, surprisingly managing to guess correctly. The door swung open, revealing Snape seated at his desk, grading assignments. He lifted his head from his work and raised an eyebrow at the quartet, each adorned with peculiar hair accessories. If you are wearing those silly hair clips in hopes of acquiring sweets from your potions, Professor, I must regretfully inform you that you shall be disappointed. Vivian blinked. Stepping forward to place her fruit candies on the desk, Happy Halloween, Professor Snape. Harry followed closely behind, placing his cauldron-shaped chocolate beside the fruit drops. Happy Halloween, Professor Snape. Hermione also approached, setting her milk sweets on Snape's desk. Happy Halloween, Professor. Lastly, it was Ron who appeared somewhat anxious, his spine tense. Happy Halloween, Professor Snape. After they had arranged the sweets, they all skipped out of the office in a flurry. Thus, only Snape remained, staring blankly at the considerable pile of candies before him. He meticulously gathered them up. As Halloween passed, the weather grew increasingly frigid, particularly in the dungeons. Each time Vivian attended potions class, she instinctively touched her arms through her robes, attempting to dispel the encroaching chill. On the afternoon of the first Saturday in November, Vivian sought out Ron and Harry, inquiring if she might borrow Ron's pet rat, Scabbers. The thing is, I've been brewing a potion lately. I recall you mentioning that Scabbers is quite old now. Ron nodded. Yes, Scabbers used to be Percy's pet. He sleeps all the time now. Vivian replied, I'm currently concocting a potion for healing animals, and I hope to give Scabbers a try. Ron hesitated, but ultimately placed Scabbers into Vivian's cage. Just don't let him consume too much of the potion. A small test will suffice. Ron looked at the old rat with concern. Vivian smiled, of course, I'll be cautious. Bidding farewell to Harry and Ron, Vivian discreetly cast a spell on the cage to ensure the rat wouldn't escape. She made her way toward the headmaster's office, pondering her choice of words. However, soon she realized that no matter how she articulated her thoughts, she could not describe the situation without a flaw. So, she resolved to be straightforward. Vivian trusted Dumbledore. She thought, even if there were some questionable aspects about her, the headmaster would never send her to Azkaban. Standing at the entrance guarded by the stone gargoyle, she began to contemplate the password Dumbledore might have set. Chilled lemonade? The gargoyle remained still. What happened to the password from Harry's second year? She asked. Then, lemon drops? The gargoyle showed no response. Alright then, fizzing whizbees? The gargoyle remained silent as before. Cockroach clusters? Sour soda? Toffee fingers? The creature cast a glance at Vivian, but remained unmoved. Vivian fell into contemplation. Should I seek out Professor Snape first? Although she believed that if she mentioned needing to speak with Headmaster Dumbledore, Snape would likely be willing to accompany her, even if the process might be accompanied by some of Snape's habitual mockery. However, that was not what made Vivian hesitate. She was merely reflecting on the past grievances between the Marauders and Snape. But before Vivian could decide whether to turn back to the dungeons to find Snape, the stone gargoyle suddenly leapt aside. Vivian blinked in surprise as she heard Dumbledore's voice calling, "Come in, my dear." She ceased her musings and ascended the stairs, carrying the rat cage. In the spacious, beautifully circular room, Dumbledore sat at his desk while Snape stood across from him, arms crossed. As Vivian entered, she saw both Snape and Dumbledore turn their gazes toward her. Snape was indeed in the headmaster's office. "Good day, Headmaster Dumbledore, Professor Snape. Would you care for some lemon drops?" Dumbledore smiled. "No thank you, Headmaster." Vivian blinked and added, "I have something I'd like to discuss with you. Is now a convenient time?" No sooner had she spoken than Snape prepared to step away. Yet Vivian's actions were evidently quicker than her thoughts, and she grasped Snape's sleeve. "Professor." Looking up at Snape, Vivian noticed that his dark eyes were, in fact, quite striking. She shifted her gaze to Dumbledore, who was smiling warmly. "I presume you don't mind if Severus is present?" Vivian nodded and glanced back at Snape. He tilted his head slightly, a look on his face that seemed to suggest he was curious about what she had to say. Vivian released Snape's sleeve and took a few steps forward, placing the rat cage on the floor of the headmaster's office. Scabbers appeared to sense something was amiss, starting to fidget anxiously within the cage. Vivian stepped back, positioning herself next to Snape. Both Snape and Dumbledore seemed to grasp something from her actions, and the rat's unease. Snape tightened his grip on his wand, positioning himself slightly in front of Vivian, wearing an expression of wariness. Chapter 29. Peter Pettigrew. Dumbledore rose from his seat. Vivian retrieved the anti-animagus potion she had previously studied with Snape from her small bag. She obediently stood behind Snape, uncorking the potion and tossing it toward the rat in the cage. The potion splashed over Scabbers, and the glass bottle shattered on the ground. Instantly, the rat began to transform before their eyes. In mere moments, the rat morphed into a balding, short man with graying hair, a face resembling that of a rat, and a sharp nose. Snape recognized Peter Pettigrew almost immediately. He shielded Vivian behind him, pointing his wand at Pettigrew in the cage, interrogating him word by word. Peter Pettigrew, you were supposed to be dead? Vivian produced a small vial of Veritaserum from her bag, and placed it in Snape's left palm. Professor Veritaserum. Under its influence, Peter Pettigrew revealed the truth behind the Potter's address being exposed. I had no choice. That dark wizard, I was afraid of him. The one whose name cannot be spoken forced me. Peter attempted to excuse himself, but none of those present paid heed to his justifications. Sensing that no one believed his claims, Pettigrew ceased speaking of his fears and redirected his ire toward Snape. He glared at Snape, his anger evident, and suddenly exclaimed, "Look at you! How dare you regard me with such a face? It was you who told the Dark Lord the prophecy. Snape, you are the one who caused the Potter's demise. How can you openly serve as a professor at this school? He will return. The Dark Lord will return. You traitor, Snape! You accuse me so vehemently. Is it not because you believe you have found the true culprit upon whom to cast your resentment? You wish to blame Lily's death on me, but do not forget, it was you who caused her death. Vivian felt her head spinning. Instinctively, she glanced at Snape, only to find his expression remarkably calm, or at least appearing so. Dumbledore cast a spell to silence Pettigrew, and Vivian perceived the spell's effect akin to binding his tongue. Dumbledore turned his gaze to Vivian. My dear, I think you should summon Harry to the headmaster's office. Vivian nodded. She exited the headmaster's office and made her way to the Gryffindor common room to find Harry. Vivian? Didn't you take Scabbers to test the potion? Ron inquired. Yes, but something happened. Headmaster Dumbledore needs to speak with Harry, and Scabbers is with him, Vivian explained. Ron replied, Oh, I see. Then mate, you should go quickly. Oh, alright, I'll head there now, Harry said. Vivian and Harry waved goodbye to Ron and Hermione, before making their way to the headmaster's office. This time, it seems that Dumbledore had indeed conferred with the stone creature. In any case, neither Vivian nor Harry uttered the password, yet the stone creature recognized them both and automatically stepped aside. Upon their re-entry into the office, members of the Ministry of Magic were already present. Pettigrew had been subdued, and Vivian and Harry quietly remained on the sidelines, refraining from interjecting. Once the Ministry officials escorted Pettigrew away, Dumbledore gestured for Harry to approach. Snape appeared rather disinclined to hear Dumbledore recount the tale once more. His black eyes seemed unfocused and bewildered as they swept over Vivian and young Potter, before he silently turned and strode out of the headmaster's office. Vivian watched Snape's retreating figure, contemplating whether to pursue him, yet uncertain of what she would do upon catching up. I heard from Severus that the potion was a collaborative study of yours? Professor Dumbledore's gentle voice interjected. Indeed, headmaster. Vivian replied, turning to face him. Dumbledore's azure eyes sparkled with depth and clarity. Vivian continued, I heard Ron mention that Scabbers had been alive for over a decade. Moreover, I had secretly observed that rat, and it bore little resemblance to a typical rodent. It seemed to understand human speech and often slept. Coincidentally, I had discovered a book on animagi and a recipe for an anti-animagus potion in the old books at Holt Manor. When I sought out literature on animagus transformations in the school library, Professor Snape caught me and inquired about my interest in such texts. I explained that I was researching the anti-animagus potion. After reviewing my notes, we began to work on the potion together. Dumbledore regarded Vivian with warmth, saying, My dear child, you and Severus have been of immense assistance. I suspect you are somewhat concerned for him. Would you like to check on him? Vivian hesitated, nodding slightly as her gaze shifted to Harry. Young Potter blinked at Vivian, appearing somewhat bewildered, yet he nodded in affirmation, whispering, Professor Snape does seem rather displeased. Yes. Perhaps I should go see him? I hope Professor Snape won't throw me out, Vivian murmured. Harry nodded again, quietly adding, if things seem dire, just make a swift escape. She bid farewell to Headmaster Dumbledore and Harry, making her way to the cellar. To be honest, Vivian was uncertain whether she should knock on the door. Perhaps Snape desired solitude, especially after she had just overheard Pettigrew questioning him. She stood at the threshold of Snape's office, racked with indecision. Her thoughts began to wander as she contemplated that serious predicament had seemingly found resolution. The Ministry had taken Pettigrew away, and with Dumbledore's testimony, Sirius' name should soon be cleared. He would likely be released from Azkaban in due time. This would mean that during the holidays, Harry would only need to stay with the Dursleys for a brief period. The remainder of the time, he could reside with his godfather. Vivian then pondered how she might access the Chamber of Secrets. To enter the chamber, one must speak Parseltongue. a skill possessed solely by Harry. This implied that either Vivian would need to persuade Harry to accompany her, or she would have to request his instruction on how to articulate the necessary phrases in Parseltongue. Yet, how could she explain to Harry the rationale behind such a request? Indirectly gazing into the basilisk's eyes could result in petrification, while direct eye contact would lead to death. Vivian had a measure of confidence in her perceptive abilities. After shutting her eyes, her sensitivity to magical fluctuations became astoundingly acute, rendering her sightless state inconsequential. But how to vanquish the basilisk? Perhaps with Snape's invention of the killing curse? Yet, she was not adept at that yet. Alternatively, she could transform something into a large cleaver. Or perhaps she might hope that Headmaster Dumbledore would lend her Gryffindor's sword. However, she was sorted into Ravenclaw, which seemingly disqualified her from wielding Gryffindor's sword. It appeared she would have to seek Harry's assistance, but it seemed his occlumency training was still a work in progress. Vivian's thoughts spiraled uncontrollably, and to onlookers, it seemed she had been standing against the door to Snape's office for an eternity. Chapter 30, The Out-of-Control Bludger. Suddenly, the office door swung open. Dark robes filled her vision, and Vivian instinctively looked up to find Snape regarding her as well. I presume you are standing there as a form of punishment, rather than because you have conceived a brilliant scheme to torment your unfortunate potions professor, he remarked, his tone as acerbic as ever. Vivian momentarily faltered, struggling to find a suitable response, before stammering, I came to express my gratitude. Professor Dumbledore mentioned you were of great assistance. She discreetly gauged Snape's expression, which bore the semblance of one encountering something distasteful. Inwardly, she quipped to herself that it reminded her of the last time she'd seen Dung. Very well, Vivian sighed internally. If Sirius were to appear at school, it would indeed be a calamity. I hope Harry holds strong. Well then, I shall take my leave, she murmured feebly. You are the one who has been of great assistance, Snape replied, his tone flat. You should be enjoying a cheerful conversation with young Potter, rather than descending into the cellar to burden yourself. He allowed a slight smirk to tug at his lips, his black eyes calmly assessing Vivian. I assume you will not have time to engage with those potion ingredients today? I will make time, Vivian asserted earnestly, flashing Snape a confident smile. I will come back this evening to handle the materials. Snape's subsequent expression seemed to convey a silent acquiescence, as though he were saying, very well, now off you go to play. Before departing, Vivian committed one bold act. She unexpectedly stepped forward and embraced Snape around the waist. It was indeed a hug. Though she wished he would not tense up like stone, she released him swiftly, fearing his wrath might be directed at her face. She blurted out two hasty phrases. See you tonight, Professor Snape, and then fled. Snape, still processing her sudden departure, found himself baffled. Blast it. She truly has come to torment me. He chastised himself for his inability to react properly, slamming the door shut in frustration. Vivian was not there to interrogate him. Though Snape would not admit it, he felt somewhat comforted. After returning from Dumbledore's office, Harry joyfully shared with everyone about having a true family member. However, given Sirius' unjust imprisonment in Azkaban for many years, he would first need to recuperate at St. Mungo's before he could meet Harry. Although the date of their reunion remained uncertain, Harry was overjoyed nonetheless. Ron, on the other hand, was in a dismal state. Having just realized he had shared a bed with a middle-aged man, who happened to be a criminal, for over a year, the mere thought of his past interactions with Scabbers sent shivers down his spine. Hermione, while celebrating Harry's happiness, sought ways to console Ron. Vivian, feeling guilty for having lost Ron's pet, decided to use her savings to buy him an owl. Thus, Ron's new dilemma became what name to bestow upon his adorable new owl. Before long, the Quidditch match between Slytherin and Gryffindor arrived. Vivian had initially thought that after the warning, Dobby would refrain from sending a bludger after Harry. Yet, she soon discovered that the stubborn house elf was indeed as obstinate as ever, as the out-of-control bludger targeted Harry's head, regardless of how he soared and dodged. Upon discovering a disturbance in the stands, Vivian swiftly confided in Hermione and Ron, expressing her suspicion that the pesky house elf, responsible for obstructing their education, was once again causing chaos with the rogue bludger. I shall seek out Professor Snape, she declared. With determination, Vivian descended from the student bleachers and approached Snape, tugging at the hem of his robes. In hushed tones, she informed him, Professor, that house elf, what's his name, is using the bludger to strike Harry on the head. Snape paused in silence for a fleeting moment. Very well, it's his fault. He harbored the assumption that young Potter was merely showcasing his broom-riding prowess akin to that of his father. The unruly hair and tattered glasses only served as a reminder of that infuriating old Potter, prompting Snape to disdainfully avert his gaze from the match entirely. Why did young Potter always find himself in trouble? Last year's Quidditch match was no different. When would that foolish boy relinquish his penchant for such a ludicrous sport? With a sweeping glance around the field, Snape abruptly stood and turned away. Vivian hurriedly followed, whispering, "Professor? We must apprehend that troublesome house elf." Snape, gritting his teeth, muttered an expletive, "Damn it. Lucius's potion ingredients will cost an arm and a leg next month." In a fit of rage, Snape stormed off with Dobby in tow. Watching Snape's billowing robes vanish into the distance, Vivian resolved to retreat to the stands, opting not to involve herself further, lest she become collateral damage of Snape's indiscriminate wrath. Without the threat of the bludger, Harry could concentrate fully on locating the golden snitch. It proved that sometimes, raw talent felt akin to wielding a cheat code. Despite Slytherin's superior brooms, Harry successfully caught the golden snitch, leading Gryffindor to victory in this Quidditch match. No one was petrified, and the school remained calm. The trio from Gryffindor need not concoct any schemes to pilfer Snape's potion supplies. Harry continued his lessons in mind-blocking with Vivian, while Lockhart persisted in his chaotic and utterly unreliable teaching. In the second week of December, the school began compiling a list of students remaining for the Christmas holiday. Hermione, too, would stay behind this year, as her parents were exceedingly busy. Although Vivian had studied related aspects of the soul-sucking curse during her mind-blocking lessons, she was clearly hesitant to test her newfound skills on Harry. Thus, on that Saturday morning, Harry accompanied Vivian to Snape's office. As they approached the door, the handle, Miss Medusa, lazily regarded Harry and Vivian, exclaiming, "Oh look, it's the ever-troublesome Potter and the kind-hearted Vivian." "What do you mean by troublesome Potter?" Harry inquired. "Surprisingly, you can understand me," the doorknob replied. Excuse me, Harry, are you chatting with, this doorknob lady?" Vivian interjected, her voice barely above a whisper. Harry, appearing perplexed, remarked, "Isn't she just speaking normally?" This presented a splendid opportunity to delve into the nuances of Parseltongue. Vivian rapidly recalibrated her priorities, deciding to discuss the matter of snake language with Harry before confronting Snape regarding their mind-blocking progress. Snape likely held no favorable views on Parseltongue, considering it evoked memories of a certain noseless villain. Resolute in her decision, Vivian grasped Harry's wrist and led him away from the office door. They sought out an empty classroom, intending to converse about Parseltongue before returning to Snape to assess their mastery of mind-blocking techniques. "Harry, do you know Parseltongue?" Vivian queried. Harry's eyes widened in disbelief. "You mean to say I was speaking Parseltongue with, Professor Snape's doorknob? But I was merely speaking normally. Perhaps you are unaware of it." Vivian replied. "Nonetheless, I distinctly heard you and the doorknob exchanging hissing sounds." Vivian blinked at Harry. "Have you ever experienced something similar before?" Harry pondered momentarily. "Yes. I did talk to a snake at the zoo with Dudley before coming to school. I thought I was conversing like with any person." "Was it hissing then too? That doesn't seem like a good sign." His tone fell somber. "I read in some books that those who can speak Parseltongue are often malevolent dark wizards. That merely indicates those books are flawed," Vivian asserted firmly. "Trust me, that's not the case. I know you are kind and responsible, and there's no way you could be a wicked dark wizard." Harry's eyes sparkled with newfound hope. "Really?" Vivian nodded emphatically. "Absolutely. Besides, it's an extraordinary gift. You may find it useful someday. However, I believe it prudent to keep this matter to ourselves for now." Harry concurred. "I think so too, given its controversy." His voice was subdued. "Well, let us be cautious moving forward." Vivian patted Harry's shoulder, adding, "But truthfully, I have a feeling your Parseltongue will prove vital soon enough." Harry blinked, nodding obediently in agreement. Once they had composed themselves, Vivian led Harry back to Snape's office door. They fell into silence. Harry, hands in pockets, hesitated before asking, "Do we not need to say an incantation or something to open the door?" Vivian replied, "She hasn't known the incantation for some time. Frankly, I've just stood here until Professor Snape opens the door himself." Harry sensed the awkwardness in Vivian's voice and chose to remain silent. Thus, they stood in quiet contemplation before the closed office door. After a considerable wait, the door finally opened from within. "Wow!" Harry exclaimed. Snape was not clad in his customary black robes. His white shirt was impeccably buttoned. Vivian couldn't help but wonder if Snape had been rushed in dressing, given the multitude of buttons on his coat. Snape's lips curled slightly, adopting an expression that suggested they better have a reason for intruding. He gestured for the two children to enter, leaning against his desk with his arms crossed, his dark eyes scrutinizing Harry and Vivian. "Speak quickly if you have something to say." Professor Snape," Harry began, his striking green eyes fixed on Snape as he stumbled over his words. seeking assistance to assess his initial progress with mind-blocking. Snape paused, then silently retrieved his wand, uttering nothing. As the soul-sucking exercise concluded, Harry staggered back, feeling disoriented until Vivian steadied him. Taking several deep breaths to alleviate his mental fatigue, he inquired, "Professor?" Snape appeared disinclined to engage in conversation. Yet Harry and Vivian gazed at him expectantly. "Not bad," Snape eventually drawled, "but I hope you do not grow complacent and abandon the task of clearing your chaotic mind. Potter." "Understood, Professor Snape," Harry replied, clearly having learned how to deflect Snape's barbs from their previous interactions. With sincerity, Harry expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Professor Snape. You are truly a good person." Snape's expression darkened immediately. "I appreciate your compliment, Potter, but it is entirely unnecessary." He raised a hand, pointing towards the door, hissing impatiently, "Enough of this. Be gone." Vivian took Harry's hand and flashed a charming smile at Snape, exuding an air of "Professor, you are the best," before swiftly departing the office with Harry, just as Snape's mood threatened to sour further. Lockhart, nonetheless, had proceeded with his request to establish a dueling club. On the evening of the inaugural meeting at 8 o'clock, Harry, Ron, and Hermione set off from the Gryffindor common room, making their way once again to the Great Hall. They spotted Vivian already standing near the stage and approached her, uniting the four of them. Lockhart, resplendent in a vivid crimson robe, ascended the stage, followed closely by an impassive Snape. Hermione inquired, "Professor Lockhart, are you truly adept at dueling? I had anticipated Professor Flitwick would be the one to instruct us." Vivian chimed in, "I too wished for Professor Flitwick to teach us. After all, our head of house was a master duelist." Ron exclaimed, "He is going to duel with Professor Snape? Oh Merlin, look at Professor Snape's expression. How can Lockhart still be smiling?" Harry remarked coolly, "If Professor Snape were to gaze at me like that, I would undoubtedly have fled in the opposite direction." Vivian imagined Harry fleeing, legs flailing like a rapidly spinning windmill. "Oh dear, that is too funny." She stifled her laughter. With a disarming spell, Snape rendered Lockhart helpless, causing him to crash against the wall. Vivian recalled that in the original text, young Malfoy had cheered, albeit with a look of unpleasant recollection. Malfoy muttered, "Can you guess why I'm not laughing?" Vivian caught Draco glaring at her, and in a childish manner, she glared back. Ron and Harry formed one team, while Vivian and Hermione comprised another. Snape, wielding his wand like a formidable bat, flitted across the arena, sternly addressing the magical mishaps unfolding in the hall. Lockhart, eager to showcase his abilities, conjured wildly erratic spells, resulting in utter chaos. Consequently, Hermione, Harry, Ron, and Vivian all began wielding their wands to assist the younger students. Lockhart continued to attempt demonstrating his potion-making prowess, loudly declaring his intention to concoct a remedy for a student afflicted with scabies. In unison, Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Vivian shouted no. Harry firmly advocated for the safety of the students, stating, "Professor Lockhart, I believe you are not well versed in the intricacies of potion-making. Why not entrust such an important task to the adept Professor Snape?" "Oh no, I can brew potions while dreaming," Lockhart insisted. Ron retorted, "Stop fooling around. You might as well believe Malfoy can climb trees." The innocently caught Draco Malfoy interjected, "Thanks for the invite, but I can climb trees." Having previously refrained from interjecting, Snape offered Lockhart a feigned smile, "Forgive me, but I believe I am the potions master at this school." Chapter 32 Phoenix Fox. The chaotic dueling club came to a temporary halt. The assignment for History of Magic was to compose a 3-foot-long essay on medieval European wizards. "What if I write in larger letters?" Ron lamented while scratching his head in agony. "Even writing in larger letters 1t stretch it to 3 feet with just one word. Best to stick to the books," Harry replied. His head bent as he wrote furiously. Fortunately, Vivian had remembered this task, and had borrowed a brief history of Hogwarts from the library well in advance. Now, this book was checked out until 2 weeks later. Aside from the exceptionally studious Hermione, who had completed her assignment without consulting the texts, Vivian, Harry, and Ron were all relying on this book to survive. The weather grew increasingly frigid. Due to a sudden snowstorm, the last herbology class before Christmas was cancelled. Professor Sprout was busy dressing the mandrakes in socks and scarves, a task requiring immense care. With nothing else to occupy her, Vivian accompanied Professor Sprout in adorning the mandrakes. Professor Sprout was a kind and optimistic soul. She cherished her students and took delight in every peculiar plant in the greenhouse. As they tended to the mandrakes, the greenhouse door swung open once more. Vivian peered curiously at the entrance, discovering Neville Longbottom standing there, his thick hat adorned with snow. He hopped about at the doorway, until he shook off the snowflakes. "Oh dear child, how commendable of you to brave such inclement weather," Professor Sprout remarked. Neville removed his hat, revealing a round face adorned with a gentle smile. Without further ado, he began assisting with the care of the mandrakes. Ron and Hermione were engaged in a game of wizard chess by the fire in the Gryffindor common room. After a while, Harry found himself unable to keep up. So he bid them farewell and exited through the portrait hole. The wind swirled with snowflakes, blanketing the sky in a white haze, and the castle appeared much dimmer than on clearer days. As Harry traversed the castle corridors, the spiral staircases twisted and turned, leading him to the entrance of the headmaster's office. Young Potter stood at the office door, momentarily entranced by the stone gargoyles flanking him. He had intended to wander the castle, yet somehow found himself at the headmaster's office. Before Harry could react and turn away, the stone gargoyle unexpectedly leaped aside. "Come in, dear child," Professor Dumbledore's gentle voice resonated. Having come this far, Harry blinked in surprise and stepped inside. This marked his second visit to the headmaster's office. His first had been during the capture of Peter Pettigrew. The walls were adorned with portraits of former headmasters. Harry recollected that during his previous visit, all the figures in the paintings had been awake, intently observing the events unfolding in the room. However, this time, he discovered that the former headmasters were all peacefully slumbering in their frames, softly snoring. The sounds of the wind and snow outside blended with the other whimsical little noises in the room, creating a symphony that was far from bothersome. If Vivian were to hear Harry describe this background noise, she would likely declare it to be the calming white noise that soothes the spirit, perhaps even aiding in sleep. Dumbledore remained seated behind the round table, yet this time, Harry's attention was drawn to an elderly bird. Perched upon a tall, gilded branch, the bird lowered its head slightly, its labored breathing resembling that of one on the brink of suffocation. Instinctively, Harry felt a wave of concern for the ailing creature, and turned to Dumbledore, who was also gazing at the bird. "It is named Fawkes, a phoenix," Dumbledore explained. Harry quickly glanced back at Dumbledore, noticing that the headmaster's gaze remained fixed upon Fawkes. Turning his attention back to the phoenix, Harry observed its tail feathers slowly shedding. "Professor," he expressed his concern. However, before Harry could continue, Fawkes' previously dull eyes suddenly sparkled with life. A burst of flames erupted from the bird, and in an instant, Fawkes transformed into a brilliant fireball. The dazzling flames engulfed him, and his original form slowly faded within the blaze, ultimately giving rise to a rebirth from the ashes. A fledgling emerged from the remnants, small and with short downy feathers. The young bird flapped its wings and fluttered toward Harry, prompting him to extend his hand and cradle the little creature. Dumbledore observed the scene with a smile, remarking, "Harry, it seems Fawkes has taken quite a liking to you." His blue eyes peered from behind his glasses. "In truth, the phoenix during its rebirth is not as splendid as it appears. You cannot fathom how beautiful Fawkes usually is, adorned with astonishing red and gold feathers." Harry cradled the soft little bird and sincerely remarked, "Fawkes looks splendid now, Professor Dumbledore. A good creature indeed." Professor Dumbledore accepted the phoenix, Fawkes, from Harry's hands, gently placing the little avian bundle onto the soft velvet cloth. "How have you been lately?" Dumbledore inquired. Harry nodded, "Especially well." "Oh, that is splendid to hear, Harry." Dumbledore responded with a smile. "Sirius is still recuperating, but I suspect you shall see him no later than next academic year." Harry nodded enthusiastically. "That would be wonderful, Professor Dumbledore." Before exiting the office, Harry noticed several feathers that had fallen from Fawkes, not yet turned to ash. "Professor Dumbledore, these feathers, I find them quite beautiful." Before Harry could finish his thought, Dumbledore, with a knowing glint in his eyes, smiled and said, "Take them, my dear boy. Fawkes adores you and will not mind." Harry carefully gathered the feathers and bid farewell to Dumbledore. He then turned and presented the feathers to Vivian. "Did you pluck those from Fawkes behind?" Vivian exclaimed, astonished as she held the beautiful tail feathers. Harry, equally shocked, responded, "How could that be?" He recounted how he had intended to wander the castle before arriving at the headmaster's office and witnessing Fawkes' rebirth. Before leaving, "I asked Professor Dumbledore if I could take a few feathers, and he said yes, so I did." He felt a bit bashful, adding, "You've always been so helpful to me, and I thought I should give you something. Will this be useful?" Vivian beamed, "Absolutely. Phoenix tail feathers are quite rare." "Thank you. I have wanted Fawkes' tail feathers for quite some time." Harry smiled joyfully, relaying the news that Sirius would soon be discharged. Outside the castle, the wind and snow howled. Yet inside, a warm and cheerful atmosphere began to flourish, for Christmas was approaching. Chapter 33, The Second Christmas. The dawn of Christmas Day arrived. The evening prior, Vivian had distributed gifts to everyone. This time, she gifted Professor Snape a transcription of potion materials, and borrowing from Harry's gift of phoenix feathers, included one of her own. Naturally, She also presented the dark green scarf she had finally completed knitting. William lay in bed, reluctant to rise. With a soft crack, she sat up to see the house elf, Cece, standing on the floor of her dormitory. Cece performed a graceful bow, exclaiming, "Good morning, young mistress. Merry Christmas." William sat cross-legged by the bed, replying, "Merry Christmas, Cece. Please convey my wishes to Lyra as well." "Oh, the young mistress wishes Cece and Lyra a Merry Christmas." Cece wiggled her large ears in delight. After handing over the latest batch of potions to Cece, William bid farewell and reminded her to enjoy a feast with Lyra at home, for holidays are meant for grand meals. Cece joyfully returned to the estate. William then rose and walked to the Christmas tree she had adorned in her dormitory to examine her gifts this year. Ron had given William a large bag of raisins. "Oh, these are the sweet ones from the Gryffindor common room, so delicious." Harry gifted her a complete set of potion cauldrons, while Melimer sent a set of exquisite glass bottles along with a card stating they could be used to store her potions. As she organized the cauldrons and bottles, William reflected that her image among her friends seemed to be gravitating towards that of a potion enthusiast. Mrs. Weasley gifted her a brand new sweater and a large cake made with raisins. Hermione presented her with a beautiful hairpin from the Muggle world, adorned with a lovely bow. William donned the hairpin and continued unwrapping gifts. The last gift was a small parcel wrapped in solid green paper. Inside lay a stunning moonstone necklace and 3 pristine unicorn tail hairs. At the bottom of the box was a small note scrawled with the initials SS, stating that the moonstone was of excellent quality and the silver chain was exquisitely crafted, resembling the work of fairies. She wondered if it was a subtle jab at the craftsmanship of the moonstone pendant she had previously gifted. William put on the necklace, secured the unicorn hairs, and donned the knitted sweater from Mrs. Weasley before happily heading to the Great Hall. During Christmas, the hall was always magnificently decorated. The Christmas tree sparkled with silver frost, and the garlands of mistletoe and holly were breathtaking. Enchanted snow filled the hall, its touch warm and dry, akin to the delightful sensation of indulging in steaming hot cocoa. The Christmas feast was delectable, and William savored 2 servings of pudding. Just as she pondered whether she might have overindulged, she turned to find Harry and Ron had already devoured 3 servings each. Observing William, they both looked up. Ron, hesitating over his chicken leg, asked uncertainly, "Hey, what's up, William? Do we have some impromptu plans?" Harry set down his spoon, his expression calm yet his tone eager as he said, "I'm ready." Hermione chimed in, "Where to?" William replied, "Well, is there a possibility that I was just contemplating whether to have another pudding?" "Oh." Ron returned to his chicken leg. Engrossed once more, Harry swiftly passed her a plate of pudding. "And that mashed potato is also superb. Would you like some?" Hermione offered. Thus, William indulged in another serving of pudding and a helping of mashed potatoes. Before returning to Ravenclaw Tower, William discreetly whispered to Harry, "Tonight, after Ron and the others are asleep, slip out under the invisibility cloak. I'll be waiting for you at the 3rd floor staircase." Harry nodded subtly, acknowledging her request, and then casually bid farewell to William alongside Ron and Hermione. That night, Harry, cloaked in invisibility, found William waiting at the 3rd floor staircase. The 2 of them slipped beneath the cloak and headed towards the 3rd floor girls' bathroom. "Where are we going?" Harry whispered. "Near the Chamber of Secrets," William replied quietly. "The Chamber of Secrets? Salazar Slytherin's chamber? Isn't that just a legend?" Harry inquired as they walked. "It truly exists," William affirmed. "I have a little idea. I'll share it with you shortly." Harry responded with a simple "okay." They tread softly towards their destination, arriving at the entrance to the girls' bathroom on the 3rd floor, before finally removing the invisibility cloak. William pointed to the bathroom, indicating they should enter. Harry widened his eyes in surprise. William nodded reassuringly, adding, "I've observed that this bathroom is currently unoccupied." Harry blinked in surprise but followed William inside, mentally preparing himself for a potential encounter with others, contemplating how to apologize profusely. As they stepped through the door, a sharp scream pierced the air. The ghostly figure of moaning Myrtle burst forth from a stall, startling the pair. Before Harry could utter an apology, he was taken aback by the sudden appearance of the ghost, while William clasped her hands together, pleading with Myrtle to keep her voice down. "A girl? With a boy? In the girls' bathroom at this hour?" Myrtle exclaimed in astonishment, albeit in a hushed tone. Myrtle is shocked. Harry, equally surprised, stammered. William raised her right hand. I can explain. I'm here to investigate the chamber incident from 50 years ago." She confessed. 50 years ago, a so-called heir of Slytherin opened the chamber, resulting in the death of a student. As Vivian fixed her gaze upon moaning Myrtle, she pondered aloud, "Myrtle, may I inquire if you recall the circumstances surrounding your transformation into a ghost?" Suddenly, Myrtle's demeanor shifted, as if she were about to recount an enthralling tale. Oh, I remember it vividly. It was utterly terrifying. It happened right here. I died in this very restroom, and the details are etched in my memory. Vivian and Harry sat beside the wall of the lavatory, listening intently as Myrtle recounted her story. In 1943, Myrtle was merely 14 years of age, a student of Ravenclaw House. She perpetually wore glasses, and a classmate she particularly despised would incessantly mock her, likening her appearance to that of a four-eyed toad. Myrtle, deeply saddened, retreated into a small stall, locked the door and wept. However, it wasn't long before footsteps echoed in the restroom. Myrtle heard a boy's voice and, feeling irked, decided to emerge and scold him for intruding. And then just like that, she died. It was abrupt, without any forewarning. Harry inquired, "How did you die?" "Just like that," Myrtle replied, her expression clouded with mystery as she lowered her voice. "I saw a pair of enormous yellow eyes. Then, it felt as though my entire being was seized, and I floated away." At this juncture, Myrtle's visage appeared somewhat dazed and melancholic. After a brief silence, she continued, "Eventually, I returned. I was determined to confront Olive Hornby, the girl who called me a four-eyed toad. After I became a ghost, I followed her for quite some time. In the end, she regretted her mockery. And so, I've remained here ever since." Chapter 34. Moaning Myrtle. Harry pondered, a pair of enormous yellow eyes? He searched his mind for clues but found none. "It must be the basilisk," Vivian suggested, "a serpent of vibrant green. Any creature that gazes directly into its eyes meets an immediate demise, while those who view its eyes indirectly, through reflections in mirrors or water, become petrified." Vivian looked at Myrtle and speculated, "So I surmise you might have locked eyes with the basilisk." Myrtle sat upon the closed toilet lid, swinging her legs, appearing to have relinquished any lingering resentment regarding her demise. "Perhaps," she responded nonchalantly, "but why are you suddenly asking about this?" Harry tilted his head, looking at Vivian. "Do you recall the house elf Dobby from the Malfoy family? He keeps warning us about a great danger targeting you at Hogwarts." Harry nodded, well aware of Dobby's recent attempts to thwart him with a rogue bludger. "I've been poring over numerous documents lately, and believe the only plausible threat could be tied to the legend of the Chamber of Secrets," Vivian stated, pausing momentarily before continuing, "because I've also discovered something I haven't shared with you. At the beginning of this term, I found a dark magical artifact near Ginny, a notebook." Harry furrowed his brow. "I remember you mentioning at the station that during the summer, Malfoy got into a scuffle with Ron's father at Diagon Alley." Harry contemplated for a moment and deduced, "So, that dark magical artifact was likely slipped to Ginny during that chaos by Malfoy?" Vivian nodded. "I think that's possible. Otherwise, even though Ron's father often handles magical artifacts, he would never place such a perilous item near his own daughter. After discovering the dark artifact, I instructed Eulalia to remove it from Ginny's vicinity. It has since been kept in a pocket that shields against dark magical fluctuations." She continued, "Although my family is no longer here, the estate's storeroom is still cluttered with various items. After securing that notebook, I didn't pay it much mind until I stumbled upon legends connected to the Chamber of Secrets while researching, which prompted me to investigate further." Harry asked, "So what are our next steps? Should we explore the chamber?" Vivian blinked, "But there's a basilisk. Aren't you frightened?" Harry also blinked. "Yet I believe you would never undertake an uncertain endeavor." He too sat cross-legged against the wall, appearing quite relaxed. "Since this is some scheme set by the Malfoys, we must find a way to resolve it. Otherwise, I cannot endure Dobby's incessant protectiveness." Noticing Harry's troubled expression, he jested, "I'm genuinely worried Dobby might just eliminate me next time, so he wouldn't have to fret about my safety anymore." Vivian raised her thumb in approval. "As expected of you, Harry. Your perspective is quite refreshing." With a glint in his eye, Harry replied, his tone simultaneously light-hearted yet earnest, "Thank you for the compliment. But it is your presence that keeps me at ease. Otherwise I would be trembling, unsure of what to do. Today we cannot venture into the chamber. However, now that we've confirmed the basilisk resides there, our immediate focus should be on researching and preparing for it," Vivian stated. Harry nodded, but then raised his right hand as if to ask a question in class. "I have another query." Vivian tilted her head, regarding him. "We only know there's a basilisk in the chamber, but we have no idea how to enter it." Myrtle floated up from the toilet, raising her hands to point at a sink. "I believe I saw those enormous eyes right here." Harry and Vivian scrambled to their feet and approached the sink, inspecting it closely. They examined every nook and cranny, even scrutinizing the pipes connecting to it. Ultimately, Harry spotted a carved serpent coiled around the side of the brass faucet. Vivian reached out to turn on the faucet, but after 3 full rotations, it remained unresponsive. Myrtle chirped happily, "That faucet never produces water." Vivian and Harry exchanged glances. Harry also attempted to twist the faucet, but regardless of the direction, the lavatory remained silent. Could this snake communicate in Parseltongue, much like Professor Snape's doorknob? Vivian speculated. Harry scratched his head, but it seems I can only speak Parseltongue in the presence of a real snake or when one speaks first. He widened his eyes, attempting to envision the faucet as a living serpent. "Open?" he said hesitantly. Vivian regarded Harry, that as human language. After a moment's thought, she deemed it a minor issue, reassuring herself that there was no rush. "We've made significant progress today. Let us return to research information about the basilisk. If all else fails, I'll see if there's a spell to summon a snake. How about I hold its head while you converse with it?" Harry replied. "That sounds perfectly fine." He imagined the scene and quickly accepted the plan, stating calmly, "Though that snake might get quite angry." Vivian responded confidently, "That's inconsequential. I can't understand Parseltongue, so even if it curses me, it won't matter." With their plan confirmed, the 2 young wizards donned their invisibility cloak and departed. Harry gallantly escorted Vivian to the entrance of the Ravenclaw Tower, before returning to his own dormitory under the cloak. The following morning, Vivian sought out Snape to obtain a signature for the restricted section. Upon glancing at the request for magical creatures within the restricted section, Snape smirked slightly and warned in a low voice, "Do not recklessly attempt the breeding instructions contained within those tomes." Vivian nodded obediently. "Of course, Professor Snape. I merely wished to gather some information." Severus Snape reluctantly accepted the situation and affixed his signature. However, he still sought out Dumbledore to report, lest Vivian and the young Potters, Granger and Weasley, embark on some grand escapade. In the ensuing 2 days, Vivian and her companions immersed themselves in the library. Hermione and Ron noticed that Vivian and Harry had inexplicably begun to study magical creatures, although Hermione's enthusiasm for acquiring further knowledge was ever present. Not one to dwell on such matters, joined his good friend in perusing the library's tomes on magical beasts, delighting in sharing the delectable descriptions of certain eggs he encountered. Chapter 35. An unexpected turn. Before long, they had amassed a substantial amount of information regarding the basilisk. To facilitate their research, Vivian dedicated an entire day to constructing 2 fully automated rooster crowing devices. With the mere push of a button, these contraptions emitted the unmistakable sound of a rooster's crow, a rather enchanting and catchy noise. She also fashioned a squeaking chicken, adorned in a vivid red and yellow palette, which produced a sharp, explosive sound when squeezed, though she hesitated to bring it out, deeming it more suited for Weasley's wizard wheezes. Harry, armed with one of the automated crowers, playfully teased Ron, who widened his eyes in astonishment, convinced that Harry's owl, Hedwig, had somehow transformed into a rooster. At this moment Vivian, suddenly grasping the joke, thought to herself, "Oh dear, I truly want to laugh." With their preparations complete, just 2 days before the conclusion of the Christmas holidays, Vivian and Harry set forth. They patiently awaited the tranquil embrace of night over Hogwarts before stealthily convening in the washroom. Although Vivian suspected that Headmaster Dumbledore would not be oblivious to their nocturnal escapades, they found themselves in the presence of Fawkes, the Phoenix, who stood obediently with the sorting hat in his beak. In unison, they turned to each other and murmured, "Did you summon reinforcements?" Silence enveloped them, a quietude that lingered in the corridors of Hogwarts that night. After a brief pause, Harry extended his hand toward Fawkes. Both were keenly aware that if it were not for a sudden appearance by Dumbledore announcing their expulsion, it must surely indicate his support. After all, this was not the first time the venerable headmaster had backed their adventurous pursuits. One could understand, for Dumbledore was a Gryffindor at heart. Fawkes unfurled his magnificent wings and, with his talons, passed the sorting hat to Vivian. The Phoenix then gracefully soared over Harry's outstretched arm, alighting atop his head. Vivian and Harry exchanged glances, with Harry jesting, "Well, if you believe my hair is suitable for a nest, I suppose it's worth noting that the Dursleys often remarked that my hair resembles a bird's nest." Vivian, stifling a laugh at the sight of Harry and his feathered companion, maintained her composure. Having received Dumbledore's tacit approval, they decided to stow away the invisibility cloak. Vivian neatly folded the cloak and, along with the sorting hat, placed them in her compact bag that could seemingly hold an infinite array of items. As they continued down the corridor, an unexpected figure awaited them in the washroom. A small boy, appearing to be of similar age, with black hair and eyes, clad in Slytherin robes. Perhaps due to his youth, despite his slender frame, he bore a round and endearing visage. At that moment, the boy crouched before a cauldron. his eyes widening upon the sudden appearance of Vivian and Harry. Vivian struggled to maintain her composure, though internally she was screaming, "Oh my goodness! This child bears an uncanny resemblance to a young Severus Snape." Severus Snape had been quite pleased with his Christmas break. With the trolls returned to their homes, he was spared the chore of grading a multitude of disheveled essays, and the ensuing chaos of managing their antics. Though he was reluctant to admit it, he found himself eagerly anticipating a Christmas gift from Vivian Holt. Upon receiving a meticulously transcribed rare tome, he felt a thrill of elation. The holiday season was a delightful reprieve, allowing him to immerse himself in the realms of potions and dark magic without distraction from classes or other concerns. Severus Snape was a master of potions. During this rare holiday, he endeavored to refine a potion, though not all modifications proceeded as smoothly as the previous anti-animagi potion. With a resounding bang, Snape was enveloped in a cloud of potion dust, transforming him into a 13-year-old child. He could only utilize transfiguration to alter his attire into Slytherin robes before seeking out Dumbledore, presenting his predicament with a sullen expression. Fortunately, Dumbledore managed to suppress his laughter, lest Snape feel utterly humiliated, although he was not far from such a state. Grateful it was still the holiday, Snape dreaded the thought of students discovering their potions professor had regressed into a child. This was truly dire. Snape clenched his teeth, hastily gathering his belongings in his office, and under Dumbledore's friendly suggestion, sought refuge in an abandoned washroom on the 3rd floor. Here, aside from a Ravenclaw ghost, he was alone and free from the fear of being spotted by students. Young Snape arranged the cauldron, and diligently began to devise a solution for his youthful predicament. Before long he spotted Harry Potter and Vivian Holt, with Fawkes perched upon Harry's head. Snape could not help but curse inwardly. Dumbledore had ensnared him yet again. Was it possible he had chosen this very washroom, disregarding the occasional shrieks from the Myrtle, to avoid encountering any of the school's trolls? He sprang to his feet, intending to admonish the 2 rule-breaking students about their nocturnal wanderings, only to realize he was shorter than Harry Potter himself. The wind was swiftly taken from his sails, and seeing Harry's untamed hair only fueled his irritation. Harry greeted the young boy, acknowledging their shared nocturnal adventure. "So Slytherin students explore at night too? Are you perhaps working on Professor Snape's holiday assignment?" Snape forced a semblance of a smile, striving to disguise himself as a Slytherin student. What on earth was the illustrious Harry Potter doing here at such an hour? Adventuring? Harry replied innocently. "You carry on with your business, we won't disturb you." With that, Harry, accompanied by Vivian and Fawkes, made their way to the previously discovered serpent-carved tap. Fawkes, perhaps sensing that his presence atop Harry's head might hinder his performance, gracefully flapped his wings and settled upon Vivian's shoulder. "Why doesn't Fawkes stay on your head?" Harry inquired. "Well, perhaps my hair is too long for Fawkes's talons to grasp?" Vivian reasoned. "That makes sense," Harry agreed, redirecting his attention to the tap, earnestly envisioning it as an actual snake. "Open," he commanded, turning to Vivian. Vivian and Fawkes simultaneously shook their heads, indicating that his words were mere human speech. She raised her wand, suggesting, "Should I summon a real snake for assistance?" Harry shook his head. "Let me try again." He refocused on the tap, beginning to sway his head side to side, creating the illusion of motion in the flickering candlelight. "Open." This time, Harry succeeded, producing a peculiar hissing sound. And to their astonishment, the tap began to rotate, followed by the basin responding in kind. The pool and faucet had vanished, replaced by an enormous pipe, tall enough for Harry and Vivian to walk within. However, before they could venture inside, young Snape had already dashed over to Harry's side, wand in hand. His fury directed at Harry when he saw that nothing emerged from the pipe. "What are you planning to do?" he hissed, lowering his voice. Chapter 36, Prince. The instant that peculiar hissing sound escaped from young Potter's lips, Snape felt the hairs on his neck stand on end, as if something cold and sharp were slithering up his spine, plunging him into an icy dread. Why was young Potter speaking Parseltongue? The memory of the last Parselmouth, his former superior, a cold-hearted and merciless Dark Lord, cast a pall over Snape's thoughts. Instinctively tightening his grip on his wand, he rushed forward, fearing that something might leap from the darkened pipe to claim young Potter's life. He had not forgotten that the Dark Lord had been lurking around Hogwarts last semester. Once he confirmed that they were temporarily safe, Snape restrained himself and grasped young Potter's robe, his voice barely above a whisper. "What are you two planning to do?" Vivian gently tapped the back of young Snape's hand, signaling him to remain calm. She lifted Fawkes from her shoulder, directing the phoenix's beak towards the ominous pipe. "We intend to go inside and take a look." Fawkes chirped in discontent at being treated like an arrow, prompting Vivian to return the phoenix to her shoulder, soothingly stroking his feathers. "I will accompany you," Snape declared, taking a deep breath to maintain his composure. With Fawkes present, it suggested that this endeavor had Dumbledore's tacit approval. Perhaps even his orchestration. No wonder Dumbledore had insisted on sending him to this place to brew potions. Severus Snape bit down on his jaw for the umpteenth time, forcing himself to feign curiosity. Observing the worried expression on the boy's face as he fretted over Harry, Vivian blinked, a realization dawning. Could this truly be Snape? Though she was uncertain why he had taken on this youthful guise, she decided to confirm it. Quietly, she briefly closed her eyes to sense the flow of the boy's magic, reassuring herself that this was indeed Snape. After all, she was quite familiar with his magical signature, having been his potion partner for quite some time, referring to his assistance in clearing potentially explosive cauldrons. "Are you certain? You are a Slytherin after all. If Professor Snape catches you, it would not end well. He becomes rather irate when Slytherin loses points," Harry warned kindly. Vivian, suppressing laughter, found amusement in Harry's comment. "Harry, do you realize you're practically face-to-face with him?" Young Snape attempted to adopt a friendly tone, his voice strained as he retorted, "There is no need for the illustrious Harry Potter to concern himself." Harry raised an eyebrow. "Is that the customary way of addressing one another in your house? Such a lengthy name is rather inconvenient. Just call me Harry." "Oh, and what is your name?" Vivian chimed in, still stifling her laughter. "Prince Potter." Snape managed to force out, the name Potter almost exploding from his mouth. The last time he had uttered it in such a manner was in reference to young Malfoy. "Excellent. Now I am even more convinced. This is indeed Snape," Vivian thought. She raised her right hand. "Shall we set forth?" "Oh wait," Vivian added, distributing the two fully automatic rooster crowing devices she had crafted to Harry, and the youthful version of Professor Snape. "If anything stirs once we enter, just shut your eyes and press this frantically." "And you?" Harry asked, accepting the small horn while realizing that their previous preparations had only accounted for 2 adventurers, not a third. Vivian once again lifted Fawkes, praising the magnificent phoenix in a melodic tone. "Fear not, for I possess the incredibly beautiful and powerful Fawkes." Flattered, Fawkes begrudgingly accepted the somewhat ridiculous position of being held aloft, chirping in agreement. Snape glanced at the button-laden device, noting its striking resemblance to the one Vivian had used for their potions practice, featuring a loop of his reprimands. Snape thought, it better have a different recording inside, otherwise, that would be utterly absurd. Vivian had intended to lead the way, but after only 2 steps, Snape tugged at her clothing. With one hand gripping his wand and the other clutching the device, he became the first to enter the pipe. As they proceeded, Snape muttered a spell under his breath. The tip of his wand emitted a warm white light, illuminating the previously darkened pipe. The 3 of them formed a line and, after a brief descent, the angle of the pipe steepened, causing them to slide down as if on a slide. The pipe twisted and turned, leading them downward. Snape estimated that they had descended deeper than the underground classrooms. Silently, he harbored a grudge against the 2 young trolls, vowing that no matter what transpired, once he neutralized the residual effects of this cursed potion, he would ensure that Gryffindor and Ravenclaw lost points. After what felt like an eternity of sliding through the dark pipe, they finally emerged onto a damp stone floor. This appeared to be a rocky tunnel. Fawkes remained perched on Vivian's shoulder, while Harry illuminated his wand to survey their surroundings. "It seems we have reached a considerable depth beneath the school," Harry remarked, examining the dark stone tunnel. "Perhaps beneath the Black Lake," Snape asserted confidently. Vivian retrieved the sorting hat from her small satchel and handed it to Harry. As he received the worn, unremarkable hat, he questioned, "Why would Professor Dumbledore send us the sorting hat?" Holding the script, Vivian was aware of the reason but feigned ignorance, responding, "I am not sure, but it must be useful if it came from Professor Dumbledore. Perhaps you should wear it first, Harry." Nodding, Harry placed the sorting hat on his head, adjusting it to ensure it wouldn't slip off. "I think that's a good idea. Let's just put it on and see." Thus, Harry Potter became Harry Potter with the sorting hat perched atop his head. From Vivian's perspective, he appeared adorably charming, while Snape's expression whenever he glanced at Harry resembled that of someone who had just consumed 3 pounds of green caterpillars. Vivian found this relatable, as Snape, transformed into a second-year student, was now faced with a boy who bore a remarkable resemblance to the elder Potter, creating a surreal sense of déjà vu. As Fawkes perched quietly like a decorative bird, Vivian followed behind Harry and Snape, only to notice their footsteps halt simultaneously. Before them stood 2 figures. Recalling that the basilisk should still be hiding obediently, she assumed no one would summon it with Parseltongue, prompting her to tiptoe for a better view of the unfolding scene. However, Before she could discern the situation ahead, a cacophony of rooster crows erupted around her. Despite being the creator of the automatic rooster crowing device, Vivian was taken aback by the relentless chorus, which sounded as though several roosters were indeed surrounding her. Quietly, she produced her own squeaky chicken, joining the cacophony. Chapter 37. The Chamber of Secrets. Accompanied by the jarring squawking of a rubber chicken, Vivian exclaimed, "Calm down." This prompted both Harry and Snape, standing before her, to turn in astonishment, their eyes wide open. Their surprise, of course, was not directed at Vivian's call for calm, but rather at the shrill, chicken-like cacophony that echoed around them. They both stared, aghast, at the elongated rubber chicken that Vivian held in her grasp. Even Fawkes, disturbed by the raucous sound, flapped his wings and perched atop Vivian's head. Unfazed, Vivian calmly returned the rubber chicken to her small satchel under the scrutinizing gaze of the two men and the bird. At last, she discerned what lay ahead. A colossal, motionless silhouette coiled in the shadows, illuminated by the light from the tips of Snape's and Harry's wands. A gigantic snake skin, glistening emerald green. It resembled the shed of a basilisk. Vivian raised her hands, gently lowering Fawkes from her head to her shoulder, deliberately placing him on the opposite side to avoid appearing lopsided. The potion's master, Snape, had already crouched beside the snake skin, engrossed in his examination. Harry, too, stepped closer alongside Vivian, wondering if this might serve as a potion ingredient. Vivian asserted, "It is an extraordinarily valuable potion material." Snape, deep in thought, began contemplating how to transport such an immense snake skin. However, "Let us set that aside for now and proceed further," Vivian suggested. The once quiet Sorting Hat chimed in, "Charge ahead." Startled by the sudden voice above him, Harry exclaimed, "Wow!" while Fawkes joined in with a cheerful tweet. At that moment, the only one feeling disheartened was Snape, who could neither take the materials with him nor deduct points from the two little giants, all while maintaining the guise of a nighttime child. Continuing along the tunnel, they encountered bend after bend, until finally, they faced a sturdy wall adorned with two intertwining snakes, their eyes set with large, glimmering emeralds. "Charge!" Vivian urged Harry. This time, Harry did not need to shake his head side to side, for the sparkling emeralds made the snakes appear almost lifelike. A hissing sound escaped Harry's lips, and the snakes parted, causing the stone wall to split open and slide away. The wall vanished and Snape, gripping his wand and the somewhat absurd yet seemingly sensible rubber chicken noisemaker, was the first to step inside. It was a vast chamber, filled with towering stone columns. The room was exceedingly high. Looking up, one could see nothing but darkness, as if the ceiling had vanished into the depths of the void. Each column bore intricate carvings of serpents, imbuing the entire space with an eerie yet magnificent aura. "This is Salazar Slytherin's chamber," Snape murmured as he observed his surroundings, to which Vivian softly added, "Indeed." She ventured deeper into the room, with Snape and Harry following closely behind. Their footsteps echoed in the cavernous space, reverberating in a way that made the silence almost unnerving. Soon they reached the innermost part of the room, where a towering statue stood. A figure with a somewhat aged face and a long beard that nearly brushed the hem of the stone wizard's robe. Harry approached Vivian, and together they gazed up at the statue. "So this must be the statue of Salazar Slytherin," he concluded. Vivian too scrutinized the statue, pondering why it was depicted in its elder years. "I had thought statues were typically crafted in one's prime," she mused. "When does one consider the golden years?" Snape inquired, having silently positioned himself beside Vivian. Both she and Harry fell silent. "By Muggle standards, perhaps in their 40s? This statue appears to be at least 90, Harry observed. "It could very well be older than 90. Even Professor Dumbledore, at over 100, seems far more lively than this statue," Vivian remarked. Snape did not contribute to the discussion. He remained fixated on the statue of Salazar Slytherin. After a moment of collective admiration, Vivian retrieved a parchment filled with writing from her satchel. "Let's get down to business," she declared. Harry and Snape leaned in to scrutinize the parchment in her hand. Vivian continued, "Based on my recent research in the library, I have compiled a list of potential incantations that may trigger the mechanisms of this chamber." Snape, recalling Vivian's earlier request for permission to access the restricted section, thought to himself that she had indeed been up to something. He shot her a discreet glare, pressing his lips together. "However, I suspect that since we have been using Parseltongue to open doors, these incantations may also need to be spoken in the same tongue. Shall we try them one by one, Harry?" she proposed. Harry accepted the parchment, briefly scanning its contents. "That sounds fine, but we need something that resembles a live snake. Otherwise, I fear I can only speak in human language." The Sorting Hat, perched atop his head, chimed in, "Wow, human language. startled by the unexpected exclamation from his head. Harry exclaimed, "Oh." Meanwhile, Snape, suppressing his surprise, shot a reproachful glare at the Sorting Hat and reluctantly waved his wand, resulting in a somewhat chaotic spell. The tip of his wand emitted a brilliant light, and in the next moment, a black snake emerged from the glow, landing on the ground before them. Vivian observed the newly manifested, slightly disoriented snake, and recalled how Snape had once instructed young Malfoy to use a snake to frighten Harry during a dual club session. Harry gave Snape a thumbs up, remarking, "Well done with the magic, Slytherin." Snape, clearly vexed, fought the urge to glare fiercely at young Potter. Despite the presence of light in the room, it remained dim due to the high ceiling and vast expanse. The flickering light allowed Snape to catch glimpses of Harry's striking green eyes. He could never muster anger towards those eyes, so he averted his gaze to the freshly conjured snake, poised to act should it become aggressive. After a moment of contemplation, Harry handed the parchment back to Vivian. He stowed his rubber chicken noisemaker in his pocket, grasped his wand in his right hand, and boldly lifted the snake with his left. Snape, initially expecting Harry to be fearful, thought to himself, "The little brat has some courage." Harry held the snake before him, his gaze fixed upon it, while tightly gripping his wand. "All right, Vivian, read them off one by one." Vivian nodded, glancing at Snape. "So, the task of activating the automatic rubber chicken noisemaker falls to you, Prince. Be ready to press it if you hear anything unusual." Snape felt a deep sense of astonishment at the name Vivian had given her alchemical item. "First, the great Salazar Slytherin," Vivian began. Harry hissed the phrase in Parseltongue. They paused for a moment, but nothing occurred. "Heir of Slytherin." Still nothing happened. "Please open for Slytherin." Silence prevailed. "Salazar Slytherin is the most handsome." Harry couldn't help but turn to Vivian, his expression one of shock, as if asking, "Is this even allowed?" Yet he did not hesitate, earnestly repeating the phrase to the snake in his hand. Chapter 38. The Basilisk. Still nothing happened. They subsequently recited 2 potential incantations, yet the chamber remained utterly unchanged. Thus, what follows? "Speak to me, Slytherin, the greatest of Hogwarts forefounders," Vivian calmly intoned. This utterance was lengthier than the previous spells mentioned, and Harry observed the small serpent he clutched hissing as it echoed her words. Next, all present witnessed the enormous stone visage of Slytherin animate. Vivian swiftly tucked the parchment into her satchel. Snape cast a spell upon the black serpent in Harry's grasp, causing it to vanish. With one hand gripping his wand, Harry extracted a rooster crowing button from his pocket. The statue's mouth gaped open, transforming into a vast black void. Isn't Slytherin supposed to be all about pureblood aristocracy? Why does this aesthetic seem so grotesque? This statue has suddenly become quite terrifying, Vivian couldn't help but quip. Harry murmured in agreement. If I hadn't already encountered the noseless monstrosity that is Voldemort, this gaping maw would surely haunt my dreams. Snape, caught between a sense of indignation at their apparent disrespect towards Slytherin and the undeniable logic of their words, chose silence. A rustling sound echoed through the chamber. "Close your eyes," Snape commanded. "If you wish to avoid being rendered a fool by a rebounding curse, refrain from employing any offensive magic." The 3 of them shut their eyes and retreated, waiting for the sound of a colossal creature hitting the ground. In perfect synchrony, both Harry and Snape pressed their buttons. Suddenly, the crowing of a rooster erupted, reverberating throughout the vast chamber in a cacophony of sound, as though numerous chickens had materialized and were scurrying about. The basilisk writhed, causing the chamber to tremble. Vivian felt Fawkes' talons dig into her shoulder before he took flight. She clutched the squeaking chicken, and amidst the cacophony, she cheered for Fawkes go. Fawkes, Harry joining the fray, continued to press his button, shouting, "Phoenix, go go go!" Snape, exasperated by the audacity of these fearless youngsters yet unwilling to lower his guard, muttered under his breath, "A giant beast brought forth by Albus Dumbledore. Reckless, arrogant, unaware of danger. His nose is almost crooked with fury." Before long, they heard the basilisk emit a distressed hissing sound as it rolled on the ground. Vivian grasped Harry's hand with one and pulled Snape with the other, relying on her instincts to evade danger. Fawkes let out a cry, flapping back to perch on Vivian's shoulder, affectionately nudging her face with his wing. Cautiously, she opened one eye, discovering that the basilisk's eyes had been pecked out. She then opened the other eye and patted both Harry and Snape, signaling that it was safe to open their eyes. The trio huddled against the wall, observing the basilisk's thrashing, when Harry suddenly yelped. Vivian turned to find him cradling his head with both hands. He felt something hard within his sorting hat, prompting him to remove it and extract a gleaming sword. "Wow!" Harry exclaimed, marveling at the beautiful silver blade. The sword sparkled brilliantly, its hilt adorned with resplendent rubies that cast a stunning red glow on his hand. He replaced the hat upon his head, firmly gripping the sword. Vivian scanned their surroundings and pointed to a raised platform. You go there. I'll lure the basilisk's head over. And then you can stab it from above with the sword. Harry handed Vivian the crowing button from his pocket, and nodded in agreement. Snape, gripping Vivian as she prepared to dash toward the basilisk, declared, I shall accompany you. Together, Snape and Vivian pressed the button to emit rooster calls, drawing the basilisk's ire. The creature, now agitated and furious, darted wildly throughout the chamber. I should have asked Harry if we could bring a real rooster from Hagrid's, Vivian lamented. Given the basilisk's incredible speed, she and Snape resorted to alternating their button presses to ensure they wouldn't become mere snacks for the creature. Weren't we promised it would drop dead at the sound of a rooster? What a farce. They lamented, realizing that despite their prolonged efforts, the basilisk remained unscathed. Indeed, practice proves to be the sole criterion for truth. Finally, before their legs could run out from under them, Vivian lured the basilisk to the space beneath Harry's platform. She heard Fawkes flapping his wings. A true warrior never looks back, she thought absently, knowing that Harry was now poised to leap down and strike the basilisk's head with Gryffindor's sword. The basilisk struck forcefully to the ground, writhed violently. Fawkes yanked Harry by the collar, pulling him out of harm's way as Vivian dodged the beast's thrashing body. In a moment of urgency, Snape lunged, grabbing Vivian and rolling her aside to avoid the basilisk. He feared she might land awkwardly and use him as a cushion. However, young Snape's slender frame was no match for the force of her unexpected pull, resulting in her elbow colliding with his ribs, causing him to remain on the ground for a while. Clutching his side, he gritted his teeth and replied to Vivian's inquiry about his well-being with a terse, I'm fine. Snape seethed inwardly, reflecting on the chaos that had ensued since her and Harry's arrival at Hogwarts. Come what may, he would ensure that both of these little troublemakers would face consequences after today, regardless of Albus' explanations. Vivian, aware of Snape's identity as Prince, thought, I'm really quite anxious. I hope Headmaster Dumbledore can calm Snape's fury later. When Harry and Fawkes finally joined them, Snape, still nursing his ribs, sat up. The basilisk lay motionless, Gryffindor's sword embedded in its head, presenting quite a daunting sight. The three of them, along with Fawkes, waited in silence for a considerable time, ensuring that the basilisk was truly lifeless before cautiously approaching. Fawkes once again lifted Harry by the collar, allowing him to extract the sword from the basilisk's head. Vivian retrieved 2 pairs of dragonhide gloves from her satchel, handing 1 pair to Snape. Let us go. It's time to extract the basilisk's fangs. You brew potions quite well. This should be no trouble for you. Snape smirked slightly, donned the gloves and replied of course. As they approached the basilisk, Vivian, concerned, inquired, Is your rib still hurting? Snape's gaze was fixed upon the basilisk as he replied, It's manageable. A potion should suffice. What pain could compare? It was far less severe than the cruciatus curse inflicted by his former superior. Truly, it was this youthful body that hindered him. Otherwise, he would have surely risen immediately. Chapter 39. Piercing the Diary. Vivian and Snape diligently engaged in the laborious task of extracting the basilisk's fangs, and before long, they had rendered the creature toothless. She divided the venomous fangs into 2 portions, placing them in iron boxes, and handed 1 box to Snape. After removing her dragonhide gloves, she and her companions moved to a safe distance from the basilisk. Now, we must attend to the next matter, she declared. Snape raised an eyebrow at Vivian, incredulously asking, Is there still more to do? Vivian produced the pouch containing the diary from her satchel. Upon observing Harry seated cross-legged on the ground alongside Vivian, Snape gingerly touched his still aching ribs and slowly lowered himself to the ground as well. He cast his gaze downward, furtively plucking a feather from Fawkes. The phoenix let out a sharp cry, turning its head to glare at Snape with its bright, beady eyes. A rare smile of amusement flickered across Snape's face as he reminisced about his shadowy, mire-like childhood, as though traversing through time to mend some of his past regrets. There was no bullying, no insults, and he had even arrived at the Slytherin chamber, acquiring a precious cache of potion ingredients. It would have been splendid if Potter, the little troll, had not joined their nocturnal escapade. Snape's mood soured at the sight of Potter's unruly hair, though it seemed somewhat alleviated by the sorting hat-esque concealment. If only that wretched pair of glasses could be discarded as well. Vivian retrieved a diary from a pocket designed to shield against dark magic's influence. Both Snape and Harry turned their attention to the seemingly unremarkable diary. Harry, with utmost caution, gripped his wand and refrained from inquisitively touching it, merely leaning in to observe closely. Is this the grand scheme of Malfoy? Snape's ears perked up at the mention of a key term. He had not forgotten the house elf Dobby, who had repeatedly appeared to protect young Potter, causing Snape to clean up the mess left by Potter since the beginning of this term. Vivian donned dragonhide gloves on her left hand, and then opened the first page of the diary with that same hand. The cover bore a faded date, indicating that this diary was 50 years old. Upon opening to the first page, a single name was inscribed in indistinct ink, Tom Marvolo Riddle. I believe I've heard Ron mention this name, Harry remarked, a look of recollection crossing his face. Snape and Vivian turned their gazes toward Harry. Once, when Ron returned from detention, I overheard him despondently mumbling about a shield-shaped cup that Filch had polished. It contained a name, Tom Riddle, who received a special contribution award from the school. Harry placed Vivian's other glove on his right hand, and began to flip through the diary. The only inscription on the first page was that murky name. Every subsequent page remained blank. This is a diary, yet aside from a name, nothing else is written? Harry inquired. It is possible that the contents cannot be directly seen, Snape replied, suggesting that there may be certain triggering conditions involved. This must be a wizard of Muggle descent, which explains why he purchased a diary on Vauxhall Road, Harry conjectured. The surname Riddle does not seem to appear on the list of pureblood wizarding families, does it? He added, glancing at Snape with a hint of uncertainty. Vivian also looked to Snape, the Slytherin most likely to possess knowledge on the matter. Snape paused momentarily before responding, no, it does not. 50 years ago was quite a significant time. As we know, 50 years prior, the so-called heir of Slytherin first opened the Chamber of Secrets, releasing the basilisk, which led to Moaning Myrtle's demise, Vivian noted. Harry continued, and this Tom Riddle received the school's special contribution award 50 years ago. Could he be connected to the Chamber's affairs? Perhaps he was the one who opened it. I lean toward the notion that he is a malevolent individual. This diary is undoubtedly a dark magical artifact. We are all aware that Lucius Malfoy was once a servant of Voldemort. He orchestrated the Weasley family's acquisition of this item to bring it to Hogwarts. It cannot be merely for the purpose of commemorating Riddle's so-called great achievements, Vivian asserted. Harry then pondered a new question. What, then, is the connection between Riddle and Malfoy? Why is his diary in the Malfoy household? A heavy silence enveloped the group, with Snape remaining uncharacteristically quiet. By the time he joined the Death Eaters, Lucius had already been serving Voldemort for several years. In other words, Lucius Malfoy played a significant role in the expansion of Voldemort's power in the late 70s and early 80s, a period during which Snape himself had also joined the ranks of the Death Eaters. After a considerable pause, Vivian spoke up, I have an idea. However, let us first destroy this wretched object. Harry nodded in agreement, yet immediately afterward he cast a wary glance at Snape's Slytherin emblem. Prince, you don't have a penchant for researching dark magical artifacts, do you? Snape smiled and replied no. Harry shivered at the smile, exclaiming, goodness. Your smile is far too reminiscent of your headmaster. I am certain I will have nightmares tonight. Snape shot him an annoyed glare. Vivian quickly shifted the topic. Clenching a basilisk fang with her gloved hand, she asked, shall I proceed? If I exhibit any unusual behavior, do not hesitate to wake me. Harry and Snape donned serious expressions. Vivian took a deep breath, raised the fang, and plunged it into the diary's center. In an instant, a horrifying, piercing, and protracted sound erupted, one that seemed capable of penetrating eardrums. Harry and Snape immediately sprang to their feet, each grasping Vivian's arm and pulling her away from the diary by at least 3 meters. Thank you, but I could have walked on my own, Vivian remarked as the trio stood somewhat distant from the diary, watching as ink gushed forth from it in torrents. The fang had pierced the diary, and even as the screams subsided, it continued to hiss and emit black smoke. After a lengthy interval, silence returned. The diary lay lifeless on the ground, devoid of vitality. A collective sigh of relief escaped everyone. Even Fawkes flapped his wings in celebration. Vivian approached, carefully stowing the fang back into her dragonhide gloved hand, and placing the now damaged diary back into the protective pocket. What was the idea you mentioned earlier? Snape inquired. Have you ever played a crossword puzzle? Vivian began. The same letters can be rearranged to form numerous words or phrases of entirely different meanings. I do not know if it is mere coincidence, but considering the timing, I believe this hypothesis holds a genuine possibility. Vivian retrieved paper and pen from her small bag, inscribing the name Tom Marvolo Riddle. Then, beneath the name, she rearranged the letters to spell out a sentence. I am Lord Voldemort. See? This aligns perfectly with what we previously understood, Vivian stated. Harry nodded in agreement. The diary was designed by Malfoy to be brought into the school, and the Malfoy family once served Voldemort. This is quite plausible. He shook the pocket containing the diary, deep in thought. So, could Voldemort potentially be a wizard of Muggle descent? Tom Riddle is indeed a half-blood, the Sorting Hat suddenly interjected. The Sorting Hat remembers every student at Hogwarts. A wizard of purely muggle lineage would not be sorted into Slytherin, at least, not up until now. Snape, who had remained silent since seeing Vivian's 2 lines of writing, finally spoke. Having been the head of Slytherin for over a decade, he felt certain of this. Harry pondered aloud. Voldemort's followers have always espoused pureblood supremacy. Do you think the Death Eaters are aware that he himself is not a pureblood wizard? Perhaps they are unaware, Vivian suggested. Snape maintained his silence, though inwardly he concurred, as he himself did not know. What shall we do with this tattered diary? Harry shifted the conversation. Let us present it to the headmaster, Vivian replied. If there truly is an issue, the all-powerful Professor Dumbledore will undoubtedly handle it. The Sorting Hat chimed in with a howl. Woo. Fawkes the Phoenix chirp, chirp. The pressing troubles have been temporarily resolved, allowing us to return and indulge in a well-deserved slumber, Vivian proclaimed with a celebratory clap. Severus Snape, clutching his ribs, exhaled a sigh of relief and rose slowly to his feet. The 3 of them gathered what they could carry and made their way back to the entrance. Fawkes the Phoenix spread his wings and chirped, indicating that they could grasp his talons. Vivian glanced at Snape, who was still clearly in pain, and deemed his claims of being fine to be rather exaggerated. After all, how could a child conceal their injuries? She retrieved a vial of commonly used healing potion from her alchemical satchel. Prince, would you like to take a few sips of this? Then you can seek Madame Pomfrey for a further examination afterward. The potion master, Snape, recognized the quality of the potion at a glance and, not feeling the need for pleasantries, uncorked the vial and gulped it down. Vivian and Harry each took hold of one of Fawkes's claws, while Snape attempted to tug on Fawkes's tail feathers, nearly yanking them out. The Phoenix, in a display of annoyance, pecked gently at Snape's head, almost displacing his hair. With a powerful flap of his wings, Fawkes ascended effortlessly, carrying the 3 children as if they were mere hatchlings. Upon emerging from the lavatory's opening, the large pool that concealed the enormous pipe slid back into its original position. Vivian spotted Professor Dumbledore standing in the lavatory, clad in pajamas, with a whimsical bow tie adorning his long beard, leaning against the wall with his hands tucked away. Ah, good children, you've returned from your adventure. Dumbledore's tone was laced with mirth. Fawkes seemed still irked by Snape's earlier antics, as he hopped onto Snape's head for a moment before finally settling onto Dumbledore's shoulder. Vivian handed the pocket containing the diary to Professor Dumbledore, stating, "Professor, this is for you. It was previously smuggled into the school by the Malfoy family." Dumbledore nodded, reassuringly responding, "Rest assured, I shall take care of it." He then smiled at the 3 youngsters. "I imagine you must be quite weary. Let us discuss any matters tomorrow evening in my office. You know the password." Dumbledore winked at Harry and Vivian, as if the password were a delightful secret they shared. Regarding the potion ingredients from the Chamber of Secrets, Vivian pondered aloud. "Do not worry," Dumbledore replied with a smile. "I shall inquire if Severus is willing to handle it. Though I suspect we may need Harry's assistance to speak Parseltongue to open the door." He beckoned to Prince, seemingly wishing to converse with him, before turning back to Harry and Vivian with a cheerful expression. "I hope when I see you tomorrow, you will be well rested." After returning to the dormitory for a refreshing sleep, Vivian awoke to find it already past noon. Fortunately, it was still the holiday break. She changed her clothes and decided to head to the dining hall for a meal. Taking her usual seat, she soon spotted Harry, Ron, and Hermione approaching. Vivian waved at them as they settled down together, chatting while they ate. Ron remarked, "I heard you've been working on something new. Can we take a look?" Suddenly, 2 identical red-haired boys appeared behind Ron, one placing a hand on Ron's head while the other snatched the chicken leg he had just picked up. It was the Weasley twins. Vivian found it somewhat challenging to distinguish between them. Yet since George and Fred always appeared together and relished the game of Guess Who, it hardly mattered at the moment. Swallowing a mouthful of mashed potatoes, Vivian cheerfully produced a squeaking rubber chicken from her alchemical satchel and handed it to the twin whose identity she could not determine. The toy emitted a cacophony of ooh-ooh sounds, drawing the attention of nearly everyone at the table. Vivian momentarily faltered. She should have informed the Weasleys beforehand, and suddenly becoming the center of attention felt a tad awkward. Once the primary purpose of the squeaking chicken had been fulfilled, Vivian joyfully offered it to them, adding that she could create more if needed, as long as they refrained from revealing her when caught by the professors. However, her words had barely escaped her lips when a low, smooth voice interrupted from behind. 10 points from Ravenclaw and Gryffindor for Miss Holt's lack of discretion. "Professor, how did you sneak up on me?" Vivian exclaimed, finding her mashed potatoes suddenly less appetizing. Snape cast a fleeting glance at George, who was still clutching the squeaking chicken, causing George to hurriedly conceal it behind himself. Snape remarked, What necessity is there to hide when I have already seen it? He continued. Professor Dumbledore has asked me to inform Miss Holt and Mr. Potter that your detention in the office will commence at 2 o'clock this afternoon. With that, Snape turned and strode away, his robes billowing dramatically with each step, exuding an undeniable coolness. Ron whispered incredulously, "Isn't it still the Christmas holiday? Surely. They could wait until school resumes to impose a detention." Hermione glanced in the direction Snape had departed, her brow furrowed with curiosity. Why would Professor Dumbledore suddenly want to give you and Harry detention? What mischief have you two been up to? Realizing that Hermione had hit upon a critical point, Ron chimed in, "Right, you two have been up to something again, haven't you?" Vivian and Harry exchanged glances, feeling slightly guilty. Vivian took another bite of her chicken leg, recalling the incident when she had accidentally blown up Professor Snape's workbench while crafting alchemical items. It was true. But Snape seemed to have grown accustomed to such occurrences. He wouldn't impose a detention on Vivian over that. At most, he would maintain his stern demeanor while helping her clean up the mess, and expressing his displeasure through words. Harry, too, had been inspired. He had plucked a feather from Fawkes's tail during their visit to Dumbledore's office. Hermione and Ron gasped. "Why on earth would you pull out a feather from his tail?" Hermione asked, her expression one of confusion. "Do you think they'll believe me if I say it fell off by itself?" Harry retorted. Hermione and Ron shook their heads in unison, not a chance. Vivian, along with George and Fred, couldn't help but burst into laughter. "This is too funny." Chapter 41. Sirius Black. The time of 2 o'clock in the afternoon felt somewhat awkward. Having finished lunch, returning to the dormitory for a nap only to head to the office afterward seemed cutting it close, while going directly felt prematurely early. Given that it was still the holiday, the four of them decided to embrace the warmth of the jam jar and venture outside to play. Though it hadn't snowed in the past couple of days, the snow from around Christmas had yet to melt. With nothing pressing to occupy their time, they began to roll snowballs in the snow. Ron and Harry raced around pushing large snowballs, while Vivian and Hermione crouched together to form smaller ones. "Has the significant trouble that Dobby mentioned been resolved?" Hermione inquired. Vivian blinked in surprise. "How did you know?" Hermione beamed confidently. "I guessed. You all seem so happy today. With Professor Dumbledore and Fawkes lending a hand, this school year should proceed without further issues." Vivian, as she decorated her snowball with small stones, remarked, however, "The matter of Voldemort remains unresolved. He has quite the menace." Hermione continued rolling her snowball, looking up at Vivian. "Then we must intensify our practice." "Intensify what practice?" Vivian asked. Hermione nodded, emphasizing the importance of her words. "Defense against the dark arts, potions, herbology, and flying all require additional practice." "Flying too?" Vivian questioned. "Of course. Flying is essential for survival," Hermione confirmed. "But the broomstick is quite uncomfortable," Vivian replied, feeling an inexplicable sense of dread as if under the watchful eye of the headmistress. Harry and Vivian arrived at Snape's office approximately 10 minutes early. Yet again, it was a day spent standing before the door, unsure of the password. However, after a brief moment, the door swung open from within. "Come in and assist," Snape instructed. The office was cluttered with several large boxes. As Snape busied himself with tools for processing materials and containers for packaging, Vivian, well versed in this task, approached and helped Harry join in. Eventually, all items were neatly stowed in the boxes, and Snape used a shrinking charm to tuck them into his pocket. "Lead the way," Snape said, arms crossed. Observing Harry and Vivian, "Potion Squad, charge!" exclaimed an exuberant Harry. "Charge!" echoed Vivian. Snape, feigning ignorance of the route, thought to himself that had it not been for the precious potion ingredients awaiting his attention, he would have surely sent these two little giants to slice up some caterpillars. The trio remained in the chamber until just before dinner. Snape and Vivian handled the cutting and packaging, while Harry tirelessly placed the sealed materials into boxes. Finally, they successfully processed the snake skins and basilisk remains. The kind phoenix, Fawkes, first carried Vivian and Harry out, then flapped his wings to fetch Snape, possibly wishing to avoid having his tail tugged again. After dinner, Vivian and Harry proceeded to the headmaster's office as agreed. The stone gargoyle guarding the entrance swiftly moved aside upon hearing the correct password. "Ah, you've arrived. Have you dined? Would you care for some honeydukes?" Albus Dumbledore asked. Seated at his desk, with the beautiful phoenix dozing on a perch nearby. "I do worry that Fawkes might tumble down. Please have a seat, children. I suspect you might like to share tales of your adventures," Dumbledore said with a warm smile. Thus, Harry animatedly recounted the events of that day, inquiring about his companion, Prince, who had joined them on their nocturnal escapade. Dumbledore, with a mysterious twinkle in his eye, blinked twice and remarked, Perhaps you have already encountered Prince in the past few days. Harry looked at Vivian in confusion. She mirrored his bewilderment, feigning ignorance. Headmaster, why do you not extend some protection to Professor Snape? Moreover, Vivian was genuinely curious about how Dumbledore had persuaded Snape to partake in their grand adventure. As for how Dumbledore would communicate with the board member Malfoy, that could wait. Vivian half-jokingly reminded Dumbledore that the diary might harbor Tom Riddle's consciousness. While she did not explicitly mention that it was a fragment of a soul, Dumbledore would likely deduce it, given that it was upon discovering the diary that he realized Voldemort might have created a Horcrux. Vivian informed Dumbledore of having heard Riddle's call from within the diary, and, upon realizing this, had promptly sealed the diary in a container capable of blocking dark magic fluctuations. Of course, she quickly added that they had likely already dealt with that consciousness using the basilisk's fang in the chamber. Harry nodded, recalling that both he and Prince had heard the piercing scream when the diary was pierced. For a fleeting moment, Dumbledore gazed thoughtfully at Harry, but soon composed himself. I fear I shall need to ponder the matter of this diary further. Harry, do not worry too much. I will find a way to clarify this. Harry nodded obediently and reiterated their suspicion that Tom Riddle might indeed be Voldemort. Dumbledore confirmed this supposition. I fear I must conduct further research into Tom's history. Harry, I assure you that once I have unraveled the truth, I will inform you. Of course, I trust you, Headmaster, Harry replied earnestly. Oh, by the way, good lad, there is this as well. Dumbledore approached and handed Harry a thick envelope. A letter from Sirius. He is still at St. Mungo's and has been eager to visit you. Several times he has transformed into his animagus form, attempting to sneak out, but Professor Snape provided the counter-animagus potion to the nurse overseeing him, thwarting his every attempt. I suggested he write to you first, and he is nearly ready for discharge. Vivian remarked, I never imagined the counter-animagus potion had such an effect. It must be quite the labor to brew, and Professor Snape does not seem to mind the trouble. Naturally, Vivian speculated that he might simply prefer Sirius to remain in St. Mungo's a bit longer. What ill intentions could Snape possibly harbor? He likely believed that Sirius should take the time to recover both mentally and physically. After all, Sirius truly needed rest, regular meals, peaceful sleep, and not merely relying on fragmented memories to fend off Dementors. He would have a brighter future with Harry. With the thick envelope cradled in his hands, Harry's eyes sparkled upon hearing that Sirius was so eager to escape that he couldn't help but chuckle. He really should focus on regaining his health at St. Mungo's. If he is about to be discharged, does that mean I can spend the summer with him? Dumbledore ruffled Harry's tousled hair. I fear moving out immediately may not be feasible. Harry, you will need to reside with the Dursleys for a while longer, he explained earnestly. Do you remember Quirrell from your first year? Lily once bestowed upon you a blood protection through love. Until you come of age, as long as you stay with Petunia, who shares that blood connection, and consider it home, Tom will be unable to reach or harm you. Chapter 42 Valentine's Day. Harry, I am truly sorry. I know the past years have not been kind to you, and yet I have done nothing. I apologize for this and do not expect your forgiveness. However, I hope you can still spend some time with the Dursleys during the holidays, alright? Harry, based on what I know, Tom should still be lurking in the forests of Albania. If his consciousness can manifest through any objects, we must prioritize your safety until we clarify this matter. You need not stay the entire summer with the Dursleys, perhaps 2 or 3 weeks, and then you can join Sirius. How does that sound, Harry? Harry nodded, his beautiful green eyes fixed on Dumbledore. I understand, Headmaster. Living is what matters most. He spoke earnestly, I comprehend everything. You need not apologize. In fact, Harry even offered comfort to Dumbledore. Fortunately, I did not grow up in the wizarding world. How terrifying it would have been if a wizard had approached me as a child saying, So, you are Harry Potter, and then attempted to lift my hair to inspect the scar on my forehead. Vivian truly thought Harry was an endearing child, articulate, intelligent, brave, and responsible. Bring it on, Voldemort. None shall take away our Hogwarts. She mused while listening to Harry converse with Dumbledore, anticipating that after Sirius's discharge, they would likely reside at 12 Grimmauld Place. The house elf creature still had a locket to deal with, but he didn't seem very communicative. However, there was no urgency in this matter. Vivian knew she couldn't simply storm into the Black household. She needed to remind Harry not to neglect his mental shielding. With the diary and basilisk resolved, this academic year should pass without incident. Feeling that no major crises loomed, Vivian immersed herself once more in her studies and potion-making, diligently following Hermione and the Ravenclaw students. Recently, while organizing her study, she unearthed a stack of tattered clippings from practical potion essays. Whenever her schedule allowed, she would take the time to transcribe and organize them. She had not forgotten to practice her Patronus charm. The outline of the white mist was becoming increasingly distinct. She estimated that soon she would be able to manifest her Patronus form. Vivian found the days devoid of Voldemort's mischief to be most delightful, her only vexation being her seemingly insatiable appetite of late. However, after performing a routine health-checking charm, she discovered herself to be in excellent health, fit enough to contend with a troll. Perhaps her frequent reading was the cause of her constant hunger. This blissful state continued until the morning of February 14th, when she stepped into the great hall. The hall was adorned with large bouquets of pink flowers covering every wall, while colorful heart-shaped confetti fluttered down from the ceiling like snowflakes. Gilderoy Lockhart, clad in an extravagant pink robe, boisterously announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, Happy Valentine's Day. So far, I have received 45 cards, to which I extend my heartfelt gratitude. I have prepared surprises for everyone." At that moment, 12 little gnomes, each bearing a harp on their backs, scurried into the hall. Lockhart continued to loudly suggest that everyone consult Professor Snape on the art of potion making for love potions. As Vivian shielded her plate from the flurry of heart-shaped confetti, she discreetly glanced in Snape's direction. She noticed his expression was one of utter disdain, as if to say that anyone daring to inquire about love potion recipes would be met with dire consequences. He was undoubtedly incensed that such a person was tasked with teaching defense against the dark arts. The entire morning was a whirlwind at Hogwarts. The gnomes scuttled about without a care, completely oblivious to whether classes were in session, dashing hither and thither, imagining Professor Snape in the midst of a lesson, suddenly besieged by gnomes who burst in to strum harps and recite love letters. Vivian found herself unable to determine who was worse off, Snape or the unfortunate students receiving those letters. Fortunately, the second-year Ravenclaws had no potions class that day. Reluctantly, she made her way to the Great Hall for lunch, for her recent increase in appetite meant that skipping a meal would leave her ravenous. Upon reaching the hall, Vivian settled into her usual seat to eat. Before long, Melimer, clutching a book, joined her. The beautiful young lady's complexion was quite pallid. "I am utterly exasperated. Is Lockhart capable of anything beyond boasting about his past and causing chaos?" Melimer grumbled as she took a bite of bread, reflecting on the disorder of all her classes that morning. Seeking to uplift her friend, Vivian attempted to console Melimer, who had grown increasingly irritable due to her inability to concentrate on her studies. It seemed the defense against the dark arts professor was merely a temporary fixture, and perhaps a change would soon occur. Melimer nodded, letting out a long sigh. "I hope so. I just wish this farce would come to an end." In the afternoon, as Vivian hurried to her next classroom, she stumbled upon a scene of chaos in the corridor, where a gnome was loudly proclaiming that he had a musical message to deliver to Harry Potter. Young Potter, as if seeing a beacon of hope, looked towards Vivian, and he, along with Ron and Hermione, made a valiant effort to navigate through the crowd towards her. The gnome was in hot pursuit. Vivian noted the desperate expression on Harry's face, pleading for her assistance. Drawing her wand, she swiftly cast a binding charm on the gnome, followed by a silencing spell. "Don't speak just yet, gnome. Harry is on the verge of collapse." Without wishing to be part of the commotion, Ron seized Harry and Hermione, successfully propelling them towards their next class. Seizing the moment, Vivian slipped away, mindful that magic was forbidden in the corridors, and being caught by a prefect or a professor would result in a loss of points. It was best to avoid becoming part of the ruckus, as there was always the risk of becoming the spectacle itself. At last, the chaotic day was drawing to a close. After finishing her dinner, Vivian made her way to Snape's office. Once again, she found herself unsure of the password. She had assumed that today would unfold as usual, with her standing at the door for a moment before Snape would open it from within. However, to her surprise, as soon as she approached the office door, it swung open. Vivian found herself locking eyes with Snape, who was seated behind his desk, grading assignments. "I did nothing," she exclaimed. The door opened on its own. By all that is good, she had neither pride nor intended to invade Snape's privacy. Snape raised an eyebrow, silently indicating that she ought not to stand there like a fool. Vivian entered, closing the door behind her, and dutifully began organizing potion ingredients. Once done, she turned her attention to her homework. For a brief moment, the quiet office was filled only with the sound of writing. After putting away her completed essays and textbooks, Vivian sat in contemplation. It was certain that the defense against the dark arts professor would change next year. After all, Tom was still alive, and the curse he had placed upon the position remained in effect. Moreover, Lockhart had already received numerous complaints from parents, making it likely that Remus Lupin would be the professor for the following year. Should she begin researching the Wolfsbane potion? If Lupin were to teach, It would fall upon Snape to brew it. Yet the potion was notoriously complicated, and Snape was already quite busy. As Vivian pondered where to begin her studies on the wolfsbane potion, she habitually waved her wand, deep in thought about how she might alleviate some of Snape's burdens. She unconsciously cast the Patronus charm, a spell she had begun to master reflexively. In an instant, a silvery mist emanated from the tip of her wand, coalescing into an enormous cat, standing over a meter tall when all four paws were on the ground. The form of her Patronus was remarkably clear, and Vivian could even discern the sharp tips of its fur. The majestic feline cast a glance at Vivian, then bounded a few paces away, resting its front paws on Snape's desk. The cat's large eyes locked onto Snape's. Startled by her own Patronus, Vivian exclaimed, "What should I do? Why is the cat so large? Help me. How did it end up at Snape's desk?" The enormous tabby, round-eyed and utterly adorable if one overlooked its size, brought warmth and tranquility into the office, enveloping it in a soothing atmosphere. The curious tabby leaned forward, peering at Snape, who was initially taken aback by the fact that Vivian had conjured a fully formed Patronus. After a moment of stunned silence, he sprang up as if burned. He cast several diagnostic spells on Vivian with his wand, leaving her momentarily bewildered. Vivian thought, the Patronus charm isn't dark magic, so why is he reacting so strongly? Snape, his pupils dilating in shock, questioned, "Why is Holt's magical output so high? Is there a magical surge? Wasn't she just doing her homework? Could it be that the assignment is that difficult?" Yet, the results of each diagnostic spell sparkled with a reassuring green light, indicating that Vivian was in perfect health, fit enough to wrestle with a troll. Snape cast another glance at the enormous cat, which appeared to be a curious little creature, cocking its head as it observed Snape performing the health diagnostic spells. Vivian gazed at Snape, then at her Patronus, and released the magic sustaining her Patronus. Before dissipating, the silvery cat raised a paw, giving Snape a gentle pat on the shoulder. Feeling as though her Patronus had a mind of its own, Vivian thought, "What do I do now? This isn't what I taught." Today marked her first encounter with the complete form of her Patronus. Still preoccupied with concerns over Vivian's potential magical surge, Snape asked, "Have you felt unwell at all recently?" Vivian shook her head in confusion. "No, not at all. I've just been eating a bit more than usual." Snape replied, "It's peculiar for your magic to grow so rapidly without increased nourishment. I recall a time in my own schooling when I was perpetually hungry. It's akin to growth. With greater need for nutrients, one must naturally consume more. However, might the level of magical power be somewhat excessively high?" Severus furrowed his brow, genuinely concerned. "Is everything all right? Are you under too much stress? Have you not been resting well? Has Dumbledore once again suggested that you and young Potter embark on a nocturnal adventure?" Dumbledore truly finds himself an innocent scapegoat in this instance. Yet, before Vivian could respond, Severus continued speaking. Very well. He surmised that even if he were to inquire further, Vivian would not divulge all her troubles to him. This term, perhaps a visit to the hospital wing once a week would be prudent, allowing Madame Pomfrey to conduct a thorough examination. "Oh, all right." Vivian nodded obediently. Although she felt perfectly healthy, with no issues whatsoever, Professor Snape had spoken. As the time drew near, Vivian gathered her belongings and bid farewell to Severus. "Do not touch anything on my desk in my absence," Severus suddenly instructed her. Yes, I understand, Professor Snape. Until tomorrow." Vivian only realized as she approached the tower that she could not enter his office in his absence. There was no way she could disturb the items upon his desk. Thus, had Severus granted her access to the potions office? No wonder the door had opened of its own accord when she approached it today. Not long thereafter, after Vivian had organized the potion ingredients, Severus handed her a vial of potion. 2 drops a day, do not forget to take it. Vivian accepted the potion bottle, observing it carefully. She surmised that it was likely a physical enhancement elixir, akin to supplements for calcium, iron and vitamins, which would be immensely beneficial for a young witch experiencing a rapid increase in magical power. "Thank you, Professor Snape." Vivian dutifully stowed the potion away, and retrieved a collection of meticulously copied practical research notes from her bag, presenting them to Severus. Despite having pulled a couple of all-nighters, Severus was pleased to receive such valuable material. In March, with no examinations, Vivian spent her weekends in the library seeking books on werewolves. The potion known as wolfsbane had only emerged in recent years, and it was reputedly quite challenging to brew, with few capable of producing it, and even fewer research papers published on the subject. Although the Holt family possessed a wealth of potion resources, they lacked sufficient information on this relatively new potion, leaving Vivian to rely on the Hogwarts library. Information regarding werewolves was readily available, and after reviewing much of it, she sought out recent journal articles concerning wolfsbane. However, when she inquired with Madame Pants, she learned that students below 5th year required a professor's signature to borrow such journals. Disheartened, Vivian departed. The specificity of wolfsbane made it awkward for her to request a signature from Severus, so she redirected her efforts to organizing her unfinished notes and clippings. As the Easter holiday approached, second-year students were to begin selecting their third-year courses. In addition to the 7 mandatory subjects they had taken throughout their first and second years, each third-year witch or wizard was required to select at least 2 elective courses. Vivian found herself disinterested in both divination and arithmancy, and she particularly did not wish to repeatedly write about her impending misfortunes in her divination assignments. Ultimately, she chose to enroll in care of magical creatures and ancient runes. Hermione signed up for all subjects, while Harry hesitated before ultimately mirroring Vivian's choices, selecting only care of magical creatures and ancient runes. Ron, on the other hand, opted for Muggle studies and divination in addition to care of magical creatures. With the petrification incident behind them, the final Quidditch match of the second year proceeded as scheduled. This match featured Gryffindor against Hufflepuff. Vivian, alongside Hermione and Ron, cheered for Harry from the highest tier of the stands. Although Ravenclaw and Slytherin were not competing, nearly everyone attended the match. Draco and his 2 lackeys sat on the Hufflepuff side, applauding exuberantly whenever Hufflepuff scored. He even signaled to Crabbe to clap when Vincent was too engrossed in devouring cupcakes to notice the goals. Harry's skill in locating the golden snitch was remarkable, culminating in Gryffindor's victory as they seized the snitch. Vivian marveled at Harry's exceptional dynamic vision, contrasting it with her own, recalling a time when she mistook a plastic bag blown along the ground for a galloping dog, causing her to chuckle at her own folly. Chapter 44. The end of the second year. With over a month remaining until the final exams, Hermione began rallying their small group to frequent the library. Vivian, meanwhile, dedicated herself to memorizing her history of magic notes, striving earnestly to internalize the dry subject matter. Each night, she would place her notes beneath her pillow, hoping the knowledge would seep into her mind through some magical osmosis. Harry and Ron once again borrowed the enchanted speaker that Vivian had created to play Snape's quotes. Each evening, when Vivian visited the potions office, the 3 Gryffindor friends practiced potion making in an empty classroom, displaying commendable determination. Once the final exams concluded, Hogwarts would host its end-of-year feast. With Gryffindor triumphing in the Quidditch tournament, the house successfully defended its title for the year. Dumbledore announced that Professor Lockhart would no longer serve as the defense against the dark arts instructor next term. George and Fred brought gossip, claiming that Lockhart had been boasting about his experiences during a faculty meeting, waving his wand about. Somehow, his wand backfired, causing him to lose all his memories, and he had since become a long-term patient at St. Mungo's. Vivian mused, perhaps this is the curse of the defense against the dark arts professor, an unshakable fate. The results of this year's final exams were nearly identical to last year's. With flying lessons absent, Vivian's report card boasted all outstanding grades except for history of magic. Elated, she tucked her report card away. Harry shared a letter from Sirius, revealing that he would be discharged from the hospital in a week. Sirius planned to tidy up his living space, and then come to retrieve Harry once he had spent 3 weeks with the Dursleys. This timing coincided perfectly with Harry's birthday, allowing him to celebrate with his godfather for the first time. Harry was thrilled upon receiving this news, and Vivian shared in his joy, suggesting they have Hedwig deliver messages once they had settled in, with hopes of celebrating Harry's birthday together. She also considered how to reclaim the locket from Creature. Though the exams had passed and she no longer needed to handle potion ingredients, Vivian still made her habitual nightly visit to Severus's office. Initially intending to brew some potions, she entered only to find Severus gesturing for her to come forward. He handed her a notebook. Vivian opened the cover to find only Severus's signature on the first page, and upon turning to the next, she discovered his notes, the title reading, An Analytical Study of Wolfsbane Potion, Principles and Practical Applications. Vivian looked up at Severus, who was also gazing at her. She found herself captivated by his deep, dark eyes, which seemed like a tranquil, profound pool of water. Severus had long known that Vivian was seeking information about wolfsbane. She had inquired at the library about the relevant journals, and Madame Pants had promptly informed Dumbledore, who, in turn, had relayed the information to Severus. Not long prior, Dumbledore and Severus had discussed the potential of allowing Lupin to teach the following academic year if Severus could successfully brew wolfsbane. Yet, for reasons unknown, Vivian Holt was also in pursuit of information about this elusive potion. Contemplating the myriad events surrounding Vivian since her enrollment, Dumbledore found himself momentarily uncertain whether it was mere coincidence, or if the Holt family possessed some premonitory lineage. Trusting and resolute in his intention to protect Vivian, Snape crossed his arms, awaiting Dumbledore's continuation. Ultimately, Dumbledore imparted little more than to counsel Snape to intervene should the process prove too perilous, as Vivian was still but a child. Following this, Snape busied himself with the study of Wolfsbane potion, anticipating when Vivian would seek his signature. He had resolved to caution her that while understanding the principles of the potion was acceptable, she must never experiment recklessly on her own during the holiday. As it transpired, Vivian turned her attention to organizing her previous potion research papers. Thus, time slipped away until the present moment. Snape had nearly deciphered the principles and precautions related to the Wolfsbane potion in his fragmented spare moments. Eagerly awaiting a lengthy period during the holidays to commence brewing the final product, he succinctly summarized the most critical principles, leaving the remainder for Vivian to review in her own time. Upon discovering that Snape intended to share his notes with her, Vivian's eyes sparkled with delight. These were the notes of Severus Snape, after all. Snape, observing the sudden brightness in Vivian's eyes, felt a surge of happiness. It dawned on him that he need not inquire about her sudden desire to study the Wolfsbane potion. A person who wholeheartedly trusted Severus Snape deserved to receive the same trust in return. He even concocted a rationale for her. A passion for potions leading her to explore challenging brews. There was nothing amiss in that. In his youth, Severus Snape had been similarly inclined. Vivian repeatedly assured Snape that she would focus solely on her studies during the holiday, never attempting to brew. Delighted, she stored the notes carefully and retrieved the other half of her organized research papers from her satchel to present to Snape. In that moment, both individuals, filled with joy, found each other exceedingly agreeable. On the journey home aboard the Hogwarts Express, Harry, Hermione, and the Weasleys practiced various spells to disarm one another within their compartment. The term weapons extended beyond mere wands. Vivian interpreted this broadly as any item held by another. This manifested in George's squeaky chicken and Fred's chocolate being sent flying. Upon arrival at King's Cross Station, Vivian spotted her house elf, Sissy, awaiting her arrival. After bidding farewell to her companions, she followed Sissy as they operated back to Holt Manor. Clad in clean attire, Eulalia stood beneath the awning at the manor's entrance, eagerly awaiting Vivian's return. Cradling a beautifully crafted chocolate cake, she joyfully raised it upon seeing Sissy and Vivian. Eulalia and Sissy wished their young mistress a happy completion of her second year. Together, they had baked the cake. The well-wishes from the house elf were pure and heartfelt. How wonderful! Thank you, Eulalia and Sissy. Happy second-year graduation, Vivian exclaimed as she placed the cake on the table beneath the awning, sharing in the delight of eating together. Despite her absence for nearly a year, the manor remained impeccably organized. The herb garden, meticulously tended by Sissy, flourished with vibrant life and hope. Vivian greeted each of the portraits in her home. She organized the textbooks she had brought back and separated Gilderoy Lockhart's plethora of works, deciding to sell them off when she visited Diagon Alley in a few days, as their mere presence was vexing. After lounging on her soft bed for a while, she rose to peruse the notes Snape had given her regarding the Wolfsbane potion, determined to delve into her studies during the summer. In the second week of the holiday, Vivian ventured to Diagon Alley with her house elf, Sissy. She managed to sell her collection of Lockhart's books at a bargain, and then proceeded to the apothecary with Sissy. Vivian aimed to sell the latest batch of matured herbs from the manor, and hoped to acquire 2 larger cauldrons and glass bottles. Upon completing her purchases, the morning had barely passed. Vivian exchanged some pounds at Gringotts, intending to return to the manor to stow her items before exploring the vicinity of Privet Drive. Since her arrival in this world, she had yet to see the place where the story commenced. She casually tucked an old wand from the manor into her pocket. Just in case, and with some pounds in hand, Sissy escorted her to the vicinity of Privet Drive. When Vivian was ready to return home, Sissy would discreetly avoid muggles to fetch her. At number 4 Privet Drive, through the securely locked iron gate, Vivian spotted aboard Harry pulling weeds in the yard. Harry noticed Vivian as well. Just as Vivian contemplated whether to discreetly use Alohomora, Harry brushed the dirt from his hands and pointed to the fence to the right of the gate. Vivian stepped aside to stand beneath the shade of a tree. And soon enough, she witnessed Harry skillfully vaulting over the wall. "Vivian, is it safe for you to climb over like that?" "Harry, Aunt Petunia took Dudley and Piers out for the day. They probably won't be back until after dinner. They've known for ages that the lock won't hold me. They just lock it for show." "Vivian, locking it for show, how quaint. Is there a supermarket nearby?" "This is my first time here." Harry nodded, indicating that there was one in that direction. Vivian purchased a delightful chocolate ice cream for both herself and Harry. There was an amusement park nearby, but most of the rides were in disrepair, though the swings were still functional. Vivian and Harry swung back and forth while enjoying their ice creams, until a large black dog approached them. Vivian, wow, it's Padfoot. Though aware that Sirius's animagus form was a dog, Harry, having never seen it before, exclaimed, "Wow, what a big black dog." Sirius, eager to see Harry, had transformed into his animagus form and stealthily approached. He intended to revert to human form and embrace Harry, but Harry was engaged in conversation with his classmate. Sirius thought a proper godfather ought not to disrupt Harry's chat. He pondered whether to leap and tackle Harry, but his paws were muddy, and he risked startling the two children, who were blissfully enjoying their ice creams. Thus the large dog, Black, opted to sit quietly and observe Harry for a while. Filled with joy and longing to capture Harry's attention, the big black dog let out a soft whine. "Vivian, it seems that St. Mungo's has done well for you in the past 6 months. You look quite spry, and it appears your sanity has returned." As she watched Harry finish his ice cream and rush over to pet the dog, she inquired about the discussions regarding moving away and the Dursleys. Sirius, momentarily alarmed at the prospect of having been discovered. "Woof? Harry, I talked to Sirius about having him wait at a nearby bus stop. Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia dislike wizards and anything related to magic, so it's best they stay away for now." Realizing the inquiry was directed at Harry, Sirius perked up his ears. "Vivian, does Sirius know where the bus stop is?" Harry hesitated. He should know, right? This was uncertain. Vivian believed it highly improbable that Sirius would know. Even if he did, the locations they envisioned might not align. Sirius had entered Azkaban far too early, and for over a decade, all his energy had been devoted to mere survival, leaving him with scant life experience and limited opportunities for communication, rendering his understanding of the Muggle world almost non-existent. Indeed, the great canine, Sirius Black, was in a state of distress. "Where is he? Where is he?" Vivian suggested. "Why not send Hedwig to fetch him ahead of time and show him the way?" Harry nodded in agreement. "Yes. I shall write a letter to my godfather as soon as I return today." He then turned to Vivian and inquired, "What about you? How have you been lately?" Vivian replied, "I visited Diagon Alley this morning and sold all of Lockhart's books, then purchased 2 new cauldrons and glass vials. I have been diligently studying the notes on Wolfsbane potion provided by Professor Snape." Harry, intrigued by the mention of the potion, exclaimed, "Wolfsbane potion?" The large black dog perked up, sensing the keywords. "Snape. Wolfsbane potion. This potion enables werewolves to retain their sanity even after transforming during the full moon. Werewolves become irrational and bloodthirsty during this time, and while Wolfsbane cannot prevent the transformation, it allows the werewolf to maintain their usual level of rationality. It's quite challenging and not easy to brew," Vivian added. "I am still at the theoretical stage." Harry, whose intuition was often remarkably accurate, pondered, "So, does this mean there will be a werewolf at Hogwarts next school year?" Sirius, aware that his close friend Remus Lupin might be teaching at Hogwarts next year, felt concerned. "I wonder if Harry will harbor any fear or prejudice against werewolves." Vivian appeared taken aback. "Why would you think that?" Harry explained. "Professor Snape is always swamped with work at school. He hardly has time to research an unused potion." "That is a valid point," Vivian conceded, reflecting on Harry's reasoning. She mused whether a werewolf would indeed come to the school. Professor Snape did not mention it. He instructed me to focus on theoretical studies during the break. Feeling that lunch was approaching, Vivian asked Harry, "Will you be on your own for lunch and dinner? How about I sneak you over to Holt Manor for a bit? Sissy and Elira cook exceptionally well." Harry's eyes lit up. "Is that all right? Wouldn't it be too much trouble?" "Absolutely, Sissy and Elira enjoy a lively atmosphere," Vivian assured him. The large black dog, Sirius, circled around Harry eagerly, wishing to spend more time with him. "Shall we go together?" Vivian inquired, glancing at the excited dog. Instantly obedient, the dog sat down and barked, "Woof." Harry, suddenly realizing something, exclaimed, "Godfather?" Sirius, overjoyed to hear Harry call him that, could no longer contain himself, and leapt toward Harry with a joyful bark, "Woof." Vivian chuckled, having just pondered when Harry would realize the black dog was actually Sirius Black. Realizing the truth, Sirius thought, "So I have indeed exposed myself rather quickly since my arrival." Taking advantage of the desolate amusement park around them, Vivian called for Sissy. Upon hearing that Vivian wished to invite Harry and the black dog to the manor, Sissy twirled joyfully in place. "How splendid! The young master has invited new guests to the manor. Sissy will prepare delicious food with Elira." Shaking her ears, Sissy cast a spell, transporting Vivian, Harry, and the black dog back to Holt Manor. They soon encountered Snape, who had just been brought into the manor by Elira. Uncertain how Snape had suddenly arrived, Vivian greeted him promptly, "Good afternoon, Professor Snape." Harry, holding the black dog's ear firmly, chimed in, "Good day, Professor Snape." Sirius, still basking in joyful emotions with his teeth still bared, remarked, "Harry, your grip on my ear is a bit tight." Seeing his eternal rival in such a foolish state, Snape raised an amused eyebrow and replied slowly, "Good afternoon, Miss Holt, Mr. Potter." Chapter 46, The Black Manor. Snape had come to deliver a second vial of the fortifying potion to Vivian, as well as to ensure she had not been secretly attempting to brew any dangerous potions. Though Vivian had shown no health issues during the previous school year, Snape was certain she was still in a phase of rapid magical growth. Thus he had brewed a new potion for her. When Snape arrived at the manor's entrance, Elira informed him that the young master had stepped out, and Sissy had gone to fetch her, assuring him that she would return shortly. Therefore, Elira invited him inside to wait for a while. However, after only a few steps, he spotted Vivian returning, accompanied by young Potter and young Sirius. Casting a glance at the black dog, whose ear was being tugged by Potter, Snape felt a sense of schadenfreude. Had Street Mungo's 6 months of rehabilitation not taught the foolish dog how to live normally? Young Potter had several paw prints on his clothes, clearly from being pounced upon by the dog. When Black had just emerged from Azkaban, he was nearly in a state of mental disarray, still contemplating escaping from St. Mungo's. The fact that the foolish dog had been discharged from St. Mungo indicated that at least his physical and mental evaluations had passed. However, Snape remained skeptical about Black's condition. He hoped he would not run amok and destroy the Holt family's potion fields. As Vivian accepted the potion from Snape, she tugged at his sleeve and asked, "Professor Snape, why not stay for lunch before you leave?" Certain that young Sirius would never revert to his human form in his presence, Snape found amusement in witnessing his former rival's embarrassment. He also wished to ascertain whether Black's mind was indeed functioning normally, or if he needed to consult Dumbledore to have him readmitted to St. Mungo's. Snape raised an eyebrow at the black dog, his ridicule genuine. After finishing his meal and enjoying the lively atmosphere for a while, Snape took his leave. Vivian had also gathered some freshly matured herbs from the garden to give to Snape, which she had just picked. Before disapparating, Snape provided Vivian with his precise home address, allowing her to use the Flu network to reach him should any urgent matters arise during the break, as he had granted her access. As soon as Snape departed, Sirius could hardly wait to revert from his animagus form. He and Harry finally embraced warmly. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground, while the ancient trees of the manor stood silently, marking this day as a joyful reunion. Harry and Sirius conversed for the entire afternoon, while Vivian chose to remain in the study, engrossed in her notes. Since Harry needed to scale the wall back to his small bedroom before the Dursleys returned, Elira had prepared dinner by 5 o'clock. Harry undoubtedly recounted their previous exploits of defeating old Voldemort and the Basilisk to Sirius, who enthusiastically shared tales of Hogwarts' hidden passages with her and Harry during dinner, fully supporting their nocturnal adventures. Vivian, who was mentally cross-referencing the layout of Hogwarts, mused, "It's certainly beneficial to know about the hidden passages." After dinner, Sirius accompanied Harry as he disapparated him back to number 4 Privet Drive. Watching Harry adeptly scale the wall back into the yard, he mouthed through the iron gate, "I'll come to fetch you next week." Harry nodded, waving goodbye to Sirius. "Hurry back. We will soon be living together." On July 31st, Harry's birthday, Vivian packed his birthday gift into a small satchel and directly fled to number 12 Grimmauld Place. The Black Manor. Based on Harry's previous correspondence via Hedwig, it was presumed that Sirius, Harry, and Remus were currently residing there together. To be honest, Vivian found the decor of the house to align perfectly with her stereotypical image of a haunted castle. In contrast, Holt Manor's decor seemed much more relaxed. Of course, she thought this might be due to the fact that most of the furniture and magical items in the manor had been sold. Kreacher's relationship with Sirius appeared to be much better than Vivian had anticipated, likely thanks to Harry and Remus. This was evident from Kreacher's attire and the tidiness of the house. Harry had probably assisted Sirius and Remus in a thorough cleaning of the house for quite some time. However, the house was so vast that it was impossible to tidy every corner in a short span. The birthday celebration took place in the living room on the second floor. Harry joyfully introduced Vivian, mentioning that Remus Lupin was also a dear friend of his father's from school days, and added that he would be the defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts for the upcoming academic year. Wow. The appointment for the defense against the dark arts professor has already been settled. It seems Professor Snape has successfully brewed the Wolfsbane potion. Truly commendable, Professor Snape, she mused, still grappling with her notes. Vivian then greeted Lupin. He appeared somewhat worn and fatigued, exuding an aura of quietude and patience that suggested he had been softened by life's trials. Shortly after Vivian settled down, Hermione arrived, having walked over from Grimmauld Place. Harry and Vivian went downstairs to welcome her. They had to traverse the corridor, which was lined with portraits that would scream if disturbed. Thus, the trio tiptoed stealthily through the corridor, as if evading the professors during a nocturnal escapade at Hogwarts, successfully avoiding rousing any of the neurotic portraits. This was Hermione's first encounter with such a unique abode, akin to an immersive adventure game. Evidently, Harry and the house-elf Creature had communicated in advance, for although Creature muttered nervously upon seeing Hermione, he refrained from uttering anything excessively rude. Having just returned from a holiday in France, Hermione was eager to share her experiences once they reached the second floor, and could speak freely. She excitedly recounted how she had completely revised her history of magic paper, which had grown to 2 extra rolls of parchment beyond Professor Binns' requirements. Harry and Sirius, who often struggled to meet the assignments, were left astounded. Vivian, who had been engrossed in researching the wolfsbane potion, suddenly exclaimed, "Oh dear, I haven't completed my history of magic assignment." Ron was absent. Arthur Weasley had won the annual award from the Daily Prophet, amounting to 700 galleons. The Weasley family was currently vacationing in Egypt, and would remain there until just before the school year commenced, sending a letter and gift to Harry via owl. The owl delivering the message was the very one Vivian had purchased for Ron, adorably bouncing about. Despite having flown a considerable distance, it retained its energy, curiously flapping around the living room. Harry mentioned that they had prepared guest rooms for Hermione and Vivian, so there was no rush for anyone to return home. After enjoying cake and engaging in delightful conversation, it was nearly the early hours of the morning by the time they decided to retire for the night. The rooms set aside for Vivian and Hermione were located on the second floor. They exchanged goodnights before entering their respective chambers. The wallpaper in the room appeared freshly applied, and the bedding was brand new, enveloping the space in a warm palette of light blue and white. As Vivian listened to the sounds of everyone settling into their rooms, she secretly summoned Creature. "Creature, could you quietly bring Creature here?" The house elf from the Black family who seems to reside in the basement. Vivian instructed. "If he is reluctant, tell Creature that I can destroy the locket box that Regulus left for him to deal with. That should entice him to come." Creature nodded, promising to discreetly inquire with old Creature. "Please wait a moment, young mistress." Chapter 47. The Locket Box. With a soft pop, Creature returned with Creature in tow. "Can Miss Holt truly destroy the locket box?" Creature's bulbous eyes widened in astonishment. Creature had always been a useless house elf, unable to fulfill Master Regulus's final wish. He held a bag of indiscernible material, which presumably contained the locket box. Due to Creature's caution, as emphasized by Creature's request for quiet, his voice came out in a restrained tone, sounding almost like a broken gong. Vivian felt a pang of sympathy for Creature, who seemed on the verge of tears. "First, we need a silencing charm. The noise is a bit excessive." Creature nodded vigorously. He snapped his fingers, and magic rippled around the room, effectively dampening sound and most magical fluctuations. "Where is the locket box?" Vivian asked, retrieving her dragonhide gloves from her bag, and donning them before producing the basilisk fong. Creature extracted the locket box from his pocket. A potent aura of dark magic emanates from it. Quite unsettling. Vivian cautioned. "If you notice anything amiss, do not hesitate to disrupt my actions." Both Creature and Creature nodded solemnly. Vivian was aware that the locket box had a bewitching effect, inducing anxiety and unrest. She activated her mental shielding technique to its utmost capacity, blocking the dark magic's encroachment on her mind, and without hesitation, she plunged the fong into the locket box. The box emitted a piercing, anguished scream. Startled, Creature and Creature, the diminutive elf, grasped one of Vivian's arms, pulling her 3 meters away from the locket box. Having a sense of déjà vu, Vivian remarked, "Thank you, but I can walk on my own." After what felt like an eternity, the locket box fell silent. Vivian, employing her mental shield and still wearing the dragonhide gloves, examined the locket box, discovering that the dark magical aura had entirely dissipated. Furthermore, not only had the dark magic vanished, but the locket box's inherent magical properties had also been completely obliterated by the fong. The Slytherin locket box had transformed into a nondescript, dilapidated box. Creature cradled the now destroyed locket box, weeping uncontrollably. Vivian and Creature exchanged glances, unsure of how to console him. Creature, glancing anxiously at the inconsolable Creature, worriedly covered Vivian's ears. "Covering your ears means you can't hear the sorrow. Young mistress, please bear with it for a moment. If Creature continues to cry without pause, I shall fetch Harry Potter for assistance." With her ears covered by the house elf, Vivian felt a sense of bewilderment. "What did you just say?" Creature did not continue crying indefinitely. Perhaps he merely needed an outlet for the emotions he had bottled up over the years. Once Creature had composed himself, Creature removed his hands from Vivian's ears. Vivian, curious about the locket box, inquired, Creature, may I take a look at this locket box? Creature nodded emphatically, of course. Miss Holt has fulfilled Master Regulus's wish. Miss Holt is Creature's benefactor. Creature is eager to heed Miss Holt's commands. He presented the damaged locket box to Vivian with both hands. The locket box was, in fact, quite beautiful. Vivian grasped the chain of the locket box, flipping it over to inspect it thoroughly. With a clink, it seemed a fastening mechanism had fallen out and landed on the floor. The internal compartment of the locket box appeared to have loosened as a result, causing the box to fall apart. Fortunately, Vivian's reflexes were swift, and she caught the descending half of the locket box. Within the compartment, she discovered a faded, yellowed black and white photograph, the bottom of which had a hole punctured through it, with singed edges. The image depicted 4 individuals standing side by side, 2 men and 2 women. Despite the lack of clarity, Vivian quickly recognized that it appeared to be a portrait of the 4 founders of Hogwarts. From the expressions and attire of the figures, she could discern each one distinctly. Godric Gryffindor, adorned with a wizard's hat, wore a broad, exuberant smile. The long-haired, aloof man was likely Salazar Slytherin. The portrayal of Salazar in the photograph bore little resemblance to the statue in the Chamber of Secrets. He was neither bald nor sporting a beard that trailed to the floor. Rowena Ravenclaw donned a flowing gown, her face adorned with a subtle yet somewhat stern smile, emanating an awe-inspiring beauty that commanded respect. Helga Hufflepuff appeared exceedingly gentle, her expression serene as if she embraced the myriad possibilities that life might present. The image captured in the photograph portrayed the golden era of the 4 founders in their middle age. Once, they harbored mutual trust and shared aspirations. The inception of Hogwarts can be traced back to a time long past. Before the advent of magical photographs, they likely invested considerable effort to preserve their collective likeness. It is said that Salazar Slytherin carried this locket throughout his life. Perhaps he had woven additional spells within it, or concealed some magical creature inside. Yet, as the serpent's fangs shattered the locket, all the attached magic and living entities disintegrated into nothingness, leaving behind only a faded photograph, punctured just like the locket itself. Did Salazar feel a pang of regret as he parted ways with his friends? Now, no one can ascertain. Vivian rummaged through her small handbag and retrieved an envelope, carefully placing the damaged photograph inside, then casting waterproof and protective charms over it. May I keep this photograph? Vivian inquired of Creature. Creature nodded vigorously, affirming that she could. Miss Holt is welcome to it. Vivian secured the envelope and picked up a small piece that had fallen from the locket, meticulously reassembling the disassembled locket. Creature, shall we keep this locket for you? Creature's eyes widened. Is that allowed? He wished to remember Master Regulus, for now, no one else did. Creature wanted to cherish every memory of him. I will always remember as well, Vivian assured, extending the locket to Creature. Creature, could you share Regulus's story with Sirius? He remains unaware that his brother is not the kind of Death Eater he imagines. Regulus Black is a hero who bravely opposed Voldemort. Creature tugged at his ears. Master Sirius is a waste, yet he is the last of the Blacks. He despises Creature. Creature does not like him either, but Creature must obey his commands. Attempting to mend their strained relationship, Vivian remarked, it need not be so. If Sirius marries in the future, the Black family will have new life. Vivian intended to elaborate further, yet Creature suddenly perked up. Miss Holt is right. Creature understands. From now on, Creature will take good care of the wasteful master. He bowed deeply to Vivian, then vanished. Vivian pondered, what convinced Creature? Surely, Sirius won't be pressured into marriage by him. No, wait, I haven't finished speaking, she exclaimed as Creature ran off. Chapter 48. The new academic year commences. The ever-reliable Cece summoned Creature back for Vivian. They discussed that Creature could first speak to Harry regarding Regulus's matters. As for when to inform Sirius, Creature could consult Harry's opinion. A rejuvenated Creature replied, Creature understands. I shall speak with Master Potter tomorrow. The next morning, Sirius, noticing that Creature was neither cursing nor arguing with him, wondered, what is going on? Has Creature finally lost it? Harry speculated that something must have transpired the previous night. It must be Vivian's doing. Old Creature had prepared a lavish breakfast for everyone. After breakfast, Harry escorted Hermione home, while Vivian returned to Holt Manor via the Black family fireplace. In late July, Hogwarts had sent out the new terms book list and the consent form for parents regarding Hogsmeade. Thus, after Harry's birthday, Vivian ventured to Diagon Alley once more in early August. She ordered several sets of tailored school uniforms, and prepared to purchase the textbooks required for the new term. Acquiring them early would allow for advanced study, and visiting Diagon Alley earlier would help avoid the peak crowds. The Leaky Cauldron had revamped their display window, showcasing a large iron cage. Inside were dozens of monstrous creatures' books, and as Vivian glanced at the window, those creature books were engaged in a duel. This scene is truly surreal, Vivian mused. Upon realizing that she was a Hogwarts student, the shopkeeper sighed, donned thick gloves, and picked up a thick gnawed stick. With deftness, he separated the brawling creature books, and unexpectedly seized a lone book. The shopkeeper exuded an aura of authority, skilled and unbothered. Here you go, he said, handing the bundled creature book to Vivian. Do you require any other titles? Receiving the bundled creature book, Vivian proceeded to purchase the remaining textbooks as per her list, all while listening to the shopkeeper lament about the 200 copies of the Invisible Book of Invisibility that had vanished after purchase, never to be found. Vivian found both the creature books and the invisible books rather vexing. Observing the shopkeeper diligently wrapping her books, she offered, "Shall I assist you in finding them?" With few patrons in the shop and the magical fluctuations not too chaotic, Vivian closed her eyes, sensing the surrounding magic that delineated various contours. Some books lay beneath the shelves, others at the staircase's corners, while most remained in the shop's storeroom. Oh, and one was peering out from the window. Watching the creature books brawl, Vivian guided the shopkeeper in retrieving the escaped invisible books from the storeroom, and pointed out their locations. "Thank you so much, Miss Holt," exclaimed the shopkeeper, elated to finally find them. He offered her a discount on her purchases, and gifted her the curious invisible book that had been observing the commotion. Once in Vivian's possession, the invisible book revealed its lively nature, occasionally displaying only its upper half, then its lower half, and intermittently becoming partially invisible, transforming its edges into gnawed shapes. "The magical world is truly fascinating," Vivian remarked, glancing at the still grinning creature books and the theatrically gnawed invisible book, deciding to carry both rather than placing them in her handbag. After acquiring all necessary items, Vivian returned to Holt Manor. She requested a birdcage from Eulalia, and confined the already bundled creature books inside. "I apologize, dear creature books." Vivian felt a genuine concern that they might invade her potion garden or wreak havoc in the manor's study. An absolute nightmare. Thus she had to secure them for now. The onlooking invisible book bounced about, while Vivian affixed glowing stickers to it, saying, "You must behave as well." In late August, with just over a week until the school year began, Peter Pettigrew escaped from Azkaban. Although Vivian had anticipated his escape, she did not expect it to occur so soon. The Ministry of Magic would likely descend into chaos. The Minister for Magic, Cornelius Fudge, who only sought to paint a rosy picture, was probably on the verge of a breakdown. On the first day of term, Cece and Eulalia accompanied Vivian to the station. Vivian embraced both house elves in farewell, before stepping through the wall into platform 9 3/4. Vivian strolled along the train carriage, until she finally found an empty compartment to settle down in. Not long after, Harry discovered her compartment, and greeted her before taking a seat beside her. Did Professor Lupin not join the train? Vivian inquired curiously, recalling that in the original text, Lupin had also traveled to Hogwarts by train. "We boarded together, but it seems he needed to have a word with the conductor first. He mentioned he would come find us later," Harry replied. Vivian nodded in understanding. "Oh, I see." Harry leaned forward on the small table in front of him, sharing that creature had come to inform him about Regulus, but he had yet to discuss it with Sirius. Hasn't he been in good shape lately? He spends long stretches lost in thought, looking rather dazed, especially after Pettigrew's escape. After a brief silence, Harry continued, "Is that locket creature mentioned similar to the diary?" Vivian nodded. "I believe it is. That night, I destroyed it with a basilisk fang. What is wrong with Tom Riddle? Did he literally tear himself apart?" Harry unwittingly voiced the truth. Vivian responded, "Who knows? I think he has gone too far with dark magic. Not only has he lost his nose, but he likely also lost his sanity." "Oh, by the way, I found this in the locket box," Vivian said, pulling out an envelope containing a faded photograph of Hogwarts founders, and showing it to Harry. The topic shifted abruptly as Harry remarked, "Is this long-haired figure Salazar Slytherin? Doesn't he look better than his statue in the chamber? Why wasn't he the statue crafted like this? Perhaps it was deemed less intimidating this way?" "I actually think the normal version of Salazar is quite handsome," Vivian replied. Harry nodded in agreement. "I feel they are all quite beautiful. However, I still prefer Godric. His sword is both exquisite and practical. Speaking of which, that wizard's hat he's wearing is the Sorting Hat, right?" "It is said to be," Vivian confirmed. "But the song sung by the Sorting Hat isn't particularly pleasant. Did Godric teach that too?" Harry asked. I believe that particular burden shouldn't fall on Godric. After all, the sorting hat is merely a hat. It's quite clever, singing different lyrics each year, Vivian replied. Chapter 49 Dementors. The Hogwarts Express had departed. The compartment where Vivian was seated was now filled with people. Harry, Hermione, Ron, Professor Lupin, the Weasley twins, and Ginny were all present. Fortunately, most of their luggage had been shrunk and tucked away, otherwise, there would not have been enough space for everyone in the compartment. Hermione had recently acquired a ginger-colored cat named Crookshanks, who was currently playing a game of left paw meets right paw on her lap. To avoid disrupting the lively conversation, Lupin had curled himself up at the back of the compartment, covering himself with a blanket as if asleep. The Weasleys were recounting their experiences in Egypt when suddenly, heavy rain began to fall outside. Thick clouds rolled slowly across the sky, and raindrops traced streaks on the windows, rendering the outside world hazy and indistinct. In such a moment, Vivian found herself contemplating the atmospheric influence. The train began to slow down, and the lights flickered ominously. An inexplicable chill enveloped the entire compartment. Lupin, pretending to sleep, sat up abruptly. Are the Dementors searching the train again? Vivian mused, considering that Pettigrew would hardly venture back to Hogwarts, fully aware that it was crawling with enemies. Surely, he would seek out his former master, Voldemort, first. She felt that the presence of the Dementors on the train and at Hogwarts seemed unnecessary. Remembering that Lupin's Patronus took the form of a wolf, she sensed he was reluctant to reveal his Patronus at that moment. Having a cat for 1,000 days, using it for a moment. My Patronus, dear cat. It is time for you to make your appearance, she murmured, stroking her arms in an attempt to dispel the chill. Gripping her wand, she recalled how Snape had assisted her in cleaning up the exploded cauldron. Come forth, my feline. The cat was a bit large. With the compartment already exceeding its capacity, there was little room for her Patronus to settle. Thus, the cat found a slightly more familiar person in the compartment, and placed its front paws atop Harry's head. Standing on its hind legs, Harry, with his head pinned by the silvery tabby cat, felt the cold, joyless sensation dissipate, yet being restrained felt rather peculiar. In truth, the Patronus cat bore no weight, and was not strictly corporeal. It could easily envelop the entire compartment without avoiding anyone. Vivian believed the Patronus cat acted on its own volition. A cloaked Dementor, with what appeared to be a decaying hand, pulled open the compartment door. The cat, sensing something foul, abandoned its playful antics on Harry's head. The silvery cat and mist enveloped the occupants of the compartment, standing protectively in front of everyone. Hissing at the Dementor swiftly withdrew its hand and floated away. The Patronus cat leaped back, darting through the walls and racing up and down the train, dispelling the fear and chill that had gripped the young wizards affected by the Dementors. The train resumed its journey. After a couple of laps, the cat returned to the compartment. It glanced at Crookshanks, who was cradled in Hermione's arms, stretched out a paw, and gently touched Crookshanks' face, resembling a pancake that had slammed into a wall, before dissipating. What was that just now? Ron inquired. Are you referring to the creature or the silvery cat? Harry responded. I want to ask about both. Ron replied. Lupin interjected. The creature is a Dementor. They guard Azkaban, and are likely here to search the train for escaped prisoners. Though he did not specify who the fugitive was, the Daily Prophet had recently published several articles regarding Pettigrew's escape, so everyone was aware that the fugitive referred to was indeed Pettigrew. Ron, knowing a bit more, remarked. Just thinking about how our family coexisted with that fugitive for so many years gives me the creeps. I hope the Ministry captures that rat and returns him to Azkaban soon. Vivian added, the cat was a Patronus. Each person's Patronus takes a different form. Mine is a large tabby cat. It could also be a hefty orange one. After the new sorting ceremony, Dumbledore introduced the two new professors, Remus Lupin for defense against the dark arts and Rubeus Hagrid for care of magical creatures. This year, it seemed that Vivian had a new roommate in her dormitory. Upon returning, she noticed another bed had been made up with sheets and blankets, though she had yet to see its occupant. As she approached her own bed, she spotted a rather sizable package on the floor beside her bedside table. The outer wrapping labeled Holt. The handwriting bore a resemblance to Snape's. Sitting cross-legged on the carpet, Vivian began to unwrap the package, discovering a collection of potion ingredients, a recently dated journal on potions that she could not yet borrow from the library, and a note. The note stated that if she had time recently, she should brew a batch of Lumos potion and concentration potion, with the materials provided in double quantities. The surplus and the journal were her reward. This must be Professor Snape's side business. Has he become so busy that he can only work as a middleman now? She pondered. Just as she organized the materials, she encountered her new roommate, who turned out to be Luna Lovegood. "Good evening?" Vivian greeted. Luna's voice sounded somewhat ethereal yet perfectly clear. "Good evening, Senior Holt," she replied. Luna mentioned that there was a student in their year who lived alone in a double dormitory, but due to an influx of new Ravenclaw students this year, the head of house decided to merge the underoccupied double dormitories. One classmate wished to reside with others of the same grade, while the rest were rather reluctant to change dormitories. Consequently, Luna agreed to take the place of that student, and moved into the room with Vivian, while the original occupant relocated to Luna's former dormitory. Given that Snape's compensation was quite to Vivian's liking, and fearing that a slow progress might hinder Snape's business, she prepared the potions required for Snape's order by the weekend of the first week of school. She bottled the potions and placed them in a box, then carried the box to Snape's office. Upon entering Snape's office, Vivian no longer needed a password or for someone to open the door. She merely approached the entrance, and the door handle would open for her. As Vivian stepped inside, cradling the box, she noticed Draco Malfoy engaged in conversation with Snape, who was seated at his desk. Feeling somewhat apologetic for interrupting their discourse, Vivian greeted, "Good afternoon, Professor Snape, Mr. Malfoy." Snape, glancing at the box in Vivian's arms, gestured for her to place it on the desk by moving aside some papers. "This contains the glory potion and the concentration potion you requested, all properly bottled," Vivian reported. Snape surveyed the contents briefly, confirming their correctness. He tapped his fingers on the desk and addressed young Malfoy. "Perfect. The potions your father requested, you may take them directly." Draco replied incredulously, "What? You want me to give my father potions brewed by Holt? What if she has poisoned them?" Vivian crossed her arms and regarded young Malfoy. "While I can overlook your doubts about my character, how can you question my dedication to potion making? Moreover, I was entirely unaware that these potions were intended for your family," she explained. "Is it truly all right?" Draco inquired of Snape. Snape raised an eyebrow. "Are you doubting my judgment?" Draco, recalling how his father had been lamenting the soaring prices of potions during the holidays, turned back to Vivian and said, "Make it cheaper." "Excuse me?" Vivian responded. "You still haven't apologized for knocking me off my feet earlier," he insisted. "So the potions should be cheaper." "But you were the one who insulted Hermione first," Vivian countered. Frustrated, Draco retorted, "She started it by accusing me of using connections to get onto the team." Vivian replied earnestly, "I apologize, I truly do. We should not have made such assumptions about you, nor should I have presumptuously cast the disarming charm on you. However, the term you used to insult Hermione was simply unacceptable, and your unfounded accusation of poisoning in the potions is not very Malfoy-like." Draco, feeling the sting of her apology, yet unable to find joy in it, gritted his teeth. "Fine. I shouldn't have wronged you. Is that satisfactory?" Chapter 50, Reflection. Vivian, I am indeed capable, but regarding the price of the potions, you will need to discuss that with Professor Snape. I have already received my compensation. Draco scoffed. Then you are merely a big-headed fool. He shot Vivian a glare before turning expectantly to Snape. Snape responded slowly, "That is not possible. The price of potions cannot be reduced." Draco sighed and hoisted the box. "Goodbye, Professor Snape," before departing through the fireplace in the office. Vivian watched Draco Malfoy leave through the fireplace, her mind wandering back to their earlier altercation on the field. Since her arrival at Hogwarts, she had always been with the Gryffindor trio. She was well aware that neither Harry, Ron, nor Hermione were perfect children. Everyone possessed flaws. No one was without imperfections. However, individuals often show favoritism towards those they are close to. Thus, when the incident on the field was about to transpire, her instinctive reaction was to teach Draco a lesson. Yet, if she were to reconsider, Harry had once remarked that Draco's flying skills were quite impressive. Perhaps he had genuinely earned his place on the team through his own merit. That provocation might have merely been an opportunity for him to flaunt his new broomstick while seeking attention and a sense of superiority. Draco's taunts toward the Gryffindors were indeed misguided. Yet Hermione had also jumped to conclusions, assuming Draco had only made the team due to his father's wealth. Does someone wrongfully accused have to prove their innocence? Not necessarily. Vivian understood this clearly. If she were the one accused, her first instinct would not be to rebut the claims and desperately validate herself. Instead, she would unleash a barrage of words against everyone who wronged her. Therefore, had she genuinely wished to resolve the conflict during the incident on the field, she should have stepped in before Hermione spoke, rather than waiting for Hermione's speculative remarks to surface, and then foolishly attempting to teach young Malfoy a lesson with the disarming charm. It was as though she were playing a role-playing game, believing herself to be in a position of authority, and acting according to her misguided sense of righteousness. Perhaps it was due to the unbroken string of favorable circumstances since her enrollment. Reflecting on her past actions, Vivian realized that her adventures with Harry against the Chimera and the Basilisk felt like a game where one could simply reload a save file. She believed herself invulnerable. Yet for Harry, Dumbledore, and Snape, she was merely leading the savior of the wizarding world into a series of calamities, recklessly flirting with danger. Ultimately, it was merely because others chose to trust her, while Dumbledore and Snape continually cleaned up her messes. Even her pride in her potion-making skills stemmed from Snape's willingness to ensure her safety, allowing her to practice and experiment without restraint. Otherwise, she might have already met her demise during the brewing of a perilous potion. This was hardly a role-playing game. If she remained oblivious to this fact, if she continued to naively believe that being a time traveler rendered her omnipotent, it would only culminate in a self-indulgent revelry. She could very well exacerbate the situation. When the time came for Harry to confront Voldemort, would she flippantly assure him, "Trust me, Voldemort won't kill you"? From Harry's perspective, he might respond, "You say to trust you and that I won't die, but I genuinely have to face the killing curse." Outside the narrative, Vivian knew that the protagonists would ultimately triumph over Voldemort. Yet within the story, each character was gripped by fear and uncertainty about the future. Before the imminent victory, like a fish caught in a net, their darkest moments unfolded. Each held tightly to the last flicker of light within their hearts, trudging ahead through excruciating seconds. During Voldemort's peak, his power was formidable. While he espoused pureblood supremacy, Vivian believed he truly subscribed to the notion that strength equates to power. He sought not those who endorsed his ideals, but rather those who feared, submitted, and obeyed him. His ambition was to become an omnipotent and immortal version of himself. Repeatedly crafting Horcruxes and fragmenting his soul had indeed rendered him increasingly irrational and volatile. Yet to underestimate Tom Riddle would be a grave mistake. During his school days, Tom was well-liked. Even those from different houses conversed with him as equals. He was far from foolish. He knew precisely how to garner advantages for himself. Whether through deception, violence, or the exchange of favors, Tom excelled in manipulation. Not everyone could afford to carelessly engage with peril. This was not a game where one could merely respawn upon defeat. She could no longer act recklessly. As Vivian contemplated her actions, Snape observed her from across the room. His expression serious, pondering her thoughts. Did she find the compensation lacking? Was she planning something audacious? "Miss Holt, are you preparing to pose as a statue in your professor's office?" Snapped from her reverie, she candidly replied, "Professor, I am reflecting on my actions." Snape raised an eyebrow. Children today still engage in self-reflection? Reflection? Snape arched his brow. Vivian saw Snape's arms crossed, clearly intrigued. "It pertains to the incident on the field and my altercation with Malfoy." She composed herself and said to Snape, "I believe I was biased." In truth, at that moment, everyone had erred somewhat. Yet my sole intention was to teach Malfoy a lesson. Snape could not suppress a derisive laugh. "Who do you think you are? An impartial arbiter? An infallible saint? Is it not entirely natural to exhibit bias?" Humans invariably pusas preferences. He frequently deducts points from Gryffindor. Were he to reflect upon each deduction, he would scarcely have time for anything else. Hogwarts does not impose any regulations demanding that a student must please everyone. Miss Holt, rather than tormenting yourself over this, you would do better to attend to the materials over there. Find the children something to occupy themselves with, get busy, and cease your endless brooding. Glancing at the mountain of materials awaiting attention, Vivian concluded that Snape truly was in need of assistance and retrieved gloves from her satchel. "Oh, all right, Professor Snape." This academic year, after conferring with Professor McGonagall regarding course selection, Hermione had procured a time turner through her professor's efforts. The regulations surrounding such devices were rather stringent, and the application process was quite convoluted. However, as long as a professor was willing to invest time and effort in writing to the Ministry of Magic, assuring that the holder was an exemplary student who would never misuse the time turner for anything other than academic purposes, approval could ultimately be granted. After attending a divination class with Ron, Hermione had a quarrel. Harry, who had not chosen divination and was thus entirely in the dark about the events, was left bewildered. Vivian mused, frequent usage of the time turner can lead to mental agitation. Perhaps we should brew Hermione a calming potion. Hagrid's inaugural Care of Magical Creatures lesson focused on how to properly open and soothe the Monster Book of Monsters, along with a comprehensive introduction to the habits of the hippogriff. It was only later that Harry recounted to Vivian that at the start of the term, he and Ron had sought Hagrid's company. He intended to take everyone to the edge of the Forbidden Forest to observe a real hippogriff. Both Harry and Ron had urged Hagrid to first instruct them on how to open the notoriously nippy monster book. Hagrid believed that opening the book was a simple task. Yet both Harry and Ron had already suffered multiple bites. Fortunately, he ultimately changed his mind. Otherwise, Harry genuinely feared that his first lesson would be a disaster. Chapter 51 Trouble. In their defense against the dark arts practical lesson, Professor Lupin guided them in confronting a boggart. Following her recent reflections, she had spent the past few days revisiting the previous grand adventure and the lingering threats posed by the Horcruxes. Upon standing before the boggart's cabinet, Vivian contemplated transforming it into a rubber chicken or a giant drumstick. Instead, out slithered a colossal serpent, as thick as a human thigh, Nagini. Expecting Voldemort to emerge, Vivian faltered at the sight and instinctively forgot the proper incantation for confronting a boggart, resorting instead to a burst of flame. The moment the fire ignited, she realized her folly and hastily cast a spell to extinguish it. This time, her water spell was far more effective than it had been in her first year, successfully dousing the flames. However, the room was now flooded. The silver lining was that no one was harmed, though Professor Lupin had been nearest to the boggart. He had merely singed a bit of his robe and hair due to her swift extinguishing. Vivian, surveying the waterlogged floor, hurriedly apologized to everyone. Professor Lupin escorted her to the hospital wing for a calming draft. Given that Vivian had a record of magical surges from the previous year, Madame Pomfrey insisted that she remain in the hospital for the night. Sitting on the bed, hugging her knees and burying her head in her arms, she reflected that the snake was not truly terrifying. The basilisk was far more fearsome than Nagini. It dawned on her later that had she not conjured the flames, the boggart might have morphed into Severus Snape, bitten by Nagini. It was not the serpent that instilled fear in her, but rather what Nagini represented, death. Not just for Professor Snape, but for many who were no longer present. Vivian sighed. The sense of reality that the wizarding world imparted upon her was but a moment away. Just days prior, she had been contemplating how her perspective as a time traveler, lacking fear of Voldemort, might lead her toward arrogance and recklessness. And then, fear had arrived unbidden. All right, she resolved. Now it was imperative to maintain a strategic disdain for the enemy, while tactically respecting them. Vivian began to ponder how to atone for the chaos she had wrought today. She would need to replace Professor Lupin's singed robes. She still had a stock of hair growth potion that she could promise was of excellent quality, ensuring his hair would grow back quickly and thickly. The boggart's cabinet was utterly ruined, and she wondered whether the boggart itself still existed. Yet, Professor Lupin's lesson was not yet concluded, and he seemed poised to teach Harry about the Patronus charm. She recalled that the Black family manor housed a boggart. If this one was indeed gone, perhaps she could inquire with Creature and Sirius about retrieving that one. The classroom walls would likely require extensive repairs. Portions were blackened by smoke, and much of it was water-damaged, certain to crumble once dried. Vivian resolved to speak with the headmaster first thing in the morning, expressing her willingness to take responsibility for the restoration of the classroom's walls. She was capable of such repairs, having had experience tidying up Holt Manor. After witnessing the boggart transform into Nagini, Vivian suddenly realized why she had always envisioned Professor Snape when successfully casting the Patronus charm. She felt she harbored certain sentiments towards Severus Snape. Severus Snape, during his tenure as headmaster, must have endured unparalleled hardship. Following Dumbledore's passing, no one truly understood his position. Bearing the mantle of villainy, he reinstated the rules that students despised and incessantly sent everyone to detention. Whether it was Filch McGonagall or the potions office, he relentlessly extracted students from the clutches of the Carrows for various infractions. To secure more time for Hogwarts in the face of Voldemort's wrath, he maneuvered tirelessly. Vivian had once felt sympathy for the Severus Snape of the tales, lamenting his plight and wishing for his peace and salvation. Yet, Severus Snape did not require pity or regret. He did not need rescuing. He had always been his own savior. Everyone in this world was not merely a whimsical stroke of a pen in a story. They were real, authentically present in her life. Severus Snape deserved to be regarded with equal respect and love, rather than being compensated with sympathy or attempts to amend regrets. Her thoughts drifted back to Voldemort. Perhaps she should wait a little longer. If by the end of the first semester no alternative methods for addressing the piece of soul residing within Harry were found, she would confront Professor Snape and divulge all she knew about Voldemort. The mind of a double agent surely surpassed her own. Boggarts transform into the most feared manifestations of a wizard's psyche. Thus, professors who had encountered numerous predicaments were likely more concerned about whether young witches and wizards bore psychological scars. Dumbledore mused. Did she not receive a fright in the Chamber of Secrets? That should not have been the case. She seemed to cooperate splendidly with Harry then. Perhaps a small gift of sweets would suffice to show concern. He had only heard from portraits and Lupin that it was a large snake, unaware that it was Nagini. Lupin, relieved that his hair remained intact, commented, "Your spell work was quite commendable, and your reflexes impressive. As for the flooded classroom, it can be repaired without much trouble. I cause far more chaos during my own schooling. This is hardly a significant issue." "Then what was with that snake?" pondered Flitwick, who was worried about his own students and had brought a pocket-sized cake to visit Vivian, waving his wand to make the cake dance. Upon hearing that Lupin had been singed during class, Snape made a special trip to the front to mock him, sarcastically inquiring if he required hair growth potion. Lupin then suggested that Snape brew a calming draft for Holt. Only then did he realize that the one who had panicked and miscast spells during class was Vivian. The revelation that it had been a snake left him utterly perplexed. Snape! Suddenly laughter escaped him. Could Vivian Holt truly fear snakes? Who, after all, dared to practice maneuvers against the basilisk while wielding a trumpet in the Chamber of Secrets? Snape instinctively sensed that Vivian's fear likely stemmed not from the serpent itself, but from what it symbolized, its timing, location, or perhaps some past tale associated with it. It seemed to be a serpent with a vendetta against Vivian. While he believed that she would be fine, having just conjured flames and promptly extinguished them, Snape nonetheless made his way to the hospital wing. Upon hearing someone enter, Vivian lifted her head and was met by the sight of Professor Snape. She straightened her posture, gazing into his dark eyes. "Good evening, Professor Snape," she greeted. "Good evening," he replied, presenting her with a relatively new potions journal that he had casually brought along. "I thought you might find this interesting." Vivian accepted the journal with both hands, thanking him. "Thank you, Professor Snape." A silence enveloped the room. Recalling an announcement she had seen in the previous journal, Vivian attempted to continue the conversation. "I read in the last issue that students can submit potions papers. If I were to write one, would you be willing to sign as my supervising professor?" Snape chuckled softly. "That depends on the quality of your work. I cannot affix my signature to a paper that is nothing but nonsense." Not having seen any student papers published in that journal for reference, and also considering that she would need to write an acknowledgments section for her thesis, Vivian asked, "Do submission papers require acknowledgments? Would it be appropriate to refer to you as a guide in the academic realm and a mentor in potion research?" Noticing the shift in Snape's expression, her voice grew softer. "If possible, I would prefer if you refrained from any embellishments and simply wrote your name." Snape smirked slightly, responding lazily, "Very well." Chapter 52, The Classroom Repair. Before leaving the hospital wing, Snape informed Vivian that if she felt unwell in the coming days, she need not visit his office to sort through materials. The next day, Vivian placed an order for a robe at Madame Malkin's. Once she received it, she seized a break to deliver the robe and a hair growth potion to Professor Lupin's office. Lupin remarked, "His hair is actually quite fine. He doesn't require the potion. Please take it for serious." That evening, as Vivian entered the potions office, Snape was seated on a small stool, meticulously slicing daisy roots. His robe hung on a nearby rack. Perhaps finding the sleeves of his shirt too cumbersome, he had rolled them up slightly. Upon seeing Vivian enter, Snape discreetly lowered the rolled sleeves of his left arm, while tossing the unusable parts into the wastebasket. In truth, they had only been rolled up a fraction above his wrist. Noticing her arrival, Snape set down the cutting knife and directed his gaze towards her. "I thought it would be a couple of days before you found the inclination to come here." Vivian deftly picked up the knife he had just placed down, replying, "I have always intended to come here, Professor Snape." As Snape fastened the cuff buttons on his sleeves and returned to his desk to grade assignments, he remarked, "Should I commend you on your passion for potions?" Vivian smiled back at him, "If you would be so kind." After sorting and organizing the materials, Vivian began to tidy up the remnants left behind. Suddenly, she heard Snape inquire, "Have you decided on a topic for your paper?" Vivian replied, "I have. I will complete it promptly, Professor Snape." Given that the walls repaired with charm would soon revert to their original state, Vivian resolved to undertake the repairs manually. She had purchased paint in Diagon Alley, and by now, the owl should have already delivered it to the classroom. Vivian bid farewell to Snape. "Professor Dumbledore mentioned that if I restore the classroom walls, he would reinstate the points deducted from Ravenclaw for my earlier mishap. So if there's nothing else, I shall proceed to fix the walls. Until tomorrow, Professor Snape." Snape nodded in acknowledgement. Upon reaching the classroom, Vivian discovered her friends already hard at work. Before repainting the walls, they needed to clear away the flaking layer. Harry and Ron had already managed to tackle almost half of the areas that required repainting. Upon seeing Vivian arrive, Harry jumped down from his stool, shovel in hand. "Good evening, Vivian," he greeted. Still crouching and scraping the wall, Ron chimed in, "Good evening. I think we'll finish soon." I guarantee that once we're done, this classroom will have the finest walls on this floor. Vivian exchanged greetings with Harry and Ron before picking up a small trowel to join in the cleanup effort. Thank you for helping. I had thought I would have to spend the entire evening here alone. Well, we haven't much else to do lately. But Hermione has been swamped with work these past few days. She is likely still buried in assignments. As Ron scraped the wall, he casually remarked, "Isn't the Quidditch season about to start again? This should be Wood's last year playing, right?" Harry hopped back onto the stool. Yeah, he has been strategizing for quite some time. I suspect weekends will see us spending all day at the pitch, while painting the walls. Harry and Vivian appeared remarkably like seasoned painters. Ron followed closely behind, carrying a bucket of wall paint. Hey, you guys are impressively skilled at this, Vivian explained. Our walls at home were so unsightly due to cracks. They've been repaired numerous times. Harry, who had often worked at the Dursleys, added, I've been fixing the fence at Aunt Petunia's for years. Last summer, I spent a long time painting walls with Sirius and the others. Practice makes perfect, I suppose. Eager to join in, Ron declared, let me give it a try. He painted a smiley face on the wall, then smoothed it out. After struggling for a while to even it out, he finally succeeded and joyfully went to help refill the bucket with fresh paint. That evening, Snape planned to venture into the Forbidden Forest. A batch of materials was ripe for harvesting, and he needed to act swiftly before their efficacy waned. As he walked past the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, he spotted Dumbledore casting the disillusionment charm from a distance. Snape mused, so now Albus must eavesdrop in person? He approached to see what was transpiring. Inside the classroom, the three were still diligently repainting the walls, ensuring that the cracks and holes were filled before applying the new coat. Ron took it upon himself to fill the room with plaster, alleviating Harry and Vivian from pausing their painting to patch up the seams. Your boggart transformed into a giant python, Ron inquired. We all intended to visit you in the hospital wing last night, but Madame Pomfrey turned us away. I've been quite well, Vivian responded. I just didn't expect it to take the form of that snake. I thought it would be something like Voldemort. Knowing that Vivian was not afraid of snakes, Harry asked, What's the situation with that snake? Vivian replied coolly, It has a grudge. Ron attempted to console her. That snake must be dead by now, right? Alive, Vivian stated, forcefully applying paint to the wall. However, should I encounter it again, I shall strive to eliminate it. Ron, well, that attempt at comfort failed. The three fell into a contemplative silence. The room was too quiet, and Ron, wishing to lighten the mood or at least distract them, remarked, Did you know? Divination class is an absolute disaster. Harry couldn't help but retort, That's the umpteenth time you've mentioned it this week. Vivian inquired, Divination class? The one taught by Professor Trelawney? Ron replied, You know her? Hermione expressed her disdain for the class on multiple occasions, labeling it as utter rubbish. Recently, for reasons unknown, she has been particularly irritable. Even the elixir of joy you provided has yielded minimal improvement. The assignment for divination proves to be exceedingly challenging. Interpreting a bowl of tea leaves from different angles presents entirely disparate outcomes. How am I to ascertain the correct perspective for divination? Harry, employing the techniques he learned from his days in Muggle primary school, suggested to him that perhaps he should elaborate on each angle. By covering all bases, one could hardly err. Writing a few additional inches might even garner extra points. Vivian remarked while painting the wall. Professor Trelawney indeed possesses a gift for prophecy. However, she often appears to be somewhat absent-minded. I have heard that she annually predicts a student's demise. As for the assignment, one could simply write about potential misfortunes that might befall oneself, elaborating on those calamities. Professor Trelawney would surely award marks for it. Ron interjected, Is that all? For this week's assignment, I shall write about how I ventured out only to step into the Black Lake due to the fog. Harry cautioned him that should fog indeed descend in the following days, he ought to be wary of inadvertently stepping into the Black Lake. In Chapter 53, The Place of Concealment, it is noted that boggarts are rather stubborn creatures. When their dwelling is incinerated, they simply seek refuge in an old wardrobe. Lupin's defense against the dark arts class was progressing smoothly. Harry had recently begun practicing the Patronus charm under Lupin's guidance. After finishing her thesis, Vivian sought out Snape, who was in a foul mood, laboriously grading student assignments, his comments nearly surpassing the length of the student's work. Vivian mused that it was difficult to discern who was truly authoring the assignments. She patiently awaited Snape to complete his annotations, only to witness him deftly toss a quill into an inkpot from a short distance. A remarkable display of precision with no ink splattering, and the quill tip not striking the pot's wall with force. It was as if the quill had been gently placed into the ink. Vivian presented her paper to him. Snape conjured a chair for her to sit upon without waving his wand, and scrutinized her work with great care. Vivian braced herself for a round of mockery followed by harsh critiques, but to her surprise none came. Snape appeared somewhat satisfied with her paper, at the very least. Vivian perceived his demeanor to be improved from when he had been hastily scribbling comments. "Well done, Miss Holt," Snape commented, signing his full name in the Instructor S section on the first page of the paper, a departure from the hasty scrawl she had previously observed. His handwriting was rather elegant. Over the weekend, Vivian visited the room of requirement. In her mind, she intoned, "I seek a place that harbors the Ravenclaw diadem." Upon opening the door, she was met with a vast chamber overflowing with clutter. Towering shelves were laden with countless items, while many objects lay strewn about on the ground. For centuries, students had hidden their possessions here. She recalled how Tom Riddle had believed that only he knew of the room of requirement, and thus had not employed any protective enchantments on the diadem, although he had placed theft prevention spells on his Horcruxes. Consequently, Vivian was unable to summon the diadem directly using the Accio spell, or any other incantation. She vaguely remembered that the diadem was situated near a half-bust of an elderly man adorned with a hood and a diadem. However, after wandering through the refuse-filled passage twice, she found no trace of any such statue. It seemed her visual acuity was lacking in both dynamic and static contexts. Finding the diadem within a short time frame was evidently an impossible endeavor. Controlling the fiendfire was particularly challenging. The loss of the room of requirement to flames would be a lamentable fate. Thus, Vivian resolved to sift through the refuse. In her immediate vicinity, she spotted several usable potion ingredients, a few scattered silver sickles, several antiquated textbooks, and a number of broken toys and soiled garments. She spent an entire afternoon in the room of requirement, managing to clear scarcely half a shelf. Feeling overwhelmed by the enormity of the task, Vivian thought to herself, "It seems unlikely that I will find it within a day or two. I should ask Eulalia for assistance next time." Though the diadem eluded her grasp, she had managed to collect a plethora of usable parchment, a few salvaged old textbooks, and quills in need of minor repairs. After cleaning the discarded items, Vivian often felt that this contradicted the law of conservation of mass. She haphazardly found a box to store the assortment of usable odds and ends. Placing the box in a commonly traversed area, she inscribed a casual note atop it stating, "Take what you need." Snape inquired whether Vivian intended to brew the Wolfsbane potion, or continue accepting commissions from the Malfoy family. Having studied his notes extensively yet not yet attempted to brew the potion, Vivian replied, "The Wolfsbane potion." Snape tilted his head slightly, gesturing for her to retrieve the ingredients from the shelf. The notes were indeed comprehensive. She remembered all the techniques and precautions, making the brewing process feel akin to recalling a recipe. She merely needed to maintain her magical output and add the ingredients at the opportune moments. The process proceeded smoothly. There were no explosions, and she did not afford Professor Snape the opportunity to clean up a blasted cauldron. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed Snape putting away his wand. Vivian bottled the potion and sealed it before offering one of the vials to Snape. He glanced at the color and consistency, then placed the glass bottle back on the table. "Not bad. It's somewhat better than I anticipated. It could be improved with finer control over your magical output." Snape leaned back in his chair, arms crossed. "Miss Holt, if I may be candid, I believe you need to practice the precision of your magic." Vivian replied, "Precision?" Snape speculated that her rapid increase in magical ability may have led to a decline in her control. "Isn't your perception of magic quite adept? Try to feel it." He raised his hand to demonstrate. Vivian sensed a thread of magic emanating from Snape's fingertip, effortlessly unscrewing the caps of the potion bottles arranged side by side, without the use of a wand. "Impressive," Vivian sincerely complimented. Delighted but sensing that she had missed the point, Snape remarked, "I hope you can utilize your astute mind to devise a method for controlling your magical output more precisely. You should consider yourself fortunate that none of the ingredients in this batch are overly sensitive to magic. Otherwise, your reliance on sheer magical volume would have rendered this potion a disaster." Understanding dawned upon Vivian. It meant that while her magical capacity was substantial, a portion of it was wasted in the process. Should she encounter materials that were particularly sensitive or highly absorbent, the potion could indeed spoil. She nodded thoughtfully. "Understood, Professor. Thank you, I will be mindful." Vivian meticulously recapped the potion bottles that Snape had previously opened. Snape glanced at the vials with a tone tinged with restrained disdain. "Deliver these to Lupin. Inform him to consume them all. They seem exceedingly bitter, and cannot be sweetened." Vivian nodded in agreement. "Very well, Professor Snape." She placed the sealed potion vials into her satchel, poised to deliver them to Professor Lupin. Before Halloween, there was to be a potion invention symposium. Snape had already begun reviewing the students' assignments, and without lifting his gaze he stated, "If you intend to spend that weekend in Hogsmeade, consider this conversation null and void." "Professor Snape, my permission slip remains unsigned, and thus I cannot go to Hogsmeade," Vivian replied, observing Snape lift his head to regard her. She then inquired, "Is there anything I need to prepare in advance?" Snape replied, "If you are merely planning to enjoy a leisurely outing, then you need bring nothing at all. If you decide to learn something, bring along your ears, eyes, and mind." Severus Snape forcefully inscribed a large ton a piece of homework, the owner of which remained a mystery. Before he appeared to be inspired, writing comments with a fluidity akin to a spring of creativity. Chapter 54. The Potion Invention Symposium. The assignment for astronomy class required the creation of a star map. Vivian diligently referenced books and her class notes while drawing. The night sky is divided into 88 regions, and by connecting the bright stars within each region, one forms the constellations. After completing the constellations, she would then mark the stars that compose each one. Memorizing the names and positions of over 80 constellations in a short span proved somewhat challenging. So Vivian chose to create her star map in the library, with her textbook, notes and reference materials spread out beside her. It seemed that there was a mnemonic song for the 88 constellations, and Vivian resolved to recite it once her star map was complete. On another weekend afternoon, Vivian called upon Eulira to assist in sorting through the clutter of the response room. A few days prior, Vivian had ordered a batch of cardboard boxes from Diagon Alley, which, after being shrunk by a reduction spell, now comfortably fit within her small satchel, ready for use at any moment. She handed Eulira a box as well, instructing her to place any usable items such as quills, parchment, and currently utilized textbooks within it. They would later label the box for self-service and leave it in the corridor. Vivian and Eulira worked separately on different shelves. Vivian reminded Eulira to alert her immediately should she encounter a half-body statue of an old man wearing a hood and a crown, while sitting on a small stool. Vivian was midway through her task when Eulira suddenly approached, joyfully brandishing a specimen. "Look, I found something that a little master would surely adore," Eulira exclaimed, holding up a specimen of a magical creature for Vivian to see. Vivian mused that if this specimen could serve as potion material, indeed, it would be cherished. The specimen was covered in dust, so Vivian gently brushed it off with a soft bristle brush before placing it in a new box and returning it to the organized shelf. By the afternoon's end, they had accumulated 2 boxes of miscellaneous items, a heap of rubbish, 1 magical creature specimen, and an old wand that appeared to be made of laurel wood. Vivian noted that a laurelwood wand would automatically conjure a lightning strike if it believed it had been stolen from its owner. She decided to leave it quietly in its original position, as she was not yet ready to change her hairstyle. Eulira took care of disposing of the trash. After bidding farewell to Eulira, Vivian carried the box of items back to the previous location where she had left a self-service box, only to discover that it had been filled with many new sheets of parchment, quills, and ink bottles. Since there was no room on this floor, they would need to find another level for the new items. The manuscript she submitted to the journal had been accepted, and it would be published in the November issue. The editor sent Vivian a letter, stating that a sample copy would be sent to her in early November. During this time, Vivian had encountered Crookshanks several times in the corridors. The ginger cat's long fur looked incredibly soft, and Vivian seized the opportunity to give it a few affectionate strokes. On the weekend before Halloween, after having an early lunch, Vivian gathered her belongings and reorganized her satchel before setting out from the tower to find Snape in his office. Apparition was not permitted within Hogwarts, so Snape would escort her to the fireplace to leave the school. Upon entering his office, Vivian found Snape adjusting the buttons on his robes. Although this garment was also black, it appeared more formal than his usual attire. After traveling from the fireplace to the leaky cauldron, Snape directly apparat with Vivian to the venue of the Potion Invention Symposium. The venue was somewhat unexpected for Vivian. She realized she had harbored a stereotype about potion masters, subconsciously imagining the symposium would take place in a dim, secretive, and cramped indoor setting. Upon arrival, however, she discovered that the location was indeed indoors, but it was bright, spacious, and elegantly decorated. The tables and chairs were new, and beautiful crystal chandeliers adorned the ceiling. At the front stood a podium, atop which rested a sizable lectern. Vivian scanned the surroundings and noted approximately 10 round tables, each capable of seating over 100 people. The glass windows were spotless, so transparent they seemed almost non-existent. Looking through the windows, one could see a substantial lake, at least from Vivian's perspective. It appeared as if the water and sky merged seamlessly, without revealing the lake's distant boundaries. A gentle breeze rippled across the surface of the water, causing it to shimmer like a field of sparkling gems. They did not arrive particularly early, and many tables were already occupied. Following Snape, Vivian observed him exchanging greetings with a middle-aged man, also clad in a black robe. After greeting Snape, the man turned to Vivian, inquiring, "And who is this?" "Vivian Holt." Snape introduced her. "This is Mr. Brodedwina." Brodedwina, the author of the renowned book Practical Potion Annotations, was indeed a notable figure. This book, having been published quite some time ago, was highly recommended to every novice in potion making. Vivian had purchased a copy at the suggestion of the owner of the Leaky Cauldron. It was rather embarrassing, as she had always assumed the author had passed away due to the book's classic status. However, upon reflection, she realized that Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them had been published in 1927, and it had been over 60 years since. Newt Scamander had only recently retired. Vivian acknowledged that this misunderstanding was entirely her fault, and thankfully, she managed to maintain her composure. Otherwise, it would have been quite offensive. Edwina extended his hand toward Vivian, greeting her warmly. "Hello, Miss Holt. This is the first time Snape has brought a student to the symposium. I hope you find it enlightening." Vivian quickly reciprocated the gesture. "Good day, Mr. Edwina. I wish you a successful symposium as well." Snape guided Vivian to the children's table, which indeed appeared to be filled with students of school age. He placed a schedule of presentations on the table, informing her that he would dine on the second floor after the symposium, and would look for her when it concluded. "Okay, thank you, Professor," Vivian replied. Snape raised an eyebrow, as if he expected her to say something further. Vivian quickly glanced at the schedule, and unsurprisingly, she spotted Severus Snape's name among the list. She promptly added, "I wish you the best for your presentation. I will listen attentively." Once Snape departed, Vivian took a closer look at the schedule. It contained no numbers, only a list of names in the order of their presentations. There were a total of 18 participants, with Snape listed fifth. Vivian skimmed through the names, noting that many of those who would be presenting were quite famous, including Mr. Edwina, whom she had just greeted. The students at the table each held a notebook and quill. Vivian also retrieved her notebook, quill, and ink bottle from her satchel. How exciting it was to witness the presentations of potion masters. She must take diligent notes. After dipping her quill in ink, her peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a symbol in the upper right corner of the first page of the notebook belonging to the girl seated beside her. A modest triangle encircled by a vertical line. Chapter 55 Boyle. Each potion master possessed a unique perspective. Although the event was titled the Potion Invention Symposium, the presentations did not solely focus on new potion inventions. Many addressed the improvement of existing potions. Vivian had always believed that Snape's eloquence was truly exceptional. When he resorts to harsh and acerbic insults, his demeanor is serious and incisive. However, during the symposium, his speech was an entirely different affair. Succinct yet profound, each word a gem. The presentations by the potion masters at the symposium extended throughout the entire afternoon. After the speeches concluded, Vivian engaged in conversation with fellow students at her table, exchanging notes to fill in the gaps of what they had missed. The young lady seated beside Vivian was Rosalind Boyle, a student from Durmstrang, for years her senior. Boyle possessed a unique understanding of various potion techniques, and after completing their notes, she and Vivian delved into an extensive discussion on perfecting the brewing of potions. House elves prepared dinner for the attending wizards at the symposium. Boyle took Vivian to the dining hall on the second floor, where a sumptuous feast awaited. The beverage station offered both wine and juice. Boyle selected a cup of juice that resembled wine in both color and texture. Noticing Vivian's gaze upon her cup, Boyle winked and exclaimed, "This tastes extraordinary. I've had it every time I've attended the symposium. Would you like to try some?" Vivian felt a sense of curiosity and agreed. Indeed, it was delightful. The two clinked their cups together, and made their way to the dessert area for some small cakes. After indulging, they wandered to the terrace on the second floor to chat while admiring the distant lake view. As the weather grew cooler, daylight gradually waned. The night deepened, and the stars hung like a shimmering river in the sky, reflecting beautifully upon the rippling waters of the lake. Boyle shared tales of Durmstrang's landscapes, mentioning the fascinating ghost ship, and how one could swim in the lake where it docked during summer. Then, she suddenly turned to Vivian and said, "The master wishes to see you." Vivian replied, "I knew it. The moment I spotted the Deathly Hallows symbol, I should have anticipated this. It's all the repercussions of my past reckless adventures. Dumbledore must have written to Grindelwald after harboring suspicions about me." Vivian continued, "I am not yet adept at apparition. I was brought here by the professor. Grindelwald should still be in Austria, correct?" Boyle responded, "When you leave shortly, he will come to intercept you. He spends most of his time in Nurmengard, but since he built it himself, it is easy for him to step out." Vivian inquired, How come it seems you were already aware I would be attending the symposium? She reflected on how she had been seated next to Boyle and dining together without seeing her send any messages. The invitation list was finalized in late September, Boyle explained. This implied that Snape had submitted her application long before, yet only asked her in mid-October if she wished to attend. Vivian surmised that if he intended to confront her directly, he likely had no intention of informing her beforehand. So you had no qualms about telling me? Although Grindelwald did not rule through fear, as a notorious dark wizard from the early 20th century responsible for inciting war, he had high expectations of his followers. The master said I could decide whether or not to inform you. Boyle leaned against the terrace railing, gazing at the distant lake. I think you're quite remarkable. I enjoy making friends, and I appreciate the beverages at the potion symposium. In previous years, I invited my peers to join me for drinks. But once they learned I attended Durmstrang, they feared I might cast some curse upon them. Durmstrang's reputation had suffered in recent years. Ever since the rise of the Dark Lord, British wizards viewed dark magic with trepidation, steering clear of the openly dark arts touting Durmstrang. Thus, when you raised your glass and drank, I was somewhat taken aback. Did you know that the professor who brought you here had been watching us the entire time we toasted? Vivian replied. She was fixated on Boyle and didn't he even notice where Snape was? Leaning on the railing, Vivian added, I was confident enough to drink, because I was certain the juice was safe. After drinking it, I can confirm I was right. However, I do believe I ought to temper my overconfidence. Boyle countered, isn't confidence a positive trait? If you were to become timid, trembling at every little disturbance, how would you accomplish anything? If that were the case, you should abandon the study of potions altogether. The symposium appeared to be winding down. Due to the staggered arrival times of attendees, the flow of people was dispersed, allowing for apparition to occur indoors. With a growing number of individuals operating, the venue had designated outdoor points for departure to prevent overcrowding. From the terrace, they could see attendees gradually making their way to the apparition points by the lake. It's a shame that Durmstrang seldom welcomes outsiders. Otherwise, I would love to invite you to explore the school. There is a vast forest filled with fascinating potion ingredients and magical creatures. However, I will soon be graduating. Perhaps in a while, I could return to discuss potions with you again. Of course, this is contingent on you successfully navigating today's events. Boyle smiled. Best of luck, Vivian Holt. Vivian replied. Don't speak as if I am about to meet my doom. Yet she remained uncertain of Grindelwald's intentions. Surely, Dumbledore wouldn't he have sent him to eliminate her? Despite her inclination towards romantic pairings, she recognized the danger Grindelwald posed from a wizarding perspective. She pondered whether she could discreetly persuade Professor Snape to leave first. Boyle tilted her head at Vivian, waved farewell, and retreated into the indoor space. Vivian returned inside, scanning the room until she spotted Professor Snape engaged in conversation with Mr. Edwina. Should she descend directly? Before she could contemplate the feasibility of this, Snape's conversation with Edwina appeared to draw to a close. Snape, positioned nearer to the exit, had just bid farewell to Edwina, and was now waiting for her to approach. As attendees flowed toward different apparition points, Snape inquired, Have you been drinking? No, just juice. Vivian paused. Professor, I've gotten myself into trouble. You should return to the school. Before Snape could respond, a male voice called from behind them. It seems you are running out of time. Vivian swiftly turned to see a man in staff attire. There was no one here just moments ago. Is Grindelwald using apparition as a means of ambush? In the next moment, both Vivian and Snape were whisked away by Grindelwald's apparition. They landed in an uninhabited wasteland, surrounded by a circle of blue-black flames. Grindelwald dispelled his transformation spell, reverting to his true form. He remarked, What if you were to meet your end here? Vivian immediately interjected, her words tumbling out rapidly. Dumbledore would scarcely mourn for us. He would only continue to ponder how to confront Voldemort, the very source of his headaches for over a decade. Take this as a diversion, she exclaimed. Tom Riddle has been on Dumbledore's mind for years. Chapter 56, The Resurrection Stone. Vivian Holt. Severus Snape. Dumbledore mentioned you in his letter. Grindelwald strolled forward leisurely. Vivian retorted, He arrives and speaks of Dumbledore's letter. And yet Snape's left hand rested on Vivian's shoulder, vigilant and prepared to find an opportunity to apparate them away. Grindelwald smiled at Snape. Relax, I harbor no malice. I merely wish to converse. Vivian shot back, You're lying. I would believe you if you returned that gas stove. Grindelwald continued to advance, exuding a formidable aura. Vivian felt compelled to utter something. Mr. Grindelwald, I have heard numerous intriguing tales from Boyle about Durmstrang. She acknowledged him respectfully. I once glimpsed your middle-aged visage within the reflections of the erased mirror, under the gaze of Professor Dumbledore. Snape was taken aback. Grindelwald? Dumbledore had previously vanquished that infamous dark wizard? Wasn't he imprisoned in Nurmengard? Grindelwald halted his stride. You claim he beheld me in the erased mirror? Vivian nodded. Grindelwald, pensive, absent-mindedly traced circles in the air with the tip of his wand. He discerned that Vivian was not deceiving him. Her occlumency was competent, yet far from masterful. The image within the erased mirror was typically visible only to its gazer. How then did she come to know? No wonder Albus had taken the trouble to inquire about his prophetic abilities. However, her vision of specific scenes did not quite fit the mold of prophetic insight. Noticing a slight softening in Grindelwald's demeanor, Vivian resolved to broach the matter at hand. Sir, I believe Professor Dumbledore has spoken to you regarding the diary? Indeed, he replied. The letter was quite detailed. Grindelwald regarded Vivian with keen curiosity, eager to hear her next words. Voldemort fashioned an object akin to the diary using the resurrection stone. Sir, your mastery of dark magic is unparalleled. I possess a general idea of its hiding place. Let us unite to confront Voldemort. He is the foremost figure capturing Professor Dumbledore's attention. Leave the professional matters to the experts. Grindelwald, skilled in dark arts, should handle the resurrection stone. Snape sensed Vivian's earnest attempt to persuade Grindelwald to ally against Tom Riddle. But was this truly viable? The resurrection stone? Grindelwald inquired. It was one of the 3 deathly hallows he and Dumbledore had once sought. Vivian affirmed, it is set within a ring, located near Little Hangleton, within a dilapidated wooden shed. Voldemort has placed a curse upon it. If left unattended, within 2 years, Professor Dumbledore will uncover its whereabouts. The professor has long yearned for his loved ones, and upon encountering the resurrection stone, he may unwittingly don the ring. As he does so, the curse Voldemort cast will commence its insidious erosion of Professor Dumbledore's life. Even with subsequent attempts at healing, it would be futile. My current methods of dealing with such dark magical artifacts will destroy the resurrection stone alongside it. I surmise you might wish to preserve the stone intact? Grindelwald decisively stated. Lead the way. He dispelled his protective fire shield. Vivian felt a twinge of embarrassment. She knew only the name of the town and was uncertain of the precise route. Ultimately, it was Snape who guided Vivian and Grindelwald via apparition to the vicinity of Little Hangleton. The professor is remarkable, she praised. By this time, it was already quite late. Even in densely populated areas, the roads were nearly deserted. The town was relatively small, consisting of a dilapidated wooden house. Its walls covered in moss and shingles nearly fallen away, with small windows and nettles surrounding it. It appeared as though a dead snake had been nailed to the door. Vivian remarked. As they walked along the dirt path, Grindelwald asked, Is your prophecy capable of revealing such vivid imagery? Snape, too, was curious. Vivian glanced down at the uneven ground to avoid stumbling, only for certain specific events. Navigating a narrow path strewn with rocks and dense underbrush, they descended a steep slope and glimpsed the half-hidden wooden house, precisely as Vivian had described. The entire structure was imbued with a potent aura of dark magic. With so many magical traps set, isn't it blatantly obvious that something is amiss? Grindelwald commented dismissively. He patted Snape on the shoulder. Come, my boy, let us investigate. Grindelwald utilized the old gaunt mansion as a teaching case. Though the place was currently unoccupied, Vivian, out of caution, cast a muggle-repelling charm from a distance. Crouching to observe as Grindelwald and Snape dismantled all the magical traps surrounding the house. Impressive, she remarked as they managed to open the door. Vivian approached the entrance. But as she did, Snape extended his hand to shield her behind him. As they continued to search for the resurrection stone, Vivian closed her eyes. With the protective enchantments and traps around the house dismantled by Grindelwald and Snape, the location of the ring became vividly apparent in her perception. She gestured subtly toward the ring's position, whispering, It is there. Grindelwald entered the house and with a flick of his wand, levitated the ring from the spot Vivian indicated. He immediately recognized it as a Horcrux. Grindelwald found it difficult to comprehend that Tom Riddle willingly fragmented his own soul. This was the first time he had encountered a dark wizard who actively diminished their own essence in sanity. Coupled with what Albus had previously mentioned about the diary, it was evident how fearful Tom Riddle was of death. Grindelwald remarked, It poses a bit of a challenge, but it can be managed. Be cautious. You two should stand back. Both Snape and Vivian, ever pragmatic, promptly distanced themselves. Grindelwald recast the protective spells, and Vivian and Snape found themselves outside the range of the enchantment, unable to see or hear anything from within the decrepit house. After a moment of silence, Vivian tugged at Snape's sleeve and softly inquired, Professor, do you have any questions for me? She noticed Snape arch his brow at her, as if to say, "Shouldn't it be you asking your professor if there is anything he ought to know?" He articulated the final phrase slowly, his tone revealing a hint of displeasure. Vivian responded, "Professor Dumbledore and Mr. Grindelwald were once in a romantic relationship. Perhaps the professor wrote to Mr. Grindelwald after harboring some suspicions. The girl named Boyle, who sat beside me at the exchange today, seems to be a member of Grindelwald's purist faction. After dinner, Boyle informed me that Mr. Grindelwald wishes to meet me. He intends to intercept us as we leave. That is why she wanted you to return to the school first." Chapter 57 Grindelwald. Snape gazed intently into Vivian's eyes and softly retorted, "So, you originally intended to avoid me to facilitate a more private conversation?" Vivian quickly shook her head, "No, Professor. At that moment, I was uncertain of the other's intentions. I merely wished to protect you from danger." She met Snape's gaze, attempting to placate him. "Please do not be upset. I have prepared a Halloween gift for you. A collection of early 18th century antiquities I organized during the last holiday, which I will present to you upon our return to school." Yet Snape was not truly angry, he was concerned for her safety. She had stated she was in trouble and her words had not been a plea for his assistance, but rather a caution for him to remain away. Did he not deserve her trust? Or was it that Vivian was reluctant to believe he had consistently trusted her? As Snape prepared to respond, an explosion erupted from the direction of the house. Indeed, it was an explosion. Startled, Snape immediately pulled Vivian behind him. The silver lining was that due to the protective spells Grindelwald had cast, only a faint sound escaped. Given the vast expanse around them devoid of other structures, the magical disturbance did not attract anyone's attention. The unfortunate news was that Grindelwald's mood was likely far from pleasant. Vivian and Snape beheld Grindelwald emerging from the smoldering wreckage, cursing vehemently. A dramatic confrontation with Voldemort had recently unfolded within the confines of a humble cabin. In former times, Grindelwald might have entertained thoughts regarding the Resurrection Stone, but now he found himself utterly disinterested. The mere notion that Vivian suggested this object could one day bring about Dumbledore's demise filled him with ire. In a fit of rage, he brutally dispatched a piece of his soul and dismantled the artifact. The explosion that ensued was merely a byproduct of their skirmish. His simmering anger, coupled with pre-established protective enchantments, had led to a somewhat reckless display of force. It had been many years since he had wielded spells with such fervor. As Grindelwald emerged from the chaos, he spat out a mouthful of dirt and hurled the now cursed and stripped Resurrection Stone toward Snape. With utmost caution, Snape caught the black, translucent stone midair with his wand. Vivian quickly rummaged through her small satchel to retrieve a pocket capable of nullifying magical fluctuations, allowing Snape to safely stow the Resurrection Stone within. "Please deliver this to Albus," Grindelwald instructed. "Are you not going to see the headmaster?" Vivian inquired, a hint of surprise in her voice. Grindelwald offered a wry smile, tinged with self-deprecation. "Do you think he would wish to see me?" He paused before continuing. "Since taking up residence in Nurmengard, I have sporadically penned numerous letters to Albus, yet his replies have been scarce. Even when he does respond, it is merely with a few indifferent words. I have not broached the subject, but deep down, I know he may never forgive me. I ceased my correspondence, attempting to refrain from intruding upon him. However, at the beginning of this year, I received a lengthy letter from Albus. He inquired whether the curse afflicting certain seers might have any negative ramifications on me. He genuinely cares for you." Vivian was momentarily taken aback, having previously assumed Dumbledore's letters were solely a result of his suspicions regarding her. "My apologies, I thought," she began. Grindelwald interjected, "Upon observing you during our journey, I discern no issues. Should anything arise in the future, do consult Albus. Although he writes to me, I believe he possesses greater expertise in these matters." He offered a gentle smile to both Vivian and Snape. "My initial demeanor may have misled you. I hope for your forgiveness. It has been quite some time since Albus has reached out to me, and I am curious about what transpired to make him willing to set aside his grievances to inquire about an enemy he despises. Rosalind's father was once a member of the Pureblood Party. After 1945, their faction, refusing to disband, dedicated themselves to the study of potions and spells. Rosalind would occasionally accompany her father to Nurmengard. She is fond of potions and making friends. Her presence at the conference was purely coincidental, and she bore no ill intentions towards you. I shall not visit Albus. If I were to see him, I fear I would not wish to return to Nurmengard." With that, Grindelwald seemed prepared to depart. Vivian instinctively stepped forward. "Sir?" Grindelwald halted, poised to apparate, and smiled. "Is there something else you wish to convey?" Dumbledore, when doubtful of him at the ministry, would often remark that as long as he was not removed from the chocolate frog cards, he cared little for their actions. Vivian produced the Dumbledore card she had received on the train upon her arrival at Hogwarts, and handed it to Grindelwald. Perhaps Dumbledore has not truly let go of you all these years. If you seek insight into the headmaster's thoughts, you might consider directly asking him. Grindelwald ran his thumb over the inscription on the back of the card. Dumbledore's widely recognized contributions include defeating the Dark Wizard Grindelwald in 1945. Had he perhaps not relinquished those memories? If Albus had not forgotten that summer, if there remained even the slightest chance for reconciliation. In this world, some loves and hates cannot be reconciled, yet if only they could meet, just once, even if it were to be the final encounter. Suddenly, Grindelwald extended his hand towards Vivian. The resurrection stone, please. Oh, of course. She returned the stone, freshly tucked away in her small pocket, to Grindelwald. As time had grown late, they opted to spend the night at the Leaky Cauldron after operating. The following morning, Grindelwald devoted at least half an hour to meticulously arranging his attire and hair before traversing the Floo network to the headmaster's office. Vivian shadowed Snape to the potions office. "Professor, please wait a moment. I must retrieve your Halloween gift from my dormitory." Vivian dashed back to her quarters, clutching a book. To express her apologies for once again thrusting Professor Snape into a grand adventure, she brought along the original text, leaving herself with a copied version. Snape opened a drawer and retrieved a small jar filled with sugar cubes. The sugar, concocted in a cauldron, had been infused with an appropriate dose of a joy-inducing agent to provide comfort during times of distress. Chapter 58, The Third Halloween. Silence descended upon the potions office. Snape reclined in his chair, allowing his mind to drift into emptiness. There was no need to ask nor to ponder. The dark mark upon his arm had begun to manifest more distinctly on occasion. He understood all too well what this portended. When Tom Riddle ultimately returned, Dumbledore would likely reinstate him as a double agent, just as before. He would need to masquerade as a loyal Death Eater, which meant he could not afford to shut down his mind before Voldemort. He must weave lies from genuine memories, allowing Voldemort to perceive only what he ought to see. Dumbledore had never divulged the entirety of the truth to him, and he had always complied remarkably well. This ensured that Voldemort would not glean any telltale signs from the memories he had pieced together. There was no sunlight in the cellar. The office's illumination emanated solely from the ceiling lamp. Snape tilted his head slightly towards the light. If he were to extend his hand to shield himself, the light would filter through his fingers, creating the illusion of grasping the very essence of light. After years of service, he now perceived the office's lamp as somewhat dimmer than before. At that moment, Grindelwald was crouched in the dilapidated Gaunt's house, which he had carelessly obliterated. Dumbledore had instructed him to disguise Gaunt's residence to appear as though it had never been visited, reducing the likelihood of Voldemort discovering the theft of his Horcrux. Though he deemed it unnecessary, he complied with the repairs. Repair. It's just a matter of fixing a dilapidated house. He could replicate the magical traps with perfect fidelity. The crumbling walls were relatively easy to mend with magic. But the snake that had once been nailed to the door was nowhere to be found. Grindelwald suspected that the specimen, long since rendered a trophy, had likely vanished into oblivion when he and Snape dismantled the traps. Thus, the most time-consuming aspect of the restoration process was locating a snake that closely resembled the one that had previously adorned the door. After reinstating the dark magical traps they had removed, Grindelwald stepped back to ensure that the scene bore an almost indistinguishable resemblance to what they had encountered upon arrival. All done. He shifted his appearance and ventured to Honeydukes to procure the sweets Dumbledore had requested. Hagrid's giant pumpkins had also been a resounding success this year. The massive pumpkins, carved into lanterns, were displayed throughout the Great Hall. However, it is uncertain whether the seeds Hagrid used this year were problematic. It is also possible that issues arose during the growth process, resulting in a small batch of pumpkins maturing into perfect cubes. They were so remarkably square that Vivian felt they resembled the pumpkins from the original version of Minecraft. Lupin found this batch of pumpkins quite amusing, and he enchanted them with eyes and mouths, permitting them to move about within a limited range. Consequently, one could observe the lanterns rolling forward in the Great Hall. Vivian remarked, "They are stuttering like they're dropping frames." She and her companions occupied their usual dining spot in the hall. Once everyone had had their fill, Harry rummaged through his bag and produced a glass bottle along with a greeting card. Ron and Hermione also retrieved their own greeting cards from their pockets. Harry explained, "Not long ago, we met with Hagrid to discuss the care of magical creatures class, just as he was preparing to venture into the Forbidden Forest to visit an old friend of his." Ron exaggeratedly exclaimed, "Do you know who that old friend is?" It's an acromantula. Hagrid's friends are truly terrifying. Hermione added, Hagrid mentioned that Aragog, the acromantula, is quite aged and has gone blind. Therefore, he intends to care for it. Harry continued, we asked Hagrid if we could assist in collecting some of Aragog's venom, and he said he would first consult with Aragog. Ron stacked their 3 greeting cards together, stating Hagrid later agreed, so we ended up helping him look after his pumpkins in exchange for this. He nudged the small glass bottle. Hermione nodded, explaining that the venom and the cards were intended as Halloween gifts for Professor Snape. You should take them to his office tonight. Ron and I need to head to the library to catch up on our homework. Harry nodded in agreement, adding, I need to find Wood tonight. As the date of the Quidditch match approaches, Wood becomes increasingly anxious. He insists that we all meet to discuss strategies. Hermione then produced another identical glass bottle filled with the same liquid from her backpack, and pushed it toward Vivian's direction. I thought you might appreciate this. So it's for you. I traded it with Hagrid for some meat I bought in Hogsmeade. Thank you for the happiness potion you brewed for me earlier. Vivian carefully accepted the glass bottle and card, suddenly realizing a gap in understanding. She blinked, asking, so those square pumpkins? Harry cleared his throat. Ron coughed. Hermione unceremoniously interjected. They used the wrong potion to treat the bugs in the pumpkin patch. If I hadn't caught it in time, all the pumpkins would have turned square. Hagrid might have had to create a new category for a giant pumpkin competition. At that moment, a square pumpkin inexplicably rolled over and bumped into Harry's chair. Harry jumped down, and the square pumpkin followed suit, finding the chase quite amusing as he ran around the long table, glancing back at the stuttering pumpkin in pursuit. As the pumpkin seemed to accumulate an anger buff, it began to chase faster. Passing by, Draco sneered, working on your fitness, Potter? Originally intending to use a spell to stop it, Harry withdrew his wand and grabbed Malfoy's arm as he ran past, reluctantly joining the chase around the table. Malfoy was bewildered, while Goyle and Crabbe instinctively followed suit, equally confused. Ron queried, why aren't they using the stopping spell? Hermione replied, I think Malfoy got swept up in Harry's antics. Vivian observed, this is absurd. That square pumpkin is leaving a trail of afterimages. As they neared, Hermione cast the stopping spell on the square pumpkin. The pumpkin, having already rolled out a circular afterimage, continued to roll a few more times before finally coming to a halt, reverting to an ordinary, immobile square pumpkin. Suddenly, Hermione stood up, retrieving a jar filled with sweets from her bag, and approached Malfoy, placing the jar in his hands. I apologize, she said with calm seriousness. This year, I've watched Quidditch practice closely, and Harry has mentioned that you fly exceptionally well. I should not have accused you of using connections to get onto the team without evidence. Before Draco could respond, she continued, these are sweets my father purchased from a Muggle store, as a gesture of goodwill. However, I do not agree with your views on blood status. Not in the slightest. Looking directly at Malfoy, she asserted, if you truly believe that pureblood lineage is superior, then you should prove it through your actions, rather than merely shouting slogans. I take pride in being a Muggle-born witch. After uttering her final words, Hermione picked up her bag and headed towards the Great Hall's entrance. Ron and Harry waved goodbye to Vivian and rose to leave as well. Ron fished a pack of chocolate frogs from his pocket and placed it on the lid of the jar as he passed Malfoy. Harry followed suit, producing a piece of candy from somewhere and placing it atop the chocolate frog. Chapter 59. The Past Hidden in the Notes. Vivian stood before Snape's desk, handing him the glass bottle and 3 greeting cards. These are Halloween gifts from Harry, Ron, and Hermione for you. Snape carefully stored the bottle containing acromantula venom and glanced at the 3 cards. A slight smirk tugged at the corners of his mouth as he flipped one over to show Vivian. Greetings, Professor Snape. Could you possibly assign less homework next week? I truly cannot complete it all. Vivian noted, no signature, but there are only 3 cards, and that handwriting is unmistakably Ron's. I find your assignments to be perfectly adequate. She continued, neither excessive nor insufficient, with clear and manageable questions that make writing them a joy. I absolutely adore them. Snape pocketed the card but resolved to double Ron's homework next week. From his drawer, he retrieved a jar of brightly wrapped sweets that resembled those produced by the Honeydukes. Dumbledore provided these at noon. Take them and distribute them. In November, several heavy rainfalls occurred. Each year, as the weather abruptly turned cold, a mild flu would circulate through the school. Vivian collected the potion list needed by Madame Pomfrey from Snape, and promptly delivered the potions to her. On yet another weekend afternoon, Vivian stayed in the room of requirement, tidying shelves and clutter, while searching for a crown. Cece had been quite busy lately. With the cold settling in, many of the herbs planted in the Manor's potion garden struggled to cope with the sudden drop in temperature. Thus, Cece was constructing a greenhouse to protect the plants. Eulira, who had come to assist with the cleaning of the room of requirement, exclaimed, "Look, young master. I've found something you are sure to adore." Just like last time, Eulira ran toward her with a treasure she believed Vivian would cherish, emerging from the chaotic background. This time, it was a very thick notebook. Eulira had dusted off the cover, and to prevent it from falling apart on the way, she had cast a protective spell over it. Eulira was quite adept at this, as she regularly maintained the ancient books and notes in the manner studied during Vivian's absence. Vivian brushed off the dust from her hands and accepted the notebook. Upon opening it, she immediately understood why Eulira insisted she would love it. It was a potion notebook. The pages had yellowed with age, and the first line on the opening page read, "Love yourself before loving others." The notebook was thick, and as Vivian casually flipped through it, she discovered that all the contents appeared to pertain to two potions: the calming draft and the soul stabilizer. Vivian recalled the description of the calming draft from Practical Potion Annotations, a potion used to soothe and calm agitation. In fact, when Hermione first began using the time turner and became quite irritable, Vivian's initial response was to prepare a calming potion for her. However, considering that an excess of such a potion could plunge one into a deep, drowsy slumber, she ultimately opted to give Hermione a euphoric potion instead. The first third of the notes details the process of refining the calming potion. The author of the notes appears to aim at transforming this potion into a remedy for the aftereffects of malevolent curses. This section not only chronicles the refinement process, but also includes a patient's case study. From the tone of the notes, it seems this patient is the author's father, who has long suffered from the debilitating aftermath of a curse. He frequently loses his sanity, forgetting both his past actions and future intentions. He endures insomnia, plagued by nightmares, and exhibits irritability, feeling chronic pain every winter. The author's endeavor to improve the calming potion is driven by a desire to heal his father. It appears the refinement of the calming potion remains incomplete, as the page following the 37th record of its improvement contains but a single sentence. "I know where my father's affliction originates. I understand why nothing I do can ever satisfy him. I have finally grasped why he both loathes and seemingly loves me. I am the Horcrux he has crafted. I am his instrument of survival and the embodiment of his hope for immortality. I represent his past, present, and future. Yet I am I. I have always been myself. I can only be myself. I possess a complete memory and soul. I am not anyone else. I have always been my own self. I shall seek vengeance for my deceased mother. I shall bring an end to his immortality." Turning further, the next page bears only the name of a potion, Soul Stabilizer. There is no mention of the Soul Stabilizer in any existing textbooks. At least Vivian has never encountered it. Analyzing the name alone, Vivian initially surmises that this potion is intended to stabilize fragmented souls. However, upon reading the author's subsequent ideas, Vivian realizes her initial assumption was mistaken. The author, who may be male or female, intends to develop a potion capable of banishing the fragmented souls that attach themselves to living beings, building upon existing soul-related potions. The stabilization of the soul refers to the intact soul. The author compiled a plethora of content related to soul potions, some of which Vivian recognizes from current textbooks or the literature in the manner, while others are entirely new to her. After organizing this information, the author embarked on genuine experimentation, and the subsequent pages are filled with records of potion brewing. Vivian reached the final pages of the notebook. Upon realizing that she was no longer his Horcrux, he erupted into furious invective, as though exhausting every word in his mind, frantically casting various curses. Yet he could not reach me. He has aged, nearing his end, while I remain alive. I asked him why he wished to kill my mother. He replied that creating Horcruxes necessitates murder. He claimed he married solely for the sake of murder, desiring a new body that is both born of him and superior to him. I found it lamentable, both for him and for myself. This was the only instance he ever expressed praise towards me. Yet the context of such praise was nothing short of a hellish jest. I had once desperately sought his approval and affection, but everything shattered the moment I understood I was merely a vessel for him. I even pondered whether he truly is my father, or if the concept of fatherhood is merely another vessel for him. He is on the brink of death. Horcruxes cannot grant eternal life. Throughout this prolonged period of studying potions, I have become profoundly certain that this method of splitting one's soul in pursuit of immortality is but a futile endeavor. Horcruxes cannot bestow everlasting life. They only lead to true death, permanent death. It seems I can exist as myself. On the day I ceased to be his Horcrux, I overheard a student in the school's corridor utter a phrase, the speaker unknown to me. If a person is surrounded by negativity, How can they possibly embody goodness? I suddenly wondered, what of me? Am I good or am I bad? I have fought against him for far too long, continuously affirming to myself that I am me. Yet who am I? I intend to leave this place. For the sake of my own identity. I feel as though I have been ensnared in one place for far too long. I wish to venture to distant lands. To attempt living the life of an ordinary person. Hogwarts is a most enchanting place. I have concealed these notes here. As though I have also hidden my past within their pages. Perhaps someone will find them, perhaps not. Yet it matters little. By that time, I will have departed from the wizarding world. If there is any insight I have gleaned from my years past that I wish to convey to those who might read these notes, it is this. Please love yourself steadfastly and without hesitation. Please strive with all your might to save yourself. Even if the surrounding environment is bleak, one can choose to embody goodness. This is something I also tell myself. Chapter 60 Holt. The author of the notes has succeeded. Aside from a portion resembling a diary, the latter half of the notebook is filled with records of the preparation and experimentation of the soul stabilizer. From the initial refinement of the calming potion to the final departure from Hogwarts, Vivian can deduce, based on the narrative tone and the evolution of the handwriting, that the time span involved is likely 20 years or more. Just before the departure, the author seems to have held the position of a professor in one of the school's courses. They placed the notebook in the room of requirement, and then resigned. Vivian found no complete signature within the notes, leaving her unable to definitively ascertain the identity of the author. Previously, while composing her assignment for the history of magic, Vivian had perused the entirety of A Brief History of Hogwarts. The book contains no record of any events related to Horcruxes. If she were to investigate, she might cross-reference the tenure of past professors at Hogwarts. Most professors at Hogwarts have had long tenures. And it was only after Voldemort's curse that the defense against the dark arts position became a revolving door. Given the antiquity of the notes, it suggests that this story unfolds in earlier years. If the notes are indeed authentic, it implies that the fragment of Voldemort's soul within Harry could potentially be resolved through potion making. Among all of Voldemort's Horcruxes, the most challenging to address is the fragment residing within Harry. If this threat can be neutralized, confronting Tom Riddle would no longer be so daunting. Vivian directly examined the final successful experimental record. The theoretical hypothesis states that this potion can, and must only, act upon fragmented souls attached to living beings or objects. The potion is theorized to be non-toxic. A decision was made to consume it. May I still have a future? I have triumphed. Vivian rummaged through her small bag for paper and pen, transcribing the required potion ingredients. It was a lengthy list, and she marked each unfamiliar ingredient. Vivian resolved to inquire and verify the authenticity of both the notes and the potion through various channels. Should she confirm that this is a viable path, she would attempt to replicate the soul stabilizer as described in the notes. While Vivian was engrossed in her notes, Yulira had been tidying the shelves and had already cleared away a considerable amount of debris. The Ravenclaw diadem remained elusive, and Vivian sensed that if all else failed, she might resort to some sort of supernatural means, perhaps calling upon Harry for assistance. After organizing her notes, Vivian bid farewell to Yulira, clutching a box of miscellaneous items as she exited the room of requirement. By then, darkness had already descended. Winter days are notoriously brief. Vivian intended to transport the box of items to a new floor when she encountered a Hufflepuff upperclassman passing by. "Are you moving some things?" he asked. "Let me help you." He took the box from her hands and placed it in a location that was both unobtrusive yet easily accessible. The upperclassman then produced a stack of blank parchment from his bag and added it to the box. "Isn't this incredibly convenient? If one forgets to bring parchment or a quill to class, there is no need to hastily return to the dormitory." Vivian, in truth, she initially intended to repurpose the clutter, yet it appears that the contents of her box have only multiplied. During dinner at the hall, an owl suddenly delivered a letter to her. Upon unsealing it, Vivian discovered it was from Rosalind Boyle. The gist of the letter was a congratulatory note regarding her pleasant communication with Mr. Grindelwald. Vivian. Initially, it was not particularly pleasant. Grindelwald had even resorted to using a fire shield for protection, claiming he was contemplating the internship and future prospects after graduating from Durmstrang. He inquired about Hogsmeade Village. Due to Durmstrang's northern location, with its frigid winters and short days, Rosalind was contemplating whether to establish a shop for potion ingredients and products nearby. Thus considering Hogsmeade as a potential location, she extended a warm invitation for Vivian to meet her in Hogsmeade next weekend for a visit, as she planned to scout for a shop location. Vivian. There was no guardian available to sign the consent form for her. Perhaps she could ask Dumbledore about the Hogwarts teaching roster that evening, and inquire if he could assist her with a signature. The stone gargoyle sat at the entrance to the staircase leading to the headmaster's office. What was the latest password again? It seemed uncertain. Toffee finger biscuits? Buzzing honey candies? Crispy feather sweets? No response. Vivian fell into contemplation. She retrieved the honey jar that Snape had given her during Halloween. The jar was empty, as she had already distributed the sweets. Vivian had kept none for herself, as she had received candies from her professor, dividing half among Harry, Hermione, and Ron, while the other half was given to Malfoy, Goyle, and Crabbe. Perhaps she had grown accustomed to tidying up the clutter in the room of requirement, as she had casually stowed the candy jar in her bag when no one had claimed it. The lid of the jar bore the emblem of the Honeyduke, labeled with sour exploding sweets. Vivian's heart fluttered. Sour exploding sweets? The stone creature leaped aside. Ascending the staircase, Vivian arrived at the headmaster's office. Dumbledore was standing beside Fawkes, hands in pockets, engaged in a conversation with a portrait on the wall. Upon noticing Vivian, he turned around. "Good evening, child. Have you encountered any issues?" Vivian: "Good evening, headmaster. I wish to inquire if there is a way to view the roster of professors who have taught at Hogwarts in the past?" "Ah. I fear a complete list may not exist, my dear," Dumbledore replied. "I can provide you with information from the last 2 centuries, but for anything earlier, it would be prudent to consult the ghosts or the portraits." Almost immediately after he spoke, the portraits, which had been resting, opened their eyes. Individuals not originally depicted in the portraits seemed to materialize from nowhere. The portraits gazed at Vivian. "A child of the Holt family? I recall having a student by that surname, a mischievous rascal who was always causing trouble at school, ha ha ha," remarked a portrait of a middle-aged man. Dumbledore: "Indeed. There are always a few such Holts each year." "Youth is full of vigor," said an elderly portrait with white hair. "What is it you seek, child?" inquired a portrait of a graceful and gentle lady. Vivian: "Good evening, esteemed headmasters. I wish to ask if there was ever a professor who resigned and subsequently left the wizarding world. It should have been quite some time ago. I suspect they taught for perhaps 10 to 20 years, and were quite skilled in potions. There was a father who suffered from the lingering effects of a curse." A benevolent-looking elderly lady in a classical gown spoke up from her portrait. "Based on your description, I might know of whom you speak." Vivian turned her gaze to the elderly portrait. "I remember her. Her name was Moira Holt." Vivian: "Another Holt? She is not depicted in the Manor-s portraits." Then it dawned on Vivian that it made sense, as her notes indicated that she had left the wizarding world later on. "I recall that when she attended Hogwarts, her father was nearing 50 years of age. Moira was 35 when her volatile father passed away. Subsequently, she tendered her resignation. I remember she once wrote to me, stating that she went to a Muggle hospital to aid ordinary people injured in the wars." Vivian asked, "What kind of person do you think she was?" The benevolent lady in the portrait bore a contemplative expression. "Kind, resilient. Her achievements were more a result of effort than innate talent. Initially timid, she sought to please everyone, but eventually let go of that obsession. After graduating, she served as a teaching assistant for 2 years before becoming a professor at Hogwarts." Chapter 61. Human Endeavor. Is it true that achievement stems more from effort than talent? When Vivian first encountered this notebook, she instinctively felt that its author possessed a remarkable talent for potions. For whether it was refining existing potions or inventing new ones, both endeavors proved arduous. Often, effort seems insignificant in the face of talent. For instance, no matter how diligently she practiced flying, she could not spot the small, fast-moving golden snitch, whereas both Harry and Draco could do so with ease. Moira. A name imbued with a sense of fate. Vivian was not well versed in Greek mythology, but the term seemed to refer to the 3 fates, often interpreted as destiny. Fate appeared enigmatic and irresistible. Yet, the future remains uncertain. Endeavor lies within human hands. Vivian: "Thank you, headmaster. I appreciate your help." The elderly lady in the classical gown smiled kindly, winking at her. "No need for thanks. Come again if you have more questions." The previously jovial middle-aged portrait added, "Such a serious topic. Young lady, would you like to know about the secret passages of Hogwarts?" Ask me, I know them all." The elderly portrait, with hair as white as snow, stepped out of his frame and seized the collar of the middle-aged man's robe, smiling. "Pardon me. This lad has been like this since school. I shall have a word with him." The elderly man then dragged the young headmaster away. Where they went no one knew, leaving both portraits empty. Vivian, watching the spectacle, Dumbledore remarked, "It seems they have restrained themselves today due to the presence of a young one." They usually converse amicably within their frames. Dumbledore, with hands still in pockets, added, "Well, child, is there anything else?" Vivian produced the consent form for Hogsmeade from her bag and handed it to Dumbledore. "It seems Boyle intends to open a shop in Hogsmeade. She asked if I could accompany her next week." Vivian did not mention how she had met Rosalind. It appeared Dumbledore was already aware of the reconciliation with Grindelwald, so he would undoubtedly recognize who Rosalind Boyle was. Vivian gazed expectantly at Dumbledore. "Could you assist me with a signature on this consent form? I shall sign it." A robust voice suddenly emanated from the seemingly empty sofa. Startled, Vivian turned to find Grindelwald unexpectedly present in the headmaster's office. She vowed to be more perceptive of the number of individuals in the office on her next visit. Dumbledore raised a hand to shield his face in mild exasperation. "Vivian, but is it truly acceptable for Grindelwald's name to appear in the public eye?" She whispered candidly. "Good evening, Mr. Grindelwald. Yet, to speak frankly, I am somewhat concerned that after your signature, I may be promptly sent to Nurmengard." Grindelwald casually took the consent form, signed it, and remarked, "Just use a different name. As long as the signatures are indeed from adults, the magical determination of Hogwarts will acknowledge them." The headmaster did not intervene, which seems to affirm his words. Vivian carefully tucked away the letter of consent, expressing her gratitude. "Shall I take my leave then? I wouldn't want to interrupt your bonding time with the headmaster." Dumbledore replied. "Actually, Gellert is merely taking a brief respite here." The portraits in the office, still awake, murmured in surprise. Vivian nodded in understanding. I know. I saw nothing today, Professor Dumbledore. You can trust me with my duties." With that, she swiftly departed. Vivian made her way to the potions office, where Professor Snape appeared to be brewing potions in one of the cubicles. As usual, she proceeded to retrieve the necessary potion ingredients from the shelves, slicing and repackaging them accordingly. Each year, the curriculum for every grade remained largely the same, and Vivian had grown adept at handling these tasks. Her speed considerably enhanced since her initial arrival. Upon completing the latest batch of potions for the hospital wing, Snape emerged from the cubicle to find Vivian poring over ancient texts and notes. As he buttoned his cuffs, he took a seat at his desk. Vivian approached the desk, holding Moira's notebook. "Good evening, Professor Snape. I plan to visit Hogsmeade next weekend." Crossing his arms, Snape inquired, "Do you require your professor's assistance in signing the letter of consent?" Vivian shook her head. "The matter of the letter has already been resolved." Snape chuckled softly. "So, Miss Holt came merely to boast? Perhaps you ought to reflect on what occupies your thoughts, leading you to choose your confidant so poorly." "It is not boasting, Professor. I merely feel it is important to inform you," Vivian replied, pausing momentarily before adding, "Rest assured, I will prepare the materials in advance, ensuring no delays in progress." Next, Vivian flipped to the first page of the successful potion experiment records and laid it on the desk. "Professor, do you think this potion can be replicated?" Snape glanced over briefly, then picked up 2 sheets of blank parchment, gesturing towards Vivian's usual workstation. "Go play over there for a while," he instructed. For the next while, Vivian observed as Snape scribbled calculations on the parchment, immersed in his research. Anticipating that he would be occupied for some time, she retrieved her own paper and quill from her satchel, preparing to write a response to Rosalind. The gist of her message was that she would visit Hogsmeade next weekend and would love to explore together. Though she had little experience with shop openings, and thus no particularly good suggestions for locations. However, Vivian had previously collaborated with Cece at the apothecary in Diagon Alley, selling finished potions and ingredients. She could certainly share insights on the more popular and best-selling finished potions. She also noted her latest reflections on perfecting the brewing of tinctures in the letter. Finally, she extended her best wishes for Rosalind's graduation internship and the selection of her apothecary location, expressing her eagerness for their meeting next weekend. Upon sealing the letter, Vivian planned to visit the Ollery later that evening to send it off with a charming owl. Under conditions where all materials are present. "I believe this potion is not entirely safe," Snape remarked, setting aside the parchments he had filled. "Not safe in what regard?" Vivian inquired as she approached the desk. Snape raised an eyebrow. "Tell me, how do we determine the state of a complete soul versus a fragmented one?" After a moment of contemplation, Vivian responded, "By assessing their stability, under equal stimulation. A fractured soul should be more susceptible to destruction than an intact one." Seeing her understanding, Snape retrieved a scrap of parchment that detailed the required materials for the potion, highlighting 2 in particular. "It can be improved, but it will require time," he noted, indicating the 2 circled materials, "provided we have these 2 ingredients." Chapter 62, Dawn or Dusk. They were 2 materials with which she was unfamiliar. Vivian pulled out the potion materials list she had previously transcribed, which was considerably more extensive than Snape's. She identified the 2 materials he had circled, and marked them with her quill. Snape briefly described the 2 ingredients. The first was derived from an endangered magical creature, and Vivian increasingly felt it resembled the specimen that Eulira had found in the room of requirement. "Professor, would a specimen of such a magical creature suffice?" she asked, noting a spark of interest in Snape's eyes, as if he had discovered something he cherished. "It should suffice, provided we can examine it," Vivian responded. "I'll retrieve that specimen from the room of requirement shortly. As for the other material, what does it mean to harvest the heartstring vine when it is bathed in dawn's light or dusk's glow? Or does it imply waiting until the vine bears markings resembling the hues of dawn?" Vivian found the description somewhat abstract. Snape shrugged, displaying a look of uncertainty that suggested even a potions master was unclear on the matter. He reached for a book from the shelf and opened it to a specific page, handing it to Vivian. In the early 20th century, a particular potion captivated the wizarding world. It was believed that consuming it could rapidly enhance one's magical power and extend one's life. Though over a century later, potion masters have confirmed that this potion does not yield such effects and may even accelerate a wizard's aging and demise. At that time, however, heartstring vine, as one of its primary ingredients, was highly sought after. No one cared whether the vine bore dawn's light. As long as it could be brewed into a potion and sold, it was deemed valuable. As time passed, the market was flooded with heartstring vine, devoid of any distinction of whether it had been bathed in dawn's glow. Moreover, due to the negative ramifications associated with the previous potion, many of its ingredients were likewise condemned. Consequently, it is now rare for ingredient shops to sell heartstring vine. Snape concluded, "If the specimen you mentioned is viable, we can proceed with experimentation. Ultimately, we may consider substituting with equivalent or similarly effective materials based on the circumstances." "Professor, please wait a moment while I retrieve that specimen," Vivian requested. Upon seeing the specimen carelessly stored in a box, poorly preserved, Snape hissed, "You store an endangered magical creature's specimen in this manner?" Vivian replied, "You may find it hard to believe, but this was unearthed from the school's refuse heap by me and my house elf, Eulira. I even used a soft brush to clean off the dust, and I later fashioned this box for it. Otherwise, the visual would have been far worse." When Eulira sprinted toward her with the specimen, Vivian had noticed that the dust was nearly half a centimeter thick. Snape swiftly grabbed a blank parchment, jotting down nearly 10 different potions along with their respective quantities, and the trading timeline before handing it to Vivian. "Fetch the materials from the office, brew them, and once completed, bottle them according to type and date before placing them on the shelf. Someone will come to collect them later. I need to delve into this notebook." While other tasks required delegation, Vivian glanced at the list, noting that it included potions for the Malfoy family, the hospital wing, Dumbledore, as well as Lupin's Wolfsbane potion, and a small portion designated for St. Mungo's healing potions. Anyone witnessing this would undoubtedly commend Professor Snape's prowess in potion-making. Noticing Vivian's silence as she stared at the list, Snape asked, "Is it too much? Then just cross off a portion." Vivian looked up at Snape and smiled. "It is not excessive, Professor. I am merely contemplating the order of brewing." It was already quite late when Vivian tucked the list into her small handbag and bid farewell to Professor Snape. "See you tomorrow, Professor Snape." Vivian remained puzzled by Cornelius Fudge's thought process. Over 2 months had passed since Peter Pettigrew's escape, and rather than focusing on capturing the fugitive or contemplating ways to enhance the security of Azkaban, he had instead dispatched Dementors to Hogwarts. Although Dumbledore had firmly refused their entry into the school, Fudge persisted in his stance. Consequently, a number of Dementors lingered around the periphery of Hogwarts, starved for the emotions they could not feed upon within the school. While they could not breach the castle's interiors, the unsettling sensation of being watched was nevertheless quite discomforting. It was difficult to assess. Vivian had no fondness for Dementors and occasionally allowed her Patronus cat to venture out for a breath of fresh air. However, she had heard that Dumbledore was resolutely negotiating with the Ministry of Magic, and perhaps in due time, these Dementors would withdraw from Hogwarts. Hagrid's Care of Magical Creatures class still took the students to the Forbidden Forest to observe the hippogriffs. However, a lengthy theoretical groundwork preceded it, and Vivian speculated that Harry and his friends might have rehearsed with Hagrid beforehand. In any case, the class proceeded smoothly. Merely casting a few more glances at the splendidly adorned feathers of the hippogriffs captivated the students. Bold wizards could step forward one by one to bow and interact with them, while Hagrid remained at the side, ensuring the students' safety. Harry now spent his leisure time either on the Quidditch pitch or practicing the Patronus charm with Lupin. Vivian remembered that during his practice, Harry often recalled the harrowing scene of his parents' murder. When she delivered the wolfsbane potion to Professor Lupin, she also included a dose of the cheerful potion, suggesting that he might administer it to Harry should his condition worsen. On the eve of their trip to Hogsmeade, Vivian sat in the Great Hall dining with her friends. Hermione, we plan to visit Honeydukes tomorrow. Is there anything you would like us to bring back for you? Vivian, thank you, Hermione, but I have resolved the issue with the permission slip through Professor Dumbledore's assistance. I can go to Hogsmeade tomorrow. Hermione asked, puzzled, is a professor's signature acceptable? Vivian, yes, as long as it is signed by an adult guardian with legal capacity. The individual who signed for me certainly qualifies as such. Thus, the group began recommending various attractions in Hogsmeade. Ron, munching on a chicken leg, exclaimed, "That's great. Harry and I visited the Dervish and Banjas shop last time. It's filled with all sorts of intriguing items. But I highly recommend the 3 broomsticks, whether it's butterbeer or cherry juice. They are both delightful." Harry, with a forkful of potato, suggested, "Or we could also visit Scribulus writing implements. They have an array of uniquely shaped quills. Honeydukes is fantastic too. They offer a plethora of fascinating sweets." Hermione chimed in, "I wouldn't particularly recommend Zonko's joke shop. But George and Fred adore it. I've heard from upperclassmen that Madame Putafoot's tea shop serves excellent pastries, though it tends to be crowded with couples on dates." Chapter 63. Hogsmeade. On the weekend in Hogsmeade, after exchanging greetings with Harry and the others, Vivian arrived early at the rendezvous point with Rosalind. Whenever Hogsmeade was mentioned, it was often characterized by its myriad of shops. Thus, prior to her visit, Vivian imagined it akin to a larger commercial street, lined with houses inhabited by residents. However, upon arrival, she discovered that Hogsmeade was a substantial wizarding settlement, with shops comprising only a small fraction of it. The trees along the roadside were adorned with colorful magical candles and ribbons. Vivian stood on tiptoe beneath the tree, just able to brush her fingertips against the fluttering ribbons in the breeze. Rosalind emerged from the fireplace of the Hog's Head Inn. As soon as she stepped outside, she spotted Vivian bouncing beneath the tree. "Good morning. Vivian, are you exercising?" In truth, Vivian merely wished to see if she could reach the ribbons. "Good morning, Rosalind. I was just assessing how high I can jump." They first visited Dervish and Banjas, a shop primarily selling magical equipment and various oddities, including a memory ball that could determine if someone had forgotten something. When the gas within the memory ball turned a bright red, it indicated that the wizard holding it had indeed forgotten something. "What have you forgotten?" Rosalind inquired. Vivian gazed at her glowing red memory ball, pondering the question. It was a good one, yet since she had forgotten the matter, how could she possibly remember it? She looked at Rosalind in confusion, her mind circling back to recent events, but she couldn't recall what she had forgotten. Rosalind, adhering to the principle that if she was not mistaken, then the world must be at fault, suggested, "Perhaps the memory ball is defective?" She took the memory ball from Vivian, yet almost instantaneously, the bright red gas within it returned to transparency. "Alas, it seems it's not the memory ball's fault," Rosalind lamented. Vivian, still grappling with the question of what she had forgotten, thought brain overload. "Don't dwell on it." Rosalind, taking advantage of her height, gently ruffled Vivian's hair, reassuring her that if it were important, she would surely remember it. The human brain is a complex apparatus. If something momentarily eludes one's memory, it simply indicates the timing is not yet right. Finding that mere contemplation provided little clarity, Vivian nodded in agreement. She purchased the memory ball, resolving that if she recalled anything in the future, she would test it with the ball. Rosalind browsed the shop for a while, acquiring a complete set of new glass bottles and cauldrons. Vivian remarked, "This must be the irresistible collecting urge that potion enthusiasts cannot resist. Even if they are not needed, they bring joy just to behold." At noon, they ordered 2 takeout meals from Madame Putafoot's tea shop. A glance exchanged between them sufficed to reach a consensus. It was better to eat outside on the curb. The tea shop was not particularly spacious, adorned throughout with lace trimmings, and the clientele predominantly consisted of couples. Rosalind, taken aback by the decor, remarked, "Honestly, I never realized lace could be used so extensively." Vivian, focusing on her meal, replied, "The little cakes are indeed quite delicious." After their meal, the two began scouting locations for shops. The businesses already in operation were thriving, so Rosalind contemplated purchasing a plot of land along the commercial street to construct a new building. This, she learned, would require submitting an application to the Ministry of Magic, the Hogsmeade Settlement Management Office, and Hogwarts School. Once approved, they could commence construction. After identifying several suitable plots, Rosalind casually asked, How proficient are you in dueling? Vivian replied. I would say I'm rather average. The school only hosted a dueling club in my second year, but I didn't really participate in practicing duels. I spent most of the time trying to prevent Lockhart from causing chaos. Thinking Rosalind might not know who Lockhart was, Vivian added, do you know him? Rosalind chuckled lightly. Oh yes. A fool who feeds his vanity by stealing others' memories. It's a pity his true nature was not fully exposed. I heard he has landed himself in St. Mungo's now. Vivian, yes, it seems he will never recover. Rosalind, how about a duel? There's an open space behind the Hog's Head Inn. I've come to Hogsmeade occasionally with classmates, and the innkeeper often referees for students practicing dueling. Rosalind gracefully ascended the steps beneath her feet, exhibiting commendable prowess. As a referee, her reactions were swift and she ensured equitable protection for all. The proprietor of the Hog's Head Inn must be Aberforth, she mused. Vivian perceived this as a blade. Both Aberforth and his sister Ariana met their demise in a chaotic three-way duel. Subsequently, Aberforth kept a portrait of Ariana as a solace for his loss. Yet, those who have departed can never return. Vivian, let us proceed. Let us put it to the test. The sign of the Hog's Head Inn was veiled in a layer of dust, rendering the entire facade dull and dreary. The cramped room within also bore a similar pallor. The windows emitted a dim, sickly yellow light, preventing the sun's rays from adequately illuminating the space. Thus, the majority of the illumination within the room originated from the flickering candles atop the rough-hewn wooden table. The dancing candlelight and the amber-hued glass created an atmosphere that perpetually hovered on the brink of dusk, as if about to succumb to darkness. Aberforth readily agreed to officiate for the two of them. They made their way to a vacant lot behind the Hog's Head Inn. Rosalind's dueling skills were formidable. Durmstrang had long upheld the dueling curriculum established by its second headmaster, Hufflepuff, which encompassed various martial arts and magical disciplines. Moreover, Rosalind possessed considerable talent. In essence, their exchanges were hardly reciprocal. The match was predominantly Vivian's defensive and receiving stance. Rosalind, how shall I put it? It feels rather unique. Vivian, do not hesitate. You may critique me candidly. After a moment's contemplation, Rosalind responded, it is indeed quite unique. I perceive that your defense does not rely on predicting your opponent's reactions or the trajectory of their spells. Rather, it is grounded in your sensitivity to magical energy. Vivian, is there a significant distinction? Rosalind nodded emphatically. Quite so. Formal dueling instruction would advise that to triumph in a spell contest, one must anticipate the opponent's movements and wand direction to predict the spell being cast, its intended target, and then respond accordingly. This typically necessitates extensive practice and considerable experience. However, each time you successfully repelled my spells, it was not through anticipation or experience. Rosalind concluded, to be frank, Vivian, I believe you might perform even better with your eyes closed. Chapter 64, The Agreement. It proved that Rosalind's assertion was indeed correct. Vivian did exhibit swifter reflexes when her eyes were shut. Vivian, perhaps in future duels, we should fight with our eyes closed? Aberforth found this notion amusing. It could indeed be regarded as a remarkable talent. After the duel concluded, Vivian and Rosalind hurried to the shops of Davies and Bands to procure an endearing item that, at first glance, appeared to be a crystal ball but was, in fact, a magical lamp. The scene within the crystal ball depicted a quaint courtyard nestled in a valley, where a few goats leisurely grazed or idly stared into the distance. They gifted the crystal ball to Aberforth as a token of gratitude for his assistance as a referee. I heard from the professors at Durmstrang that next year the Ministry of Magic might revive the Triwizard Tournament, and coincidentally, Hogwarts will be the host school, Rosalind remarked. What a pity. I will have graduated by then. Otherwise, I could seize the opportunity to partake. Vivian, in truth, the Triwizard Tournament is not particularly entertaining. I shall write to you and relay the events. Vivian smiled at Rosalind, adding, and next year, perhaps your apothecary in Hogsmeade will be operational. Rosalind, indeed. By then, I can directly submit an application to see if I may attend as an observer. They continued discussing the various potions and ingredients that could be primarily sold in the future shop. Before parting, Vivian inquired about the heart-binding vine that flourished under the glow of dawn and dusk. Rosalind, this plant thrives best in colder climates. However, as current potions do not require it and no herbalist guild specializes in its cultivation, it is virtually unavailable in the market. If your need is modest, I could assist. The heart-binding vine resembles a large, unpatterned python, and the Boyle family has planted several at the entrance of their Muggle property for protection. I could easily pluck some for you. Vivian, using potion ingredients for protection is quite novel. Rosalind contemplated. As for whether there is dawn or dusk light, those heart-binding vines have been growing for quite some time, so they have likely been bathed in both. Whether they qualify as what you refer to is uncertain. Would you like to visit and see the living heart-binding vines during the next holiday? Vivian's eyes lit up. Is that possible? Rosalind laughed. Why not? Consider it a token of appreciation for your assistance in analyzing what my shop might sell in the future. In truth, we have no use for them at the Boyle residence. I have already conceived of the next magical plant material suitable for guarding. After a brief pause, she continued, however, if possible, I would like to inquire about the professor who accompanied you to the exchange meeting. Will he be available during the Christmas holiday? My father has been engrossed in studying his lecture since he returned, and he has expressed a desire to discuss potion theory with that professor. Of course, if the professor is unavailable, we can seek another opportunity. Mr. Grindelwald had mentioned that Rosalind's father became deeply invested in potion research. Furthermore, any wizard invited to participate in a potion invention exchange, regardless of whether they present it, is undoubtedly a master of the craft. However, Vivian would need to consult Professor Snape to provide Rosalind with an answer. I shall return to school to inquire. Would that be acceptable? Rosalind nodded while giving an okay hand gesture. After escorting Rosalind from the Hog's Head Inn's fireplace, Vivian bid farewell to Aberforth, then hurried to Honeydukes. The shop offered a plethora of peculiar candies, many of which possess magical properties. However, the professors might not be particularly interested in overly extravagant confections, so she opted for cauldron-shaped gummies. After all, even a potion master who might not relish sweets would likely appreciate a cauldron. Vivian also purchased several delicate feather candies woven from strands of sugar in various hues. The feather candies were exquisitely crafted, resembling real bird feathers through the transparent packaging. However, Vivian mused that their aesthetic appeal might surpass their culinary value. Before summer arrived, as the heat would melt the candy, she decided to keep them in her dormitory as decorative pieces. That evening, it seemed Sirius had also ventured to Hogsmeade. As Vivian overheard Harry animatedly sharing his experiences of the day spent with him during dinner in the Great Hall, Potion Office, Vivian relayed Rosalind's father's invitation for a potion discussion to Snape. Sitting at his desk, Snape tossed his quill into the inkwell. Christmas holiday? Vivian nodded. Rosalind mentioned her family cultivates several heart-binding vines for protection, and I wish to see the unharvested ones. Snape. Cultivating potion ingredients for protection? Both the second and third days of the Christmas holiday are feasible, Snape stated. Vivian nodded. Very well, Professor. I shall write back to Rosalind with those dates. As she retrieved the jar of sweets she had bought for Snape, she casually mentioned, I heard Rosalind say that the Ministry of Magic intends to revive the Triwizard Tournament next year. Snape. That is indeed the plan. The headmasters of the 3 schools are currently in discussions. He suddenly became alert, hissing a question back at her. Do not tell me you intend to sign up for the competition? Do you know why the Triwizard Tournament was suspended for several centuries? One misstep, and you could find yourself meeting Merlin. Vivian pushed the jar of sweets towards Professor Snape, gazing at him with sincerity. Professor, as a witch of my year, I am unable to register, and I am not in haste to meet Merlin. Snape responded with a reluctant grunt. You best not be, Vivian remarked. It seems the contest between Professor Dumbledore and the Ministry of Magic regarding the Dementors has reached its conclusion. Perhaps they have come to some sort of consensus, for the Dementors have retreated from Hogwarts in recent days. With their departure, Vivian felt as if even the weather had improved, dispelling the gloomy and dismal atmosphere that had pervaded before. The most recent Quidditch match featured Ravenclaw versus Hufflepuff. After categorizing and shelving her potions, which were nearing their deadline, Vivian finally extricated herself from the whirlwind of potion brewing. Aside from grading assignments, Snape had remained ensconced in his small potion-making alcove. Vivian closed her office door and made her way to the Quidditch pitch, where she found the stands nearly filled to capacity. From the elevated platform adorned with banners proclaiming Ravenclaw's victory, she spotted Harry, along with Luna and Ginny. After navigating through the bustling crowd, she took her seat on the platform just as the players began to enter the field. Professor Flitwick occupied one side of the professor's stands, having transformed half of it into a charming, shimmering blue expanse. Meanwhile, Professor Sprout cheerfully adorned the other half with a checkered pattern of yellow and black, each square embellished with beautiful flowers. Professors McGonagall and Snape were absent, while Dumbledore, acting as the water server, sat at the junction of the 2 colors, smiling as he observed the players' entrance. Chapter 65, The Ravenclaw Crown. December. Snow had fallen. The accumulated snow crunched underfoot. On a rare free afternoon, Hermione found the weather fortuitously clear after the snowfall. Harry and Ron, having procured the Marauder's map from the Weasley twins without her knowledge, led Hermione to Vivian, who had just concluded her final class of the day. A delighted Ron exclaimed, "Hermione, you actually have no classes this afternoon. Shall we go out and play?" Harry, eager to demonstrate his newly summoned full-formed Patronus to his friends, added, "Wanna go? It's a rare sunny day." Hermione, feeling as though Vivian had been marinated in potions for too long, remarked, "We should venture out. It's not often we see the sun after a snowfall." Vivian tucked her book into her small satchel, declaring, "Let us set out." The entirety of Hogwarts Castle was blanketed in a silvery sheen, and the paths that were typically trodden in the courtyard had been magically cleared by the professors into narrow trails, weaving and intersecting. Viewed from above, it resembled a patchwork of irregularly shaped squares. Hermione had prepared jars filled with blue flames for each of them to hold, providing warmth. Vivian summoned her Patronus, a cat, to frolic in the snow. The cat, encountering snow for the first time, joyfully dashed about, occasionally leaping onto lower walls like an exuberant husky, eager to try his hand. Harry cleared his throat and said, "Ahem, I can actually successfully cast the Patronus charm now." A silvery stag sprang from the mist at the tip of Harry's wand, proudly displaying its antlers. Ron, Hermione, and Vivian, impressed, responded, "Well done." The cat, discovering its new role, rushed over, skidding to a halt and scattering snow in all directions. "This is akin to Schr Dinger's entity state," Vivian quipped, observing the cat that had just been playing in the walls from afar. The cat was considerably larger than the stag. Uncertain of the cat's thoughts, Vivian watched as it playfully swatted the stag's proud head, causing the creature to tumble forward in a somersault. The cat quickly gathered itself, feigning innocence, tilting its head adorably. The stag, now sprawled on the ground, contemplated its existence. Vivian, suppressing a laugh, attempted to clarify, "I did not teach it that. The cat has its own ideas." Harry, unable to restrain his laughter, covered his face with his hands. "I know. I think it's a flaw in my Patronus. This isn't the first time something like this has happened." Ron erupted into a fit of laughter, and Hermione could not help but chuckle as well. Harry recounted the embarrassing history of his Patronus. Just the other day Remus, that is Professor Lupin, had his Patronus land a paw on a stag too. The stag, still sprawled on the ground, cast a mournful glance at Harry. Ron, still laughing, added, "Haha." Hermione attempted to salvage the situation for her friends. "At least it can consistently hold a grudge. That's a talent in itself." Ron, unable to contain his amusement, retorted, "A talent for provocation, perhaps? Next time, when Filch's cat catches us out at night, you should just unleash your Patronus, haha." Harry, considering the suggestion, replied, "Sounds good, I'll give it a try next time." As Christmas approached, the school began registering students who would remain on campus during the holiday. This year, Harry planned to spend the festive season at the Black family home with Sirius and Lupin. He seemed intent on discussing Regulus's situation with Sirius after the holidays. In the library, Ron and Hermione were researching books on divination, while Harry quietly conversed with Vivian about Sirius. "Since the start of term, we've been writing letters. After Peter's escape, both Professor Lupin and I were quite worried about Sirius, but I feel he has managed to stabilize his mindset recently." As Harry packed his completed homework into his bag, he added, "I plan to speak with Professor Dumbledore before the break about Regulus. What do you think?" Vivian responded, "When you go to see the headmaster, be sure to call for Creature. He knows quite a bit." She gathered the books she needed to return, making it easier for her to find Madame Pants to register them. How is Creature's relationship with Sirius now? Harry pondered. Well, Sirius wrote that Creature has been urging him to tidy up his appearance and frequently suggesting he get out and see the world. He feels as though Creature has adopted a new method of revenge against him. Vivian mused, "Isn't that a type of relationship improvement?" Snape had brewed the first version of the soul stabilizer. The potion's hue and texture were almost entirely dissimilar to the final version recorded in his notes. Vivian held the glass vial up to the light for inspection. Was it an issue with the materials? Snape, engrossed in his research notes, muttered, "Not only that. The ratios and methods need adjustment. This version is ineffective. I shall finish my notes and then destroy it." Vivian placed the vial back on the table, obediently nodding. "Professor, Rosalind has replied, stating that the meeting is set for the third day of Christmas." Snape continued writing without looking up. "Mr. Boyle has sent an invitation. He will come to my office at that time." Vivian acknowledged with a soft good, quietly returning to her potion-making progress. Before Christmas, a batch of invigorating and healing potions for the hospital wing needed to be prepared. The organization of the room of requirement was ongoing. Although the greenhouse at home had been established, Cece was currently busy coordinating the latest batch of mature herbs from Diagon Alley. Thus this week, Vivian was still assisting Eulira in clearing out the room of requirement. The house self-sufficiency surpassed Vivian's, and several shelves were already empty. As Eulira bounded towards Vivian, she exclaimed, "Eulira has discovered the old statue that young master has been seeking. Young master, come this way. Eulira, you are amazing. Well done." Vivian followed closely behind Eulira as they ventured deeper into the cluttered room. They passed a dusty troll specimen, navigating through a narrow passage before finally turning left. Beside a colossal, time-worn cabinet, its paint peeling and faded, stood an unsightly half-figure statue of an elderly man adorned with a hood. Not far from this statue lay the diadem of Ravenclaw. The metallic elements of the diadem appeared somewhat aged and tarnished. Yet the gem embedded within it retained its lustrous brilliance, even after the passage of countless years. Inscribed at the base of the diadem were the words, "The wisdom that surpasses all is humanity's greatest treasure." Vivian retrieved a pocket that had long been used to shield against dark magic fluctuations from her small satchel. Eulalia assisted by using magic to levitate the diadem into the pocket. Vivian crouched down to gently pat Eulalia on the head, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, Eulalia. You've been such a tremendous help every time. Let's call it a day for now. I must pay a visit to the headmaster. You can head home first, right? I'll be going out during the Christmas holiday, and then returning home myself." Eulalia, her eyes wide as saucers, nodded eagerly. "Okay. Eulalia and Cece will wait for our little master to come home." She waved goodbye to Vivian before vanishing with a soft pop, leaving Hogwarts behind. Vivian cleared away the debris and returned the half-packed box to the shelf before setting off towards the headmaster's office with the pocket containing the diadem. Chapter 66. Could Gringotts be robbed? The stone gargoyle at the entrance of the headmaster's office was diligently performing its duty as always. Sour exploding candy? The stone creature jumped aside, making its way up the stairs into the headmaster's office. It appeared that Professor Dumbledore was engrossed in some research, surrounded by a hefty stack of books. "Good afternoon, Professor Dumbledore." Dumbledore closed the book in his hands, his eyes crinkling with a smile as he replied, "Good afternoon. My dear child, have you encountered some trouble?" Vivian nodded, also greeting the seemingly empty sofa. "Good afternoon, Mr. Grindelwald. I may need your assistance once again." She retrieved the pocket containing the diadem from her satchel and poured its contents onto Dumbledore's desk. Grindelwald picked up the diadem and remarked, "Back again?" Dumbledore rested his fingers against his temple, his gaze fixated on the inscription beneath the diadem. "Harry brought creature to discuss Regulus." Vivian murmured in agreement. "So, you might surmise what else Tom Riddle could have transformed into a Horcrux." Grindelwald chuckled lightly. "So? This hardly warrants such vigilance from you. The real nuisance must be that boy named Harry, correct?" Vivian instinctively glanced at Grindelwald, who elaborated, "I was present when he and that house elf came to see Albus. Hence, I deduced." Vivian blinked in surprise, her mind momentarily adrift, as the conversation veered off course. "Oh, so you and the headmaster are cohabiting?" Dumbledore sighed in resignation, attempting to clarify. "Actually no." Grindelwald concurred. "If Albus says there is none, then there is none." Dumbledore's gaze turned distant. "Well, that's a clarification that eludes us now." Vivian decided to steer the discussion back on track. "Professor Snape has recently been researching potions that can dispel fractured souls." Dumbledore nodded. "I am aware. Severus has mentioned it to me." He gently tapped the substantial stack of books beside him. "Gellert and I are also brainstorming solutions." Vivian perceived that even if Dumbledore did not share living quarters with Grindelwald, they certainly spent considerable time together. She was curious how Grindelwald would explain this to those in Newmungard, but it seemed of little concern to her. Matters of the elder generation were not for children to pry into. She redirected her attention to the Horcruxes. "Headmaster, do you think Gringotts could be robbed?" Dumbledore adjusted his glasses. "My dear child, under normal circumstances, Gringotts is impervious to theft." "Normal circumstances?" she probed. "That implies there are exceptions." Placing her hand on the desk, she continued, "The Hufflepuff cup is stored in the Lestrange family's vault at Gringotts. Tom Riddle has not yet fully risen to power. How about we stealthily retrieve the cup?" Grindelwald readily agreed, "A splendid idea. However, children ought to enjoy their adventures elsewhere." Dumbledore pondered. "I shall devise a plan." Vivian nodded. "All right. So I shall embark on my adventures then?" Dumbledore produced a handful of sweets from his drawer and handed them to Vivian. "Share these with Severus. He has been working quite hard lately." Vivian accepted the colorful confections, but remained doubtful whether such sugary treats would truly comfort Professor Snape. Dumbledore winked at her. "At times, allowing the youth to vent their frustrations at the old headmaster serves as a good stress reliever." Vivian mused, That does seem to have some merit. In the potions office, Snape leaned back in his chair, arms crossed, and languidly remarked, "So? Is this the reason you've cluttered my desk with an array of brightly colored, sickeningly sweet candies? Please inform Dumbledore that his anti-cavity potion is depleted," he added. Vivian replied, "The headmaster's potion list for the upcoming months seems to be in my possession, and the potion for next month has already been transferred. It's not cluttering the desk, it's merely a handful of candies." Noticing Snape arching an eyebrow at her, she quickly amended, "Next time, I'll inquire if the headmaster has any tail feathers from Fox." Sometimes, while reminiscing about the past, one may discover that, whether long or short, the moments that linger in memory are often just fleeting instances. The chain of events may blur after many experiences, yet the imagery of that moment remains vivid, as if recalling it in the twilight years feels like yesterday. Just as now, the expression of Snape smiling after averting his gaze. During the Christmas holiday, Harry returned to the Black family residence on the very first day, while Hermione and Ron remained at school. Recently, they had begun practicing the Patronus charm, eager to discover if they could summon a complete Patronus form, and what their individual forms might be. As per their agreement, Vivian visited the potions office on the third morning of the holiday. They first traveled via the fireplace to the leaky cauldron, and then Snape transported Vivian directly to the vicinity of the Boyle residence using apparition. The weather that day was splendid, devoid of snow, under a clear blue sky. Although the winter sun lacked warmth, the bright weather felt far more uplifting than the dreariness of overcast days. The designated meeting place was the Boyle family's home in the Muggle neighborhood. Vivian curiously surveyed her surroundings. They had landed on a busy commercial street. Vivian recalled that the execution of apparition required the wizard to be somewhat familiar with the location, at least possessing a clear recollection of the surrounding scenery. Snape seemed to sense her thoughts, remarking that he had dined here during a previous conference. "Not good. I wouldn't recommend it," he stated coolly. Vivian felt as though the meal left a profound psychological impression on him. The two proceeded towards their destination, with Snape casting an ignoring charm over them. Although the streets were bustling with pedestrians, it was as if no one could see them. There were no awkward gazes exchanged with strangers, nor the discomfort of encountering acquaintances. It was, in essence, a boon for those averse to social interaction. However, this sensation was rather unique, akin to traversing through untouchable memories. Before long, they arrived at the Boyle residence, where the street was notably devoid of people. Only Rosalind stood at the entrance, locked in a stare with a crow perched on the wall. Snape lifted the ignoring charm, and Rosalind approached to greet them. "Good morning, Professor Snape." "Good morning, Vivian." Chapter 67, Forgotten Memories. Upon stepping through the gate of the courtyard, one can immediately behold the entwined vines that Rosalind had mentioned as the guardians of the entrance. How shall I put it? Vivian felt that these indeed served a protective purpose, resembling great pythons with remarkable accuracy. Although devoid of the large, distinct patterns typically found on common pythons, the vines bore delicate markings reminiscent of serpentine scales. Furthermore, it appeared that these entwined vines had a tendency to coil themselves as they grew, creating the illusion that several thick snakes were coiling within the yard of this household. Vivian followed Severus inside, greeting Rosalind as father, Old Boyle. The interior was rather minimalist, with a large family portrait prominently displayed in the center of the living room. Old Boyle promptly led Severus to his study. Vivian attempted to interject, but was unable to stop Rosalind. "If my mother were still alive, she would certainly give my father a stern reprimand. He often engages in lengthy discussions with those who share his passion for potion research, disregarding the norms of etiquette." Vivian, seated on the sofa, expressed her understanding. After all, kindred spirits are hard to come by. Rosalind, still somewhat concerned, queried Professor Snape, "Won't he mind, will he? You did have breakfast before coming here, didn't you?" Vivian reassured her. "We had breakfast before setting out. I believe the professor is not overly inclined towards pleasantries." He and Mr. Boyle appeared quite pleased as they headed to the study. Rosalind tilted her head, suggesting, "Shall we go and inspect the guardian vines in the courtyard?" Vivian leaped from the sofa. "Let us go." The two of them crouched before the entwined vines. Rosalind tugged at the coiled vines. "Why don't we just uproot some and gift them to you? I've grown somewhat weary of them. And I've brought new herbs from school that require no specific soil. Once uprooted, they can be planted directly, and you can undertake the labor." Vivian, intrigued, inquired, "How does one harvest this? Is it a matter of simply pulling it up?" She reached out, grasping a segment of the entwined vine. And just as she was about to test her strength, she suddenly froze. It was as if something had silently resonated from the vine in her grasp. Vivian's gaze fell upon the fine dust stirred by a gentle breeze. Vivian Holt, when did you arrive in this world?" February 1980, Vivian Holt was born. At that time, she had no inkling of her entrance into the magical realm. She was born into what appeared to be an ordinary family, where her parents shared a deep love, and their lives unfolded peacefully. She marveled at her new existence, embracing the role of a compliant child. For the first 18 months of her life, all was tranquil. That day should have been just another typical day. Vivian's mother took her to the supermarket to shop. But as they exited, chaos ensued. Individuals clad in robes, whom Vivian had never seen before, passed by with sinister grins. The green light they wielded felled people, while the red light incited screams, and houses trembled and collapsed. In an instant, the once peaceful town crumbled into a desolate realm filled with fear and maniacal laughter. When a figure cloaked in black, with a face seemingly scorched and bloodshot eyes, raised his hand, a mother who had just witnessed countless deaths could do but one last thing: to tightly cradle her daughter in her arms. When Corolla Holt arrived at the ruins, he found only his deceased wife and his child, weeping silently, cradled in her mother's embrace. Corolla once believed he would never again have any connection to the magical world. Once Corolla's greatest gift was his perception. He could see the world without the use of his eyes. In his youth he took pride in this talent, but it soon transformed into a limitation. The stronger his perception, the less magical power he could wield. Ultimately, he found himself brimming with magic coursing through his veins, yet unable to conjure even the simplest spell with his wand. He became a mute, and after the demise of the Holts, the last vestige of his connection to the magical realm faded into oblivion. Yet, Corolla later encountered the greatest love of his life. Believing he had finally embraced a new beginning as an ordinary man, free from the disdain of being deemed a worthless wizard, until everything collapsed before him, the future vanished, resembling the aftermath of the town's sudden destruction, leaving only pain and ruins. Corolla returned home with his daughter to a house that no longer offered warmth. He thought his life would now revolve around raising his daughter, waiting for her to mature, so that he could then accompany his departed wife without regret. Until Corolla sensed a shadow of darkness, oppression, and a fractured soul within his daughter. Young Vivian curled up in her bed, clutching the family portrait, while Corolla suddenly felt a chill envelop him. That fragment of a soul, resonating with the magic that had slain his wife, now clung to his innocent daughter. Corolla recalled a time before he became mute, while still a student at Hogwarts, when he fortuitously glimpsed a book in the room of requirement. He remembered a term within that book: Horcrux. How could he accept that the daughter his wife had safeguarded with her life might one day become the very enemy that took her life? He had to find a way. He must find a way. Corolla, heartbroken, sent Vivian to an orphanage when she turned 4. He returned to Holt Manor, using his blood to reopen the long-sealed gates of the estate. The house elves, who had obeyed old Holt's orders and fallen into a deep slumber alongside the closure of the manor, would remain asleep unless someone used magic to awaken them. Unfortunately, Corolla could not wield magic, and thus could not rouse the house elves. But that did not matter. He was still a man of magic. If he could not channel magic while inscribing runes, he could still outline alchemical symbols using his magically infused blood. Corolla scoured every room in Holt Manor, poring over every book he could find on alchemy. He sold valuable items from the estate to acquire materials for building the alchemical array. He visited Vivian at the orphanage every fortnight, bringing her money and food. Vivian inherited a small portion of Corolla's perceptive gift, and she discovered the fragment of soul that resided within her. During one of their meetings, she asked Corolla, "Am I hosting the soul of that wicked person who killed my mother? If I were to die, would this fragment perish with me? Could we perish together?" Corolla embraced his daughter tightly, assuring her, "Father has a way. I will find a solution. Vivian, please give me a little more time." Corolla spent several years sketching a massive alchemical array in the courtyard of Holt Manor. Just as he was nearing completion, he returned to the orphanage. Corolla brought Vivian out of the orphanage, leading her through the gates of Holt Manor. He gently stroked her head, crouching to meet her gaze. "These past years, I have failed you. I was powerless, unable to avenge your mother or care for you properly. But now, I have a way to confront the evil that clings to you." He smiled at Vivian, etching her image firmly in his mind as he faced the twilight of his life.